Okay, I'm live. Okay, good. Good afternoon, people. Come outside. Come outside. Rush outside. Okay. Happy Sunday, people. Okay. But guess what? She's a woman. It's a white woman. Oh, no. Before I even play this, hold up. Wait a minute. Before I even play this, you know what? Oh, y'all might even know it's me because I changed the channel's name last night, early this morning. Yeah, I was a little busy. Okay. What was I? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, Gianna, what's up? Hey, Val, good morning. Oh, thank you, Val. Thank you for me. Is your mom okay, Val? She feeling better? She okay? Good morning, you guys. So guess what? Good afternoon. Sorry, it's 1 p.m., right? Okay, good. Let me tell you something, right? Oh, thank you for me. Let me tell you something, okay? It came out. It's a woman. Oh, yes. I changed the channel's name. I was like, they might not even know it's me, huh? Because the amount. Hey, Tisha. Good morning, Tisha. Good afternoon, Tisha. Okay? The amount show is going to be for something else. They're going to be for politics. I'm starting a whole new channel. So I have a whole different algorithm, like just for politics. Once I upload up there, I'm going to let y'all know, okay? My thing is, I told y'all it was a white woman, okay? It was the white woman. And this is why they took forever. Thank you, Mark. They took forever to release her name, right? Okay, good. Check on her and let us know how she's doing, okay? They took forever to release her name because they had to clean the internet. I told y'all they had to wipe the internet. And because it's a white girl, they had to make sure they cleaned the internet so they could protect her image, right? Even with the fact that she is responsible for this crash. This young lady caused the crash. They're trying to portray her as a hero, as some kind of war hero. No, she's not a hero. She killed people. People are dead because of her. Hey, Queen. And that flight, you guys, the part that makes it so disturbing, that flight was full of children. Man, maybe that's why I haven't had peace, y'all. This flight, this thing, it hit me so differently. I'm like, okay, maybe because I'm like from the DC area. I don't know. No, this flight hit me so differently. Then you find out it's numbered children on that flight. It was like the vast majority of the passengers are children. 11, 12, 13, 12, 14, 16. It's a bunch of kids. Hey, Diana. Bunch of children. You understand? She killed those people. But because and I'm pretty sure because she's part of the Biden stuff. Y'all, I got things to show y'all. Right? But you know what happened though? I remember like about 2 or 3 years ago. Oh, thank you, Kev. Thank you so much, right? I remember about 2 or 3 years ago, Andrew Tate said this. He said this. And the people said, oh, he's a misogynist. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. Because people want to be so politically correct. People are so obsessed, especially liberals, these progressive, these weirdos. They are so obsessed with being politically correct instead of stating the harsh truth, right? No, it's enough. It is enough. It is enough. People need to stop with all this trying. Oh, let me be politically correct. Let me say the right thing. No, because you being so concerned about not hurting somebody's feelings can hurt other people. And this is where we got today. We are so afraid of hurting people's feelings. And that for the most part, these are adults, huh? These are not even kids. These are not even children. These are grown people. We are so afraid of hurting people's feelings that we've gone to the habit now of just lying to people, right? Making ourselves uncomfortable. Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much, right? We've got accustomed to lying to people, making ourselves uncomfortable for the sake of other people. We see that something is like flagrantly wrong. We don't say anything. Oh, it's just not nice. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Until somebody gets hurt. Right? But I remember, like, I don't know what it was. What was it? Yeah, see, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Andrew Tate said this, and the people came for him. They came for him. But was he wrong? Hold on. Stop sharing. Let's do something. Hold on. Because this thing is hanging on me. Hold on. Cancel. Okay. Let's start over. Okay. Let me stop here. Hold on.
If you're about to get on a plane and that plane's going to fly through a hurricane and there's a 50-50 chance of it crashing and dying, do you want a male pilot or a female pilot?
Just a fucking good pilot I want.
That is such a politically correct answer, and it's a lie.
Is that?
We all know you'd want a man to fly that plane. You would not want some woman to walk up the stairs. Hi, guys. We're about to go into the hurricane. You'd be like, what? Whoa. Give me an old white-haired man. Everyone knows it. And I respect your very neutral view on the world. But I'll tell you, in my life experience, because this is how we view the world, right? We're all biased. No, we're all biased based on our experiences, right? I have seen,
and he was Haitian too, huh? What's his name? Jean-Baptiste. Like he had a Haitian name. Like he had a French name. Jean-Baptiste something, right? Yep. And that's why Dr. Umar said, that's what Dr. Umar came out and told Black people. Stop acting unhinged. Stop acting deranged. Stop acting like this about you. He was like, the majority of DEI benefits white women. It's usually white, liberal, progressive women. It does not even benefit you. Like, why are you doing this? Right? Like the vast majority of people who are recipients of this DEI stuff are white liberal women and white men who identify as women. Like, come on. Like, seriously. And I think like a lot of Black people are trying to confuse DEI with affirmative action. No. Do you even know what DEI even stands for? Like, do you know what that initiative is about? No. Just want to act deranged just to act deranged. No. My God, this is insanity.
So many women fail to park and crash cars and do dumb shit. I do not want a female pilot flying me through a hurricane. I've seen enough female driving of all vehicles to know that shit is a bad idea. And I want a male pilot. I believe women are better at some things and men are better at some things. I do not believe we're equal and all the same and we can be interchanged. I believe that certain roles suit females and certain roles suit males. Let me ask you another question then, because you're Mr. Non-sexist. Let me ask another question. Would you drop your child off in a daycare where it was run only by men?
Women only.
Yeah, there you go then. So you do have a gender bias.
Yeah.
So gender bias exists, right?
Yeah,
and it's obviously a generalization. But my point is, in certain roles in society, we trust females, like with our kids, and in other roles, like danger, we trust men. This is general, right?
Yeah. I like Andrew Tate said this. They came for him. They attacked him. I'm like, no.
I agree with men are stronger than women. I don't think anyone can argue that.
If you're telling me if you were to fly into a hurricane and you had the choice between a male pilot and a female pilot, you wouldn't have zero preference at all, Dave.
Not knowing anything about either of them, they're both pro pilots. No, I want it. We're not talking about dunking a basketball.
Well, I would choose a man because I know from my own personal experiences that when shit hits the fan and emotions are high and it's life or death, that the man is more likely to remain calm. And calm is what's going to keep me alive.
Yep.
So I would choose the man. For the same reason, I would choose women to do other things. Let me give you another example then, Dave. If gender roles aren't real and you're now...
No, I think there are gender roles are real. That particular example, though, I'm sure you can have great female pilots.
I never said you couldn't. I said I'd choose a man in that particular situation.
I don't think that's like, I don't know about, I agree with men are stronger than women. I don't think anyone can argue that.
If you're telling me if you were to fly into a hurricane and you had the choice between a male pilot and a female pilot, you wouldn't have zero preference at all, Dave.
Not knowing anything about either of them, they're both pro pilots. No,
you're full of it. Be quiet. Shut up. Okay, be quiet. What's the one I saw? Hold on. There was another one. I watched this one. I mean, Andrew was just going in. He was like, nah. Not here as Pete Hegseth, right? Because they're trying to be mean to Pete Hegseth because of what he said about his honest opinion in women in the military. Let's watch this. Trying to demonize
overall standards.
This man,
I think
trying to demonize
admission standards.
Trying to demonize this man, trying to make it seem like, oh, he's a racist because he has this this God tattoo, like it's a Catholic tattoo he got on his chest, right? Trying to demonize this man, trying to make this man to a misogynist, a sexist, a wump. today, here we are. It's a young woman in the military who was flying the Black Hawk with, at best, 500 flying hours. Now people are dead. Over 64 people are dead. This thing could have been completely preventable. She was supposed to be flying at 200 feet, 100 knots. Instead, she was at 400 feet. 400 feet. Who asked her to go up there? Who asked her to go up there? Who asked her to go up there? Why is she up there? And on top of that, if she only has 500, she has almost like 500 flying hours, right? Why is she flying at such a congested time and such a congested airways, right? She's responsible for this. She's responsible for this. She was the pilot of the helicopter, and she flew that bird into that plane. And you know, you guys, I was sitting here, I swear, you might think I do mushrooms, okay? But my thing is, I was sitting here and I was really thinking, like, you know, the blaze of the helicopter. I was like, dang, the blaze of the helicopter probably tore the plane in half. And I was like, wow, I wonder if anybody got beheaded, if anybody got their heads cut off, their limbs cut off, because the wings, the blades of the helicopter are just flying through. They're just flying through the plane. It's like putting somebody in a grinder. It's like putting vegetable into a mixer, right? The blades are just spinning so freaking fast. The blade is spinning so freaking fast. I'm like, damn, because she probably died on impact. But I'm like, those people, a few people had to have their heads chopped off because those blades were flying through the airplane. This is completely out of order. This is so out of order. And when Pete had said this, because like he's in the military, he has seen things. And these people, they never care about experience. That's why we call these people DEI people. They never care about experience on the job. They never care about the realities of the job. They never care about the realities on the ground. Like Pete Heck said, he's been in the military. He has gone to war. He has seen things. He's not just a random person saying these things. And based on what he's seen and what he has experienced, he's like, you know what? Maybe it's not a good idea. But then these people don't care to listen. All they care about is, no, we just want to see different genders. We want to see different, disabilities. We want to see different skin colors. That's all they care about. But when do these people actually listen to common sense? When do these people actually listen to people who've been through it to say, you know what? It sounds like a good idea, but on the ground, it is not practical. When we apply your good idea, it don't make no sense. Just like in school, you can go to college, right? You can study all these theories and all these models, but you'll realize that it only works in the classroom. In real life, models don't behave the right way because people are people. People are people. So there's what you think, there's a way you think stuff ought to be, and there's the way things really should be. And the way that things should be is the way that keeps everybody safe. But these goofy ass liberals, these goofy ass Democrats, these goofy ass progressives, they never care about safety. Safety is never a concern for these people. From their no cash bail policies, their goofy ass prison reform policies, especially in New York City, catch release, no cash bail, all kinds of foolishness, where they prioritize not hurting the feelings of the criminal. They catch people, release people, they catch people, release people, they catch people, release people. And they don't even care about the safety of the public. How can one person in New York City be arrested 136 times? Like what is it going to take for y'all to lock this person up for good? What is it going to take for y'all to lock this person up for good? There was a young black girl. She was stabbed. The boy, he stabbed her at the bodega. Come to find out, he was also caught and released. No cash bail. Because he had beat up his girlfriend. He had physically beat up his girlfriend. I guess he stabbed the girlfriend. And I'm like, so y'all release this boy? No ankle monitor? No check-in with his PO? No. He's out at all hours of the night. He should have had a curfew. He should have had an ankle monitor. And also, he should have had to check in with his parole officer. But they don't care. Because now, New York City, Alvin Bragg's, these goofy-ass prosecutors in New York City, because as long as they tell the people, oh, we're going after Trump. We're going after Trump. Oh, okay, do whatever you want. No. Okay? Trump is one person. You are so obsessed with Trump that you are putting people's lives at risk. This woman went into her apartment that her mother left her. You had these illegal people in there squatting her apartment. They cut this lady in half. They cut this lady in pieces. and they put her body into a bag and they left her body in the coat closet with her head on top, like it's a damn cake, and her head is the cherry on top of the cake. Like, what is going on? What is going on? They're out here playing games with people's lives because they care more about the form of a thing. They care more about the appearance of a thing, but they don't actually care about common sense. How much sense does it make for y'all to keep arresting somebody, releasing somebody, arrest somebody, release somebody? And every time you release that person, he hurts more people. He hurts more people. But they care more about these criminals than they care about public safety. Every day you look up, there's something crazy going on in New York City. These people are so damn dangerous. It's like liberals are like the Joker in Dark Knight, like Dark Knight, Batman Rising. Like, what is wrong with these people? It's like they want to see America burn. This is insanity. 136 times. New York City with the subway, it's like 10% of the people who commit all of these crimes, but they don't keep them in there. They catch them, release them, catch them, release them. No curfew, no ankle monitors, no cash, no bail, nothing. No criminals are a priority in New York City. And then the public, they don't even know. They have no idea who's in a subway with them. They have no idea who's walking the street with you, man. They out here just releasing criminals because it's racist to give people a bond. What the heck? It's racist to give somebody an ankle monitor. It is racist to give somebody a curfew. Seriously? Virtue signaling at the expense of people's safety. Like, what is going on? But I'm like, come on. There comes a time where you got like, you know what? Even though I would love to see a lot of women out there, well, maybe it's not for the best. And that's okay. That is okay. No, they have to do what a man does for the sake of proving him wrong at the expense of other people. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because you think you can compete with a man, just because you think you can do what a man can do, you got to think about other people and not just your ego. And the vast majority, especially a white, I'm going to be so specific, the vast majority of white liberal women, they're white, they're liberals, they're progressive, they're holier than thou. They think they know it all. They are so dangerous because just when you think you know it all, that's when you realize you don't know it all. And then people will suffer. People will suffer. You can't live life being a woman and being so ego-driven. You're going to hurt people. You are truly going to hurt people. This is nothing more, hey, Ms. Barbara, this is nothing more than ego. You cannot just live your life to just, I'm just here to live life in defiance and to take on these challenges and to prove to a man that I can do it at the expense of who? At the expense of who? Sometimes it's okay to say, you know what, I think I can, but it's probably not best to do it because I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want anybody to get hurt. There's a time and place for everything. There's a time and place for everything. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And now you look at that plane. It's nothing but children on that plane. It's nothing but kids on that plane. It's like there's nothing but babies on that plane. I'm like, I see why they couldn't survive because they're babies. They're too small. Because I'm like, when I saw the plane crash, I said, oh God, please save some people, God. Save some people, God. Because the stuff that happened in Korea, the flight attendants, because they were all the way in the back, they didn't die. Because they were all the way in the back. So I'm like, okay, maybe we could have the same scenario that people who are in the back of the plane, right? Maybe they can be spared. At least God save a few people, God. God save 5 people. And then so to then realize that, no, they say nobody survived. I said, what the heck? But then you look at the passengers of that flight. You realize why nobody survived. The vast majority of the flight is children. Children don't have survival skills like this. They're little bodies. These are small people. These are tiny people. You don't even know. You have no idea who's on that plane. Just like a car, you'll see people drive all kinds of crazy, aggressive driving, cutting through. Don't even know there's a woman driving with a baby on the inside. You haven't even seen the car seat. You just don't know. You just don't know. And that's why you always have to proceed with caution. You have no idea who's on that plane. You don't know who's on that plane. And it's like today, you have robbed us of all these children. You have robbed America of all these children because come to find out, the vast majority of these kids are like Olympians, like they're like the ice skating people. They're Olympians. These are young Americans that probably would have placed at the Olympics. You've killed people. You've killed our children. You've killed people that had a bright future. You've killed young people who knew what they wanted to do in life. They were so dedicated. I'm like, damn, y'all so damn good. And I wish I had known these kids sooner. I would have followed them on Instagram. I would have followed them on TikTok. Like, but damn, you're so good. And it's so sad that they had to die for me to know how gifted and how talented these kids are. I'm like, this is just some sick. It's just so sick to me. It is so sick to me. And we cannot continue to prioritize the feelings of people for the safety of everybody else. It is enough. It is enough. We're going to stop lying to people who are overweight and say, oh, when you're morbidly obese, you're okay. No, you're not okay. Go lose the weight. We're going to stop lying to people. We're going to stop lying to people. We're going to stop lying to people because once upon a time, everybody had some type of self-awareness. And that's why when you watch my 600-pound life, Dr. Now, he don't have time for people. Dr. Now be like, okay, if you stop eating, you're not going to melt away. You're going to be just fine. Okay? Dr. Now, he does not have time for people. He's not going to lie to you. You are overweight. You're morbidly obese. Don't tell me you're not eating food. You're eating the food. It looks like it. Okay? We're not going to lie to people no more. We are not going to lie to grown adults anymore. If it looks wrong, there's a problem, we're going to let you know. And we're going to remind you, facts don't care about your feelings. So grab your box of Kleenex, go in the corner if you have to, go in your closet if you want to, go in your car if you want to. But we're not going to stop. We're not going to change what we have to say because we have to worry about your feelings. Check your own feelings. Have some self-awareness. Understand your flaws and your weaknesses and own your truth. Like, you better own it. You better own it because all this line of people is causing a lot of harm. It is causing a lot of harm. And this is exactly what Pete Hegseth said because me, when I heard what he said, I'm like, no, this man is saying nothing wrong because it makes a lot of sense what he's saying. Because a woman on the front line, if she gets hurt, she becomes a liability for everybody because now we got to take care of her because most likely she cannot take care of herself. It's not like a man. So that's why she shouldn't be here. Because a woman in the front line is a source of distraction for everybody. Go get your ass in the office. Okay? We don't want you here. And even I'm a woman, I will not be on the front line with these men. I need to stay out the way. Just like going to the gym. All these goofy ass girls with their tight ass clothes, their tight ass stuff. You come in front of the weight. You wait. You put your phone right in front of the weights. You come in front of these men, you start doing squats, RDLs, you're bending over in front of these men. You are crazy. You're looking for attention, okay? Go somewhere. Go somewhere. Like me, when I go to the gym, I pick up my weights, I go to a little corner, and I stay over there because I know I want to record. And also, if you want to record your content at the gym, you need to go when nobody is there. Okay, because everybody pays for this gym. And it's not fair for you to go during rush hour, you block the weights, you put your camera right here, and then you start bending in front of people. Then you say, oh, look at these men, they're looking at me. Girl, you wanted to be looked at. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. We are checking all these goofy ass female narcissists. Go sit down somewhere. You can go to the gym at 12 p.m., 9 o'clock, even 1 p.m. sometimes. There's nobody there. Okay, if you want to do your content, you need to go to the gym when it's dead, when it's quiet. Then you can do whatever you want to do. But it's not fair to wait for rush hour traffic at the gym. Go in front of the weights. You put your phone in front of the weights. You wear the least amount of clothes possible. Then you start bending over in front of these men. Then you say, oh, look, oh, they're looking. Girl, you want them to look. That's why you came right into their field of vision because you want to be looked at. Shut up. Shut up. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. These women out here are insane. They are insane. This is ridiculous. Hold on.
Standards, overall standards. I think a huge one is women in combat and quotas.
Yes.
I think the way they pushed that under Obama in a way that had zero to do with efficacy, zero to do with lethality and capability.
You don't like women in combat?
No.
Why not?
I love women service members who contribute amazingly, because everything about men and women serving together makes the situation more complicated, and complication in combat means casualties are worse.
What did he say? Woman in combat? And what they tell us? They told us that it was a nighttime flying mission, right? It was a nighttime flying mission. She had her goggles on, right? It was a woman. It was men. What did he say? Casualties or worse. What happened? People are dead. People are dead. And when Pete had said that, just because Trump picked this man, started attacking this man, attacking his family, attacking his wife, they were doing all things possible to make sure he would not get nominated. Now we're sitting here today. Did this man lie? He was extremely specific. He's not saying he doesn't want to see any woman in the military. He's saying when it comes to combat, they have no business there. Because when men and women come together in combat, it leads to what? Casualties or worse. How does that make this man racist? Right? And the vast majority, the vast majority of conservative women understood exactly what this man was saying. Like, yep, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. Who had a problem with it? The liberals, progressives, the feminists, the misandrists. Right? You saw them all. MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, that goofy ass mad cow. Right? But I'm like, now we sit here. Did this man lie? And that's the problem with trying to teach people, indoctrinate people, brainwash people into believing that all white conservative people are racist. All white conservative men are racist. All white conservative men who are traditionalists are racist, right? No. They are speaking common sense. And today, common sense out of the mouth of a white person is seen as racism. No, it's not. It's called common sense because it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. And what this man said, unfortunately, it came true today. And it became true as he took over the Pentagon. But this young lady had no business doing no goofy ass nighttime mission with barely having 500 flight hours, right? She shouldn't even be going to combat. Oh no, we got to do it because we want to prove that women can do it all. At the expense of who? At the expense of who? And now children are dead because some people wanted what they wanted no matter what, because it's about ego. These people are ego driven. And a lot of these women feminists, a lot of these white liberal women feminists, progressive, are extremely ego driven. And that's what makes them so dangerous, because everything is from a place of ego and not a place of service. And I think when you're in the military, no matter what you believe, first and foremost, you should understand that your duty as an officer is to protect civilians. You're here to protect the president. You're here to protect people who are in Congress. You are here to protect the institutions, and you're also here to protect civilians. You're not here to kill people. But when you do things, right? No, who gonna sacrifice her? She sacrificed her damn self. Sacrifice her how? How? Stop it. Stop trying to make this woman a victim. Stop bending over backwards to protect this lady, okay? No, she killed people. Instead of worrying about her, worry about those kids on that plane who did not ask for this. Worry about the pilot on the CRJ who was clear to land. Her ass was supposed to be at 200 feet. If at her big age, she don't know what 200 feet look like, then she ain't got no business flying a helicopter. If you don't understand, if you don't know what 200 feet looks like, if you don't know how to read your dashboard inside one of the most expensive helicopters the U.S. military has, you ain't got no business being on that helicopter. Why are you trying to fly this bird when you don't even know what 200 feet looks like at her big age? Did she go to college? She don't know what 200 yards look like? She don't know what 200 yards look like? Your ass supposed to be at 200 feet. You're supposed to stay at 200 feet. Why are you all the way up there at 400 feet? Who asked you to go up there? She was not a crew chief. She was the pilot. If you're slow, you're going to get blocked. Whatever your name is, Owen. I don't have time for this. If you don't know the facts, you better go find the facts. You write goofy stuff, I'm not in the mood. I will block you from my page. She was the pilot. Then the man named Andrew Eves, he was her flight instructor. Then the young man, Ryan was in the back. Ryan was in the back. The other white man, Andrew Eves, was the flight instructor. She was the one that was flying this. She was the one flying the bird. So, Owen, you either going to go educate yourself, because I promise you, I don't have time for this. My bandwidth for this foolishness is like this much. I am extremely triggered. Because these children did not deserve this. They didn't deserve this. These people were clear to land. They had the runway. It was their airspace. They were clear to land. She had no business being at 400 feet. She should have been at 200 feet. So when you don't know what 200 feet looks like, you ain't got no business piloting a freaking bird that costs about $100 million. How can you put a freaking piece of equipment? Do you know how much Black Hawk costs? Do you know how much that bird it costs? Do you know how much this helicopter costs? Do you know how much it costs? And on top of that, this is taxpayers' money. Her daddy didn't pay for that. Her mama didn't pay for that. Her uncle didn't pay for this. We paid for that. It is all freaking bird. We paid for that bird. We paid for that helicopter. The Black Hawk, probably like $200 million. That's an expensive ass plane. That's an expensive piece of equipment. It's one of the best helicopters that the U.S. Army has. My God. And y'all letting a goofy ass girl with only 500 hours of experience, you let her drive this? It's like letting a person that has what's it called? Letting a child that barely has a driver's license drive an S-Class or a Maybach. Are you people okay? You're like, my God, she needs more hours. And when you consider how busy Reagan is, it's a commercial fly zone. It's not even far from the Pentagon. It's not far from the White House. So when you have people who don't have enough flight hours, take them somewhere in a remote village somewhere in Maryland. Take them somewhere in the Midwest somewhere in a remote village somewhere. Let them go outside the city to get more flying hours. Don't play with people's lives. And y'all come to find out, there's another pilot who had to land. He refused to land at Reagan because he saw a helicopter coming. I said, what the heck? That was like a day or 2 days before. Because they let people do all kinds of stuff. Because, these girls have to be trained no matter what. No, they don't have to be trained. She don't have enough hours. And that's why they had the military full of these goofy ass white liberal women and all these positions of power, because they think it's cute to see girls fly big planes at the expense of other people. White liberal women are dangerous. They are dangerous because these women are ego driven. They are egomaniacs. They're insane. They are insane. They are insane. They do everything out of spite for men. They live their lives to always compete against men, especially white men. No, because these people are actually good. You're not. You are not. When we saw that plane land at LaGuardia on the water, the Hudson River, who was it? It was a white man. It was a white man that spent his life at the Air Force piloting all kinds of birds. And when the plane could have crashed and he could have killed people. That white man put that plane on the water. He put that plane on the water. Everybody came out. You saw people just walking on the wings of that plane. That white man saved people's lives. And I am sick and tired. And I'm a black woman, huh? I'm a black woman, but I am sick and tired of people sitting here and always trying to demonize every white man. No, there are plenty white men that have saved so many lives. Stop hating because a lot of white men are smart. A lot of white men are competent. A lot of white men have experience. And instead of busting your ass to work hard and to get these qualifications, no, you want the federal government to write up some goofy ass laws because you don't want to work, because you don't want to compete, because you don't want to earn your flying hours. Cheating. That's exactly what DEI is. It's a bunch of weak ass people with no merit, people with no brain cells who do not want to compete. So they weaponize their immutable characteristic to get the federal government to give them things they don't deserve. Why don't you go and earn it? Why don't you go and earn it? That plane, the Black Hawk is not a $20 million helicopter. It's not a $50 million helicopter. That thing is like $100 million. And they let some 23-year-old pilot a $100 million plane? What the freak is this bullshit? What the fuck? Like, what is this? What is this? And that's why Trump said all these goofy ass white women, they gotta go. They gotta go. They have to go. And if you notice, the vast majority of people in the army right now, in the military right now, who are getting demoted, right? Because there's no confidence in their ability to govern, right? It's majority white women. It's these goofy ass white progressive women. Because all they care about is seeing more women. They don't care what happens to other people. And on top of that, they hate men. They hate white men. They hate black men. They just hate men, period. It's enough. Hey, Mupia. It is enough. Stop demonizing every white man. Every white man is not bad. And there are a lot of white men out here who have done great work, great research, great progress. And today we sit here and we benefit because of these white men. Every white man is not an evil person. Every white man is not an evil person. They sat here and demonized this man. They demonized this man. They demonized his wife. They went on Instagram and insulted this man. They went on Instagram. They cussed at his wife. You don't even know these people. Don't even know these people. Hey, Janet, just go and attack people. Quick to attack, slow to listen. Quick to attack, slow to listen, slow to take reflection. You know what? Maybe I don't like what he's saying, but I can't deny the fact that, you know what? He has war experience. He has gone to war. And the man said, when you have a combat zone and you combine the man and the woman, it leads to casualties, sometimes worse. And exactly the worst it happened. The worst happened. The worst has happened. And we've had the worst traffic. We've had the worst airplane crash in the past 15 years because a woman was flying the helicopter. A woman was flying that helicopter. People have died. We haven't had this issue for the past 15 or 12 years. And now that a woman is flying this helicopter, over 64 people are dead. So yes, these people, these goofy ass liberals, these goofy ass Democrats, these goofy ass progressive, they make everything about race and gender. We're going to make this crash about her race and her gender. She was a white woman. She was a white liberal woman, and she killed people. And she killed people. And because of her, people are dead. People are dead. Bunch of children are dead. People went to the airport. So many people were waiting at the airport to pick up their children. And they saw their babies being blown up in the air. How would you feel if you saw your family member being blown up to pieces in the air? How would you feel if you saw your children being blown up into pieces in the air? How would you feel if they had to rescue your child's body from the Potomac when the water is so cold? It is so cold. How would you feel if you're a parent and you have to go to the morgue? You got to go to the morgue. You got to go talk to the mortician. You got to go see your baby at the morgue. Your baby is in the freezer. Your baby's in a box. How you going to feel? How you going to feel? No. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I will make this about her gender. I will make this about her race. These goofy ass Democrats, they make everything about race. They make everything about gender. It was a white woman who killed those children. She did it. She's responsible. She is responsible. She doesn't get to be called she doesn't get to be called a hero. She doesn't get to be protected. Y'all don't get to wipe off the internet and try to save her and paint her as something that she is not. She was reckless. She was reckless. She was incompetent. She was not qualified. She did not have enough flying hours. And that's what we're going to say. And we're going to keep saying it. And we're going to keep saying it. And we're going to keep saying it. You people are so obsessed with race and gender. We're going to talk about her race. We're going to talk about her gender. And we're going to talk about how she was not qualified to fly a $100 million helicopter in a busy, congested commercial airway, not far from the Capitol, not far from the Lincoln Memorial, not far from the Pentagon, and not far from the White House. We're not going to stop talking about it. We are not going to stop talking about it. We are not going, y'all love talking about this race and gender stuff. We're going to do it. We're going to give y'all exactly what you want. Because for the past 8 years, all we've had been fed, race, gender, sexual orientation, race, gender, sexual orientation. We're going to make this about her race and her gender. We're going to make this about her race and her gender. Because these people's kids, they're gone. People's children are gone. People are not going to get their kids back. People are not going to get their children back. And these parents have to go get their babies at the morgue. Who even knows if these kids are not dismembered? How do we know that these children are not dismembered? How do we know that these children are even recognizable? Can you imagine? Like you have to go get your baby, your child at the morgue. Oh my gosh. Stefan is 10 years old. Stefan is 10. Trey is 14. I'm like, oh my gosh, these people, these kids, they have the same age as my children. And then you have to go to the morgue. You got to go identify the body of your baby. Why? The kids, they were just 2 minutes away. They were so close to the tarmac. Look at what you did. babies. Their bodies are not big enough to fight. They don't have these reflexes. And they're skaters. So not only are they babies, but they're very small. They're very thin. They're very thin. Maybe if we had more adults on that plane, we would have had more survivors. But an 11-year-old, how can we expect an 11-year-old to know how to swim in the Potomac? How can we expect an 11-year-old to have situational awareness to take off his belt and then start swimming in the Potomac? These are children. These are children. I think even moving forward, they should limit the amount of kids who get to be on a flight. It's just too many kids. Just too many kids. You know what I'm saying? We should not have a plane that has over 10 kids. It's too many kids. It's just too many kids. It's just too many kids. It's too many children. It's just too many kids. Y'all got to separate these kids. Maybe 5 or 10 kids per flight. You know what I'm saying? Stagger the kids. You can't put all these children in one plane. It's too much. It's too much. It's just too much. It really is too much. It really is too much. This is a lot. This really is a lot. This is a lot. I'm like, look at what you've caused. Look at what you've done. Oh my gosh. I haven't had peace. I haven't had peace since this flight. I can't sleep right. I can't think right. I can just keep freaking out. I keep freaking out. I'm like, Jesus. Oh my God.
And when you actually go into the hood, again, and I got response. I've got 99% positive response to this. A little bit of pushback. But when you actually break down what they did in the studies to open the door for women in combat, they just ignored them. Mm-hmm. So the Marine Corps was the only service that actually tried to fight back and say, and now obviously I'm exempting special operations, which thus far has held the line fairly well. Because if they were lowering the standard to become a Navy SEAL, just to let women inside the Navy SEALs, that's going to change the capabilities and ethos of the Navy SEALs, except for a very small example of some, female super soldier who's capable of doing it. But because of how Washington works, they're going to change the standards. They're going to push for quotas. We have numerous quotes in the book of, no, these standards aren't changing. They're just evolving. Okay? They're just evolving.
Okay.
To meet the needs of today.
They're not getting tougher.
They're not getting tougher. No. So they're getting lower. Take someone like Milley. He was calling down to individual units to make sure they had female company commanders after they graduated from Ranger School. What's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs doing pushing company command slots for? It's all an agenda. It's all to say, oh, we have this first, or we have this, that. So that's proliferated everywhere. The reason women started getting in combat is because of forward support companies, and they were, we were integrating a lot of the rear echelon activities into BCTs, brigade combat teams, that were now deploying forward as an entity. And so you had women truck drivers or fuel or mechanics on these convoys in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then they'd be ambushed or hit by IEDs, and suddenly now you have women in combat. That's maybe a modern reality in a 360 battlefield. That's different than intentionally saying, we're going to put women into combat roles so they will do the combat jobs of men, knowing that we've changed the standards in putting them there, which means you've changed the capability of that unit. And if you say you haven't, you're a liar.
So please tell me, what this man is saying right here, how does that make him a racist? What this man is saying right here, how does that make this man a racist? Is he not making sense? He's saying if it happens naturally, so be it. But to say, oh, if we have 50 men going to combat, we have to make sure that we equally have 50 women going to combat. Why? Egomaniacs. These people are psychos. They are sociopaths. They just want to create chaos. Chaos for the sake of chaos, right? Why do you say, oh, if we have 50 men going into combat, we must have 50 women going to combat? Then they're going to say, oh, we must have 50 trans women also going to combat. Okay, then, another 50 trans men going to combat. Why? It's a combat zone. You need to make sure that you have the best people there, because these 50 people that you want to see there just for the sake of seeing them there because they got vaginas, right? If they get hurt, are you going to fly from Washington and go help these people? No. The soldiers who are there are not going to have to worry about these people because they had no business being there in the first place. So you see, when you're obsessed with quotas, you are completely neglecting, you're overlooking the safety of other people, right? Because those 50 men, are they really just there because they're men? Or is it because these are the best 50 men to go into combat, right? Most likely, they're the best. So they've earned their spot. It's so funny how these diversity people, these DI people, right? It's so funny how they talk about inclusion, this and that, but they're always dismissive of other people who have to earn their spot. Earn it, right? If we have 50 men, whether they be white man, black man, all kinds of stuff, do we really think they just randomly picked up them people? Do we really want to believe that? You really think that in America, when it comes to the American military, right? If we have 50 Marines or we have 50 men from the Army or we have 50 men from the Air Force going into combat, so these people just happen to be there because they're men. Seriously? Are you that dumb? Are you an idiot? And if that's how you think, you have no business being in any position of leadership in the U.S. Army. You are a threat to our national security. You're a fucking clown, because you should know. Don't just look at their gender. Look at their files. If you looked at their file, you would know why these men are there. They probably have the fastest running time. They probably, when they go to the range, they probably never miss. They probably know how to fly. There's a reason why these men are there. No, you want to just grab a bunch of women just because they're women and say, you know what? Hey, let them go too. And now you're going to hold these men back. You're going to hold them back. Because when you have a team, you're only as fast, you're only as quick, you're only as powerful as the weakest member on the team. And it's about time that a lot of women understand that they're weak. People need to say that shit out loud. The women, we are weak. We are weaker than men. Exactly. Because, and then who gonna watch that game? Imagine basketball full of small, puny Asian people, small Indian people. Like, what the heck? We're not gonna watch that stuff. But even when basketball, when the NBA is predominantly black, right? Hey, Elena, we know dang well that on top of that, these are not just random black boys. These are the best black boys in basketball, right? So you can't just say, oh, they're just there because they black men. Incorrect. You're full of shit. These are the best black men in basketball. That's why they made it that far. Then after that, it's the G League, right? So these are, okay, second best. But you don't become a professional basketball player for the most part, unless you're Bronny James, right? If you haven't earned it. So it's not just, oh, they're just here because they're black. No, you're full of shit. They're here because these are the best black men to play basketball all around the world. That's it. But the thing about goofy ass women, progressive, feminist, misandrists is that they just see gender because they're dumb as fuck. They're dumb as shit. That's why I can't stand a racist, a bigot, or whatever. You're dumb as shit because all you see is what your eyes can see. You're so limited. You're so intellectually contrite. You're a fucking idiot. You are a fucking idiot. Because only an idiot can look at a person and judge a book by its cover. Oh, he's only here because he's a man. Oh, he's only here because he's a white man. Oh, he's only here because he's a black man. Your dumb ass. With your low ass reading score. Read the damn book. It's not that hard. And that you will realize that these people have qualifications that you don't have. They have years of experience that you don't have. There's a reason why a lot of people consider LeBron James to be the GOAT. It's not just because he's black. It's not just because he's super tall. LeBron's is about that life. Like, he really is about that life. This man spends over $1 million on his body, training his body. Do you have that kind of dedication? Okay? You compare LeBron James to Grant Hill. How many times did LeBron get hurt? How many times was he injured playing this game? How many times did LeBron sit out a season? Compare that to Grant Hill. They don't compare. Because somebody really was out here training for real, right? Because this man, LeBron, is a freak of nature. He is a freak of nature. The best, like when you see Stephon Curry and the stuff that Stephon does, like pew, 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 you think he just woke up out of bed and because he's a black man, that's why every time he goes like this, it goes in there? No. They said this man, he spends 8 hours a day doing threes. Pew, pew. He's done it so much now that he can just throw the ball and just walk away. But he's earned that. He makes it look easy. And I think that's the problem with a lot of these goofy ass feminists, a lot of these goofy ass misandrists, these goofy ass women progressive, right? They have no respect for putting in the work. They don't want to work. They don't want to compete. They want to be given stuff. Same goofy shit with Kamala Harris, another DEI, lazy AF. How you gonna take a person 2 weeks to train for one debate? 2 weeks? It takes you 2 weeks? You are crazy. You are seriously crazy. Oh, Dia, the girl is mediocre. They ask her a question, can't answer the question. Then why are you vice president? Why are you vice president? And this lady right here, she was the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. Completely unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. The lady talk, you think she drunk. Like, does she drink? Like, are you an alcoholic? Like, what's going on? What is going on? They're a bunch of mediocre-ass people. They're just mediocre. They're in love with the title. They want the success. They want the title. They want the glory, but they don't want to do the work. They don't want to put the time in. They don't want to suffer, don't want to sacrifice, right? You compare the vast majority of these women today, even to Hillary Clinton, even to Condoleezza Rice, and they don't compete. Like Hillary Clinton, everybody knows she's qualified. She's just evil. Condoleezza Rice, everybody knows she's qualified. She's just evil. Because once upon a time, there was a lot of women out here that actually knew how to compete and knew how to work hard. They didn't need no special program, right? But today, the vast majority of women in positions of leadership, they don't deserve it. They do not deserve it. It's a handout. It's a handout to these crazy narcissists at the expense of public safety. Oh, no. Catherine, what's her name? Herschel, the governor of New York. She's a whole mediocre person. And they did everything in their power to get rid of Cuomo, to put that governor out there. She sucks. She's horrible. New Yorkers are not safe with this lady. Do all kinds of foolishness. She's riding the metro, trying to tell people the metro's safe, and the very next day, a woman is doused in flames and gasoline on the metro line. Mediocre. They're so mediocre. But like, no, oh, no, she's a woman. No, we don't care. Get out the way. You cannot do the job. Get out of the way. They want to bamboozle you, coerce you to join some goofy-ass sisterhood of non-accountability where you just agree with everything because you're a woman too. I'm not just a woman. I'm a citizen. I'm a human being. I'm a child of God. I'm a mother. And most importantly, I'm a woman who appreciates common sense. And if it don't make sense, I don't want it. And DEI, it don't make no sense. Because it's causing more harm than it's causing more good. It is causing more nation, like the nation is so divided. It's not bringing unity. Why? Because the results are not there. The results are not there. But like the harm is definitely there, though. A lot of people get harmed. A lot of people are experiencing discrimination. People are starting to die. Right? How does the nation benefit from actual discrimination being implemented by the federal government? How is that supposed to create national, like what's called national unity? Make it make sense? No. DEI must die. DEI must die, and it will die in the name of Jesus. And we're going to go back to a time when now everything is about meritocracy. If you're not willing to study hard, if you're not willing to prove yourself, if you are not willing to put the time in to have this thing, then get out of here. We are tired of these manifestation queens thinking that because I manifest, therefore I deserve. No, you're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to work hard for it, and you're going to have to earn it. And we also have to keep these men safe because protecting this country is hard work. It's hard work. Let these men do their job in peace. Stop trying to be a distraction for these men, okay? Let the men in the military, let the men in the Navy and the Air Force, let the Coast Guard, let these men do their job. Get the freak out the way because you want to grab a picture, because you want to go all around like the Instagram. Oh, this is the first so-and-so. This is the first woman to be so-and-so. That's all you care about, titles and titles and titles. You don't care about service. You're not here to serve. You're here to serve yourself at the expense of us. You want to be the first this, the first that, the first this. We don't care. We don't care about these goofy ass titles. We want to be safe. We want to be safe. And I hope that there's so much outrage that even these airline companies by tomorrow. Tomorrow's Monday, right? I want American Airlines, United. Who else is out here? Spirit, Southwest. I want all these airlines to come out by next week telling us that they too are doing away with DEI. If these pilots do not have enough flight hours, we don't want them. Because we're not going to board your flights. We will not board your flights unless you can guarantee that every pilot has the same amount of hours. They need to all have the same hours. So if it's 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 flight hours, if they don't have it, they ain't flying the plane. They're not flying the plane. Okay? I need all these airline companies to come tomorrow and tell us that they are doing away with DEI. And that they're going to install meritocracy, even way more. Whatever's above meritocracy, that's what we want. No more. You're not going to hire people because of their gender, their skin color, especially when we're talking about putting people's lives at risk. No. You're going to go and find the best people for the job. Because when people get on these flights, people want to make it home. People have children to go home to. People have families to go home to. People have their houses to go home to. People have their friends to go home to. Nobody gets on a plane to die. Nobody does. And all these airports also need to do away with this goofy ass DI and the FAA, all these white people that you disqualify because they happen to be white men, them 3,000 people that you purge. You need to go find these people, apologize to these people, and you better staff air control towers with those people expeditiously. Y'all gonna stop killing people. You will stop killing people. You will stop holding people hostage because you have a point to make about gender diversity or whatever it is. We don't care. You will no longer hold people hostage out here because we've been held hostage by these goofy ass policies. No more, no más. Because safety first. Safety should always be first. And if there is an overrepresentation of white men, then so be it. If that's what it takes to keep us safe, let the white man fly that damn plane. Hey, boo. If there's an overrepresentation of black men, then so be it. Sometimes that's what it is. Just because there's an overrepresentation does not mean that there's discrimination or that there's racism. No. Causation, correlation, not always related, okay? No. You can't just imply things like that, right? But if now we have an overrepresentation of white men who are pilots, then so be it. If that's what it looks like to keep everybody safe, then that's what it looks like to keep everybody safe. Because we are done leaving these nut jobs of progressive people in charge of some of the most vital branches of the U.S. government. It's enough. It is enough. It is enough. It is enough. In China, they don't have girls doing this in China. Okay? In Russia, they don't have girls doing this in China. In Russia. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. There is a reason why. Okay? So when it comes to certain things, especially matter of national security, we're going to put men where the men deserve to be. Okay? We're going to put these men where they deserve to be. And we're going to put these women where they also deserve to be. Men and women are not the same. And it is what it is. You don't like it? Oh, well, you're already born. Maybe another lifetime, you can be a man. In this one, you're a woman. Okay? Make the best out of it. Foolishness. Like just straight up foolishness.
Because everybody knows between bone density and lung capacity and muscle strength, men and women are just different. And so if you want to, I'm okay with the idea that you maintain the standards where they are for everybody. Mm-hmm. And if there's some, hard charging female that meets that standard, great, cool, join the infantry battalion. But that is not what's happened. Yeah. What has happened is the standards have lowered. Yeah. Because the general comes by and asks a question. You know what questions are when generals ask questions. They're just a command. Lieutenant or captain or major, why aren't there more women in your unit? That means get some more women in your unit now. And that moves all the way through the training pipeline. And so I'm surprised there hasn't been more blowback on that already in the book, because I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. It hasn't made us more effective, hasn't made us more lethal, has made fighting more complicated. Yep. Most of them actually are. A lot of them are pushed, I shouldn't say most, but many are pushed into a combat track because they're so highly capable. But if they had their first choice, it probably wouldn't be that. An 11 series job, armor or infantry. So, the Marine Corps did the study and integrated units, meaning male, female, did drastically worse than all-male units. Yeah. And Ray Mabus, who was the Secretary of the Navy in 2015, said, oh, fuck your study.
Exactly. Why? Because when you have a team, the team will only be as strong as the weakest member of the team. And those will most likely be women. And you see it. You see it. That's why when it comes to sports, we have women's sports and we have men's sports. There's a reason for that, right? That's why we have a league for men and we have a league for women, because they can't keep up with the man. If by nature it was easy for women to keep up with men, everything would have been co-ed from the jump. We wouldn't have needed federal laws. It's not that hard. It ain't that hard, right? Women would have always been as efficient, as lethal as men since the beginning of time, but they haven't. They're never going to be, because genetically we're not built this way. Muscle mass, lung capacity, wump. Like, we're really not built like that. We're not built like this, right? We're not built like this. But like I said, one thing about woke people, progressive people, liberal people is that they live in opposition. They have an adversarial relationship with conventional wisdom, with facts of nature, with science. Like they just hate the way God made the world. They just live in an adversarial mindset with God. They just hate everything God has declared. If God says, okay, woman go here, man go here, like, oh, why we gotta do that, right? They're always living in opposition with the will of God. They are crazy. And that's why they lack wisdom. They truly, truly, truly lack wisdom. And that's why these people cannot be trusted. They cannot be placed in positions of power because they're going to hurt people. They are truly going to hurt people. Right? And they're going to hurt people. And you even think about this. Like when you see a white, goofy ass, progressive, white liberal woman doing something foolish like this right here, right? She's even hurting our own woman group because, oh, yeah, you see, it's a white woman. It's a white woman. And now even white women who don't agree with this foolishness are getting dragged to the foolishness. Because that's the thing. These people are ego-driven. And they're not thinking about, okay, if I mess up, I'm representing my community. If I mess up, I'm representing my female group. Like if I mess up, I represent the sisterhood. So I'm a representation of a whole lot of people. So I got to be mindful of what I do. No, they are willing to risk it all to prove to a man that they can do whatever a man can do. They don't care about the casualties, don't care about what happens if it goes wrong, what happens if you can't do it, what happens if. They never consider that side because they're a bunch of narcissists. And you cannot have people like that. You cannot have people like that in the army. It is extremely dangerous. First, the equipment is expensive. There's a lot of killing equipment, right? And you don't want ego-driven people to have access to killing machines. You don't want ego-driven people to have access to killing machine. And the mere fact that when you're not really built for something and you want to do it no matter what, you're going to overcompensate because you were never meant to do that. When a woman tries to keep up with a man, she'll probably be even more aggressive, more crazy because she's overcompensating. She's trying to prove to this man that she can be just as much of a badass. No, you cannot. You're overcompensating, right? We see the same thing with the women who identify, the lesbian women who identify as studs, right? They're not men. So what they do is they do the very most. They do the very most. They do way more than most men actually do. And that's why, for the most part, when you see a lot of these studs, they are extremely toxic. They display toxic male behavior because they're overcompensating. They have no idea what a man is. They go off what they see in the videos, what they see on TV, what they see on social media. Oh, yeah, well, I guess that's what a man does, right? So you're overcompensating. And people who overcompensate usually cause the most harm because you're doing too much. Because you lack the experience to know when it's enough. Like, okay, this right here is just enough. I got to stop. You're not going to know when to stop because you're overcompensating. And when people are overcompensating, we should not give these people access to deadly weapons. That makes no sense to me.
We're doing it because that's what the Obama administration wanted, and everything else changed. So I'm not saying that was the only point, but and I don't know if that'll ever change. I mean, imagine the demagoguery that would come on in Washington, D.C. if you're actually making the case for, we should scale back women in combat. And as the disclaimer for everybody out there, and I'm not really in the disclaimer business, like we've all served with women and they're great. Mm-hmm. It just, our institutions don't have to incentivize that in places where not traditionally, over human history, men in those positions are more capable.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue. I think women, I have to give my opinion here, I guess. I think women do have a place in combat if they want it. I think there are certain units that they need to stay out of or create their own, because when you've said,
and this is the thing, because and this is why a lot of people voted for Donald Trump. This right here is why a lot of people voted for Donald Trump, because people got sick and tired of being scared of stating facts. Yo, we had got to a point where it's like, you can't even say the truth now because the truth is so offensive. The truth is so diabolical. The truth has to be censored. It is insanity, right? You see how he's talking because he got to think about, he's on YouTube. He don't want to get demonetized, because he knows YouTube is extremely liberal. YouTube is an extremely progressive app, right? It's extremely liberal. So when you're on this app, you have to submit to the gods of YouTube because they want things to go a certain way. You understand me? right? But should a man have trepidations to say women should not be in combat? Hey, Shishi, should a man have trepidations to say that? No, because even me, if you have a good heart, why would you ever want to put a woman in combat? What if she gets captured as a POW? Can you guarantee her safety? Like, what are the odds? What are the odds of the foreign adversary capturing her and most likely wanting to sexually assault her? You know what I'm saying? And then if a man gets captured, are they going to try to sexually assault him? No, they might torture him, but they're not going to try to penetrate the man, right? But she might get penetrated. Do you really want that on your conscience? Right? What if you put a woman in combat and then she gets blown up in pieces? You know, even if a man gets blown up, it's not the same. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, that's kind of messed up. He got blown up. But you know what I'm saying? That's still a man, though, right? He's a man. Like, we are, as a human civilization, like, we expect men to make these types of sacrifices. And we expect men to be comfortable with whatever comes with these sacrifices, right? Not that we're sitting here wishing for men to get blown up, but it happens, right? What if you put a woman in combat and then she gets shot in the leg and now she's amputated? Would you be comfortable with, like, yo, I put this young woman in combat and now she's missing a foot, she's missing a leg, right? What if you put this young lady in combat and then she gets doused with acid or fire and now her entire face is just unrecognizable? Would you feel comfortable? And all these goofy ass people in the military who are doing this, right? Would they put their daughters? If you have a daughter, would you put your daughter in combat? Would you put your niece in combat? So I think even like in a human perspective of it all, I think it's incredibly cruel to even want to put women in combat. I will never if I was in charge, I'm never putting a woman in combat. This is not for you. It's extremely dangerous. What kind of sick person, what kind of sick person would want to see women in combat? You are a sociopath. You are sick. You're a psycho. Because everybody's natural urge is to protect women. It is not to put women. Oh my gosh, you know what? This is a lie. Maybe this is a lie. Okay. It's not to put women in situations where they can get harmed, where they could be sexually assaulted, where they can lose their limbs, when they can get disfigured. What the heck? Where are the men? If we have a nation that doesn't have men, if we have a nation of like where most of our men are dying, then I understand. I understand the necessity of having women in combat because we have no men. But when we have a country that has a whole lot of men, there's no need for women to be in combat. Like, you see what I'm trying to say? It's like being on a plane. Just because you have a life jacket, does that really mean you want to use it? No. It's nice to know you have access to it, but you would prefer not to use it. It's the same thing. As long as we have men who are competent, men who are valiant, men who are brave, men who can do the job, we have no reason to want to see women in combat. You know what I'm saying? If we no longer have men, if all of our men are dead, then out of necessity, then we hire women and we place the woman in combat. Nowadays, we're not placing women in combat out of necessity. We are putting them in harm's way for the sake of virtue signaling. That's it. For the sake of saying, hey, look at me, I'm sanctimonious. Oh, look at me, I'm open-minded. Look at me. That's it. There's no real need. It's just a vanity metric. This DI shit, it's all about vanity. DI is a vanity metric because when you measure it and when you look at the outcome, there's no benefit. Nobody wins. Nobody gets anything. Society gains nothing at all. It causes more confusion. It causes liabilities. It causes harm. It causes people to get hurt. It causes people to get hurt. And even if you're a black person and you mess with a DI black person, if you get hurt, you're not going to think it's funny. Never, oh, you know, you hurt me, but you black, so it's okay. You're not going to feel that way. Stop capping, right? If a DI person is hired and they're black and they cause you harm or they harm your child, you're not going to say, oh, you know what, sis, it's all good, girl. As long as you have the job, girl. As long as you have the job, girl. No, you're not going to say that. I want to speak to your manager. Why are you here? Okay? Why are you here? You understand? So I'm like, what the heck? We got to do things out of necessity. It is not a necessity. These are just artificial quotas that these people pull out their butts. And now they just want to see what they want to see because representation matters. No, it does not matter. Representation does not matter. It does not matter. Competency matters. We need people who are competent. That matters. Because when you hire competent people, everybody's going to be safe. And on top of that, when you hire competent people, it makes everybody be involved with the stakes. Because if you feel as though, okay, everybody here really earned their job, so now I feel more comfortable working hard because I know if I work hard, I will be rewarded handsomely, right? But when people start to feel as though it's not work who got you here, that's not work that got you here, it's not your commitment that got you here, it's not your grades that got you here. So now you discourage people into working hard. Okay, what's the point of working hard? Because if you work hard, you ain't gonna get the job. If you're mediocre and you have low grades in science in high school, you don't get the job. And that's the problem with socialism, is that socialism and communism disparage people who work hard. Because honestly, what do you stand to gain for working hard? You're not going to get anything. You're going to be treated just like the person who's mediocre. And is that really, you got to sit down sometimes and think about that. Is that the kind of society you want to live in, where people feel as though there's no purpose, there's no good, there's no use in like trying hard? Because when you try hard, you have the same outcome as somebody who didn't try hard. I don't care how blackety black you think you are, right? Do you truly want to have the same reward? Do you really want to have the same salary as somebody who's black who didn't work hard? No, you're not going to like it. That's why you see all this blackety black stuff. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's just because, oh, well, we have to fight white people for the sake of fighting white people because we see racism and everything. First and foremost, see yourself as an American. First and foremost, see yourself as a U.S. citizen, okay? See yourself as an American and stop trying to be tribal. Because my point is, if you have a job, if you are hired by a company and you work with other black people and you see them at they always taking breaks, they always talking, they're always chatting, they're always in the break room, they barely work, and you take your job seriously, and then you find out that one day you and these people make the same amount of money. How's that gonna make you feel? You're like, oh, you know what? It's okay because they're black. You know, I know they don't work hard. I know they're always goofing around. I know they always play too much, but you know what? It's cool. We black, so it's okay. No, that's not going to be your attitude. You're going to be pissed. Why? Because it's not fair. Because just because you're black, you're not trying to get paid the same amount of money with black people who ain't working hard. Okay? Like, no, pay me what I'm worth. Oh, so you understand that just because we're black, we're not worth the same. There you go. Right? So that's why this whole goofy ass blackity black identity, it don't make no damn sense. Because when it comes time to wages, nobody's going to say, oh, because I'm black, I will take a demotion. Oh, because I'm black, I will take a pay cut so I can be paid just like every other black person. You yourself don't even want to be homogenous with a majority of black people. You yourself don't even want to be paid the same as most black people. You want to be paid what you're worth based on your who you are, where you went to school, your degrees, your years of experience, and how much you care about your job. Oh, okay. So we start to realize that all this goofy shit about, skin color, it don't really matter. Because you can put 100 black people here, and you say, okay, y'all, since y'all black, we're going to pay you all the same. Who's going to agree to that? Who is going to agree to that? Nobody here is going to agree to that. No one. No one. Even a family, take a family. Okay, since y'all family, y'all black, y'all family, we're going to pay all y'all the same. No. That's not how life works. Because we expect our pay to match our experience. We expect our pay to match our efforts, our education, right? Your pay is like tailor-made for you. You know what I'm saying? You don't want ready-to-wear type of paycheck. You don't want a ready-to-wear type of salary. You want a salary that matches what you do, what you bring, your education, what you put in to be where you are today. So even you're not going to agree to be homogenous with all kinds of black people just because they black people. Well, no. I have 10 years of experience. She has 5 years of experience, right? I wish her all the best, but we don't warrant the same pay. I need to be paid more. And that does not make you a bad person. It doesn't make you a bad person. You're not a bad person for saying, I have more years experience than her. I don't have an issue with her as a black person, but her and we don't have the same years of experience. So why are we going to get paid the same? Right? Nobody's going to go for that. Nobody is going to go for that. I can't go for that. No, can do. Nobody's going to go for that because it makes no sense. And you see, and that's exactly what DI is. That's exactly what DI is. And you know, it just happened to Trey. It just happened to Trey. I'm going to show y'all. He had a test. He got a 25 out of 25. But because a lot of students failed the test, the teacher chose to lower the grade so that a lot of people wouldn't fail. And I'm like, son, you've been DI'd. So because some people did horribly, did not study, you lost points in order not to have these kids fail horribly. No, they failed. And I told them, I'm like, you see, you've just experienced DI, you have just experienced socialism, and you have just experienced communism. And it's horrible because when you work hard and somebody takes away your points because some people didn't get enough points, how is that fair? Because you have to work hard to get those points. Nobody gave you your grade. You earned your grade. But now, because these other kids are not doing well, the lady decides to change the grade scale. So she then takes the grade from 25 out of 25 to 25 out of 20, but your 5 points don't count. I'm like, what? Right? I'm like, how's that fair? How's that fair? So if you study hard, okay, but what's the point of studying hard? Because if I do too well, my teacher is going to change the grading scale because somebody didn't study hard. And I said, son, you just got DI. You just experienced communism. You experienced socialism. And the mere fact that your teacher made that decision without even consulting the people who got a perfect score, like, how do you guys feel about that? Is it okay, right? Is it okay if we bring the scale down because some of your friends did not get good grades? No, she never asked anybody. She didn't ask anybody. I'm like, how can you do stuff like this? I'm going to show you the paper. I'm like, Trey, that's exactly what DI is. The boy was really saying, like, mommy, I got cheated. I'm like, oh, well, there you go. That's exactly what communism is. Oh, everybody has to be homogenous. Everybody got to be homogenous. No. People have the right to want to be different. And that, like, and they make it seem as though, oh, you're a bad person because you don't want to be like anybody else. Maybe I will email her. But then his dad was like, he has to learn to stand up for himself. Right? But it's still hard. Hold on. Let me see. Wait a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. I'll show y'all. You gonna see. Trey. Bring your test real quick. Yeah. You gonna see? She took their points. So it's him. There's another boy, this Indian boy also. He got a perfect score. She took their points off. Right? I'm telling your aunties and uncles like that you experienced DI and communism. Yeah. You see, look, y'all see this? Right? So he got a 25 out of 25, but then she took the grade down to a 20 because some kids didn't do well on the test. So how do you feel?
Scammed.
Yeah.
I could have used those 5 points.
Yeah, he said he could have used those 5 points. Like, he was really sad. I'm like, oh, I made him work so hard for this. So I'm like, how is that fair? Like, how is it fair for y'all to just take points away from people? Huh?
It's not fair because
come here, sit right here. So sit right here so your aunties and uncles can hear how you've been DI'd.
Right here.
Yeah.
It's not really even fair. Like, it's not even really fair because I actually studied for it. I got like all the points and everything. And everybody else completely bombed the test.
Mm-hmm.
So she decided to knock off all 5 points, and she didn't even give me extra credit for it. Like, it could have been extra credit or something, but she just let it be 20 out of 20.
Yeah. So your aunties are saying, Auntie Val said, I would tell the teacher I want my points. Auntie Tisha said his dad is right as well. Maybe he speaks up and then follow up with speaking to the principal. Yeah, then you guys get in. Uncle Mark's like, no, absolutely not. Auntie Lacey. But do you guys see what DI does? You see, because I think sometimes people don't even understand that DI also, it affects Black people inversely as well, because you have really intelligent Black kids. Like when we looked at the test, like the FAA test, when they changed the test and it says, okay, did you have a bad grade in high school science? There are Black children who've had A's in high school science. So now they're also losing out. Do you see this? It's like people swear. When I hear a lot of Black people speak about DEI, it's as if we don't have competent Black children. So because now the Black child doesn't have a single parent home, or he doesn't have bad grades, or he doesn't have a bad grade in science, it's like, oh, well, you came from a good family, so you don't deserve this. What? No, because someone like him, he can't write, oh, I had a bad grade in science. No, he has an A. He's taking like, what are you taking for science?
Biology, like 10th grade.
Yeah, he's taking honors biology, right? So right now in honors biology, he has an A, right? He has an A in honors. He's 14. He has an A in honors biology. So if he went to take the test from the FAA where they say, did you have a bad grade in high school science? He would say no. He would say no. So because he said no, they're not going to hire him too. So do people even understand that DEI and like negatively impacts qualified Black people, especially qualified Black men? I'm like, I don't even know. But I was like, I don't even know, Val. Because I'm like, this is socialism. This is communism. How can you do this to people? So first, this is the rule. You say, okay, it's 25 out of 25. And not because you realize that a lot of people have failed. You're like, well, you know what? They can afford to lose 5 points because that's what it is. Since you have 25 points out of 25, you can afford to lose 5 points and they can afford. So you're being penalized. Because now who won? The people who didn't study, they won. Because now that she changed the grading scale from a 25 to a 20.
Like my grade too. Like it's 20 out of 20 insists. So it only gave me 20 points.
You see? You see this? And I was like, son, that's what communism is. This is what communism is. It's this obsession with making everybody equal. And because of that, you see, now you're punishing people. And now he is a black boy. He got DI. I'm like, you see this? But you have black students who are incredibly intelligent. And so when you have questions like, oh, do you have a bad grade in high school science? Did you have a bad grade in high school geometry, whatever? The black boy's like, no, I had A's. Like, oh, well, you didn't. Oh, well. So you had a 2-parent household, so you don't deserve this. I'm like, what is this? Like, what is this? Do y'all see this? So I was like, damn. So him and his friend, what's your friend's name?
Nurpom.
Nurpom is Indian. So they're all, yeah, well, you're Indian, so you're used to doing good, so you can afford to lose your grade. Like, what is this? Like, seriously, what is this? Right? So then moving forward, how do you tell the child, oh, work hard? Because if you work hard and if you keep working hard and your peers are not working as hard, she's going to keep doing this. She's going to keep, okay, oh, this is out of 30 points. But you know what, though? If somebody fails, we'll just make it out of 20 points. This is not how it works. This is insanity. Son, are you studying for your other test?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, study, Cham. Say bye-bye to your peoples.
Bye.
Say bye, family.
Bye, family.
Yeah. Do y'all see how it feels? That's why I said this whole DI stuff is cute and well until it affects your family. You're like, hold up, wait a minute. I thought black people were supposed to benefit. No, it's usually mediocre black people. That's why I told y'all, highly qualified black people do not need special laws. They don't need no help. They know how to do it. I've been telling you this. I said, most likely she is. We're like where we live, it's like we're in a blue city, right? With all kinds of progressive. I told you this, right? You see how it feels. So like imagine if one day you have, like, Mark has a daughter, Val has a daughter, Kevin has a son, and then there's a test that said, oh, did you have a 2-parent household? And then you say yes. Oh, well, you're privileged. What the freak? Because this is where we're going next. They're going to have tests asking people, did you have a 2-parent household? So now if you have a 2-parent household, they'll be like, oh, well, we can't hire you because we are specifically looking to promote people who grew up in a 1-parent household. No. Hold up. Wait a minute. This is insanity. Yeah, this is crazy. This is really crazy. You know what I mean? Yeah. You see this? I'm like, it's like, this is so messed up. This is so messed up. But this is what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. Oh, we think there's a wrong in society, so we have to use laws to fix it. And I'm like, you cannot do this, because even if Kevin's daughter is raised in a 2-parent household, Val's son is raised in a 2-parent household, Mark's child is raised in a 2-parent household, people have to work to make their marriage work. But it's like, no. You are raised in a 2-parent household, so right off the bat, you are discriminated against because people feel as though you're privileged. So now they want to hire people. They want to hire people. They want to prefer people who are from a single parent household. But I'm like, how is that fair? How's that fair? Because you don't think that those parents who are also married want to get a divorce? Like they had moments where they wanted to get a divorce and did not get a divorce, but they're going to penalize the child because the child has a 2-parent household. And I'm like, how's that fair? So like people swear like there's no way that black people can be adversely impacted by DEI. Yes, we can. And most likely so can your children. And you're not going to think it's funny when it happens to you. But I'm like, what the heck? He's like, because he came in, he's like, Mommy, I got cheated. Because, I'm really hard on him for his grade, right? So he was like really happy, but then he was sad. He was like, oh, Mommy, I got cheated because she took away my points. I'm like, what are you talking about? That he shows me the paper. I said, what? So you see, first she gives him 25 out of 25. And I think when she put in all the grades, she realized, oh, crap, we have a problem. A lot of the kids did not study. So then she says to herself, well, he can afford to lose points. Nurpom can afford to lose points, right? So we're gonna take points from those babies to make sure that those who fail don't feel too bad about failing. Let them feel bad about failing. And they can always move into another class. They don't have to be in honors algebra. Because this is honors algebra 2, right? It's algebra 2 honors. You don't have to be here. If you can't do the work, you cannot be here. But y'all know me, I'm extra. Y'all know me, you know I'm extra, right? But Trey, I can have Trey do like 6 hours, 7 hours. Sometimes he can even do 10 hours of math, like nonstop. I am obsessed. I am so obsessed. So I know how hard my son works. Like, it is not a joke. And even last year, like with geometry, honors geometry, I was like, oh, child, I said, God, my son might be dyslexic because he used to have a hard time with like remembering like negative signs. And I thought he was dyslexic. He's an AP. No, right now they're honors, right? I think freshman year and sophomore year, they're called honors. And then 11th grade and 12th grade, then it's called AP class. They'll do AP classes, right? But his entire, like right now, he got all A's and a B+ in intro to world history honors, right? But that teacher, so I got to email him because he does funny things with his scale. But this is what's happening. Like, people are being punished for being brilliant. So I'm telling you, even Black people can be impacted negatively by this whole DEI stuff. Because if you're a Black child and you grew up in a 2-parent household and your parents made, great money or decent money, oh no, you're privileged. Like, what? Hold up, wait a minute. Can you imagine? Like, how would you feel? How will you feel if your child applies for college? Like, you know what? Nah, we're looking for Black people from a single parent household whose parents only made under like $40,000 and da-da-da-da. You're like, hold on, wait a minute, what? That's not fair. And my thing is, any child who grows up in a 2-parent household, they didn't ask for this. Like, how can you fault somebody for growing up in a household with 2 parents? How can you be mad at somebody for growing up in a household with 2 parents where the people made a certain amount of income? This is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity. Yeah. Like, it's really crazy to me. Like, I'm like, son, you just experienced communism. You just experienced socialism. Okay. Now you see. And I'm like, it's not okay. But I'm like, if we don't stop this, this is where it's going next. Oh, you have a 2-parent household? Well, you're privileged. Oh, you have a 2-parent household, and then both of your parents are college educated. Oh, yeah, you're privileged. Oh, you came from a 2-parent household, your parents are college educated, and your parents made over 6 figures collectively. Oh, yeah, you privileged. Like, what? What? That is insanity. I'm like, this is utter madness. This is utter madness. I told y'all know this from the very start. Marlene, I was like, I'm against DEI. I am against this because this right here this is not good. This is so not good. This is not good. Mm-mm.
But it gets complicated. Yeah, it does get complicated, man. I mean, sex happens everywhere. And I talked about this on another one and I got blasted for it. Like, oh, well, you guys should be more professional. Yeah, fuck you. Okay. Like, wasn't there like some senator's aide getting his ass pounded in DC?
In
like,
the
there's
room.
your top people.
In the hearing room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then we got a president getting blowjobs under the desk. Like, give me a break, man. Come on. This shit happens everywhere. Everybody knows it. Happens everywhere in corporate. Happens everywhere in government. Like, it's just humane.
So let me play this again. Right? Let's do it again. Oh.
Plane. If you're about to get on a plane and that plane's going to fly through a hurricane and there's a 50-50 chance of it crashing and dying, do you want a male pilot or a female pilot?
Just a fucking good pilot I want.
That is such a politically correct answer, and it's a lie.
Is that?
We all know you'd want a man to fly that plane. You would not want some woman to walk up the stairs. Hi, guys. We're about to go into the hurricane. You'd be like, what? Whoa. Give me an old white-haired man. Everyone knows it. And I respect your very neutral view on the world. But I'll tell you on my life experience, because this is how we view the world, right? We're all biased. No, we're all biased based on our experiences, right? I have seen so many women fail to park and crash cars and do dumb shit. I do not want a female pilot flying me through a hurricane. I've seen enough female driving of all vehicles to know that that shit is a bad idea. And I want a male pilot. I believe women are better at some things and men are better at some things. I do not believe we're equal and all the same and we can be interchanged. I believe that certain roles suit females and certain roles suit males. Let me ask you another question then, because you're Mr. Non-sexist. Let me ask you another question. Would you drop your child off in a daycare where it was run only by men?
Women only.
Yeah, there you go then. So you do have a gender bias.
Yeah.
So gender bias exists, right?
Yeah,
and it's obviously a generalization. But my point is, in certain roles in society, we trust females, like with our kids, and in other roles, like danger, we trust men. This is general, right?
Right? Hold on.
I agree with men are stronger than women. I don't think anyone can argue that.
If you're telling me if you were to fly into a hurricane and you had the choice between a male pilot and a female pilot, you wouldn't have zero preference at all, Dave.
Not knowing anything about either of them, they're both pro pilots. No, I wouldn't. We're not talking about dunking a basketball.
Well, I would choose a man because I know from my own personal experiences that when shit hits the fan and emotions are high and it's life or death, that the man is more likely to remain calm. And calm is what's going to keep me alive. So I would choose the man. For the same reason, I would choose women to do other things. Let me give you another example then, Dave. If gender roles aren't real and you're now...
No, I think there are gender roles are real. That particular example, though, I'm sure you can have great female pilots.
I never said you couldn't. I said I'd choose a man in that particular situation.
I don't think that's like, I don't know about, I agree with men are stronger than women. I don't think anyone can argue that.
People just want to be PC. But if push came to shove, you really want a man to be in charge of that plane because of the nerves. And my thing is, even when it comes to women also, I would even prefer a woman that's given birth because I'm like, she knows what it is to be under stress for a long period of time. I really do. I would trust a woman that has given birth. I would trust a woman that has given birth before compared to a woman that's never given birth because the type of stress you're under when you go into labor is extremely different. Okay. But it doesn't make people bad for saying I have a preference. Just in case something bad happens, I would prefer to know that it's such person in charge of this. You know what I mean? And I think maybe that's why also a vast majority of like surgeons, especially like extremely specialized surgeons, are probably also men because you have to be calm. And sometimes you can be in surgery for 12 hours, 13 hours, 20 hours. You know, you need people whose nerves are truly, truly, truly calm. Like how many women are actually like neurosurgeons? Just asking a question. Okay. How many women are spine surgeons? How many women are out here like doing these crazy ass surgeries that last like 10 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours, right? How many? We would love to know. Even when it comes to being like to doing plastic surgery, how many women are even plastic surgeons? I would love to know, right? It goes to show like certain gender, I think the male gender handles pressure and stress a whole lot better on average than women do on average, right? So this is why for the safety of all people, we should trust conventional wisdom. Like, you know what? I get that you want to do it, but do you truly have to do it? Is it actually a necessity? Or we're just doing it because we have some goofy ass vanity metric that we're trying to satisfy? And I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know. Okay. But now let's go over here.
I'm Julian Grace. We start with this breaking news at 6 right now. The Army identified the third soldier killed in the mid-air collision.
And they're calling her a soldier. And the thing I didn't even like about the way they framed this, calling her a soldier. She wasn't going to war. She was on an active war site. She's like, you're doing too much. You need to say the pilot. Oh, the third. No, you need to say the pilot. The way they're framing this is to make it seem like she was either a passenger or this helicopter. She was out here really fighting for the nation, protect the nation. No, she was the pilot. Okay. You have to call a thing a thing. No.
Over Washington, D.C. on Wednesday as a Durham native. Captain Rebecca Lobach served as an aviation officer. Her family says she began her military career at UNC Chapel Hill. WRAL's Megan Glover joins us from the Live Center with more on what we're learning tonight. Megan.
Yeah, Julian, just such a devastating update. I do want to go ahead and put a face to the name here. Lobach served as an aviation officer from July of 2019 to, of course, January of 2025. As you mentioned, she went to UNC Chapel Hill. She was a military graduate in ROTC, and her family actually says she was in the top 20% of cadets nationwide. Now, I do want to share a small piece of that statement from her family. It says, in part, we are devastated by the loss of our beloved Rebecca. She was a bright star in all our lives. She was kind, generous, brilliant, funny, ambitious, and strong. No one dreamed bigger or worked harder to achieve her goals. They also shared she achieved the rank of captain, clocked more than 450 hours of flight time, and earned certification as a pilot in command. Again, such a devastating loss, not an update we are expecting tonight, and one that hits very close to home for many people, I'm sure.
I'm sure those tributes will continue to come in.
She didn't even have 500 hours. Initially, they told us that, oh, she had over 500 hours. She only had 400 and something, only 400 and something. And you put this girl in charge of an expensive plane like that, a helicopter like that, a helicopter that probably costs $100 million. She's obviously DEI. You have less than 500 flight hours. And these people are letting you pilot up, oh my gosh, an helicopter that costs over $100 million. They thought you were qualified. 480 hours, y'all. Seriously? If most people work, so think about this. If most people work a 40-hour work week, right? So if she has 400 hours, if she has 480 hours, right? 400 hours would be like, so that's 10 weeks, right? Yeah. Then, okay, so it's about 12. Yeah, so it's 12 weeks. So she pretty much had like 12 weeks of training. So we're supposed to sit here and not believe that this lady is a DI hire. No, she DI. Absolutely. That's exactly what DI is, right? 480 hours is like working 40 hours for 12 weeks. So you only have 12 weeks of training, and you go up in the air like that in a commercial space with all these jets, with all these people, all these lives, with only 12 weeks of training. I need to really know how much this helicopter costs. Hold on. So this guy, he posted, I follow him on Instagram, and he posted this, right? Here she is at the White House being goofy. Okay. Hold on. This is also her. Okay. See, bunch of girls, right? Just like for the sake of it, for the shits and giggles, for the sake of saying, oh, look, we have girls on the planes. We have girls doing what man can't do. We have girls doing what man can't do, right? Playing with people's lives. Okay. Now look. Captain Rebecca Lobach, how you say her name, poses in the White House briefing room January 24th, 2023. That's almost like 2 years ago, right? I'm hoping that people can look past political aspects of this whole situation and look past her race and gender. No, we cannot, because you Democrats, you make everything about race and gender. So it's going to be about her race and her gender. So here she is, right? Here she is also right here. Okay. That's your boy, Sleepy Joe, right? Here she is again. Right? Here she is. Here she is. Okay? And here she is. Right? So this young lady only had 12 working weeks of practice. She had 12 weeks of practice. Let me find out how much this helicopter costs. Hold on. How much? Okay. So they're saying it can go from 7.5 to $40 million. Okay, I don't know which one she was on. Okay. But you see, they say the State Department approved a sale of 12 of these for Sweden for $900 million. See, they can be really, really expensive. But they're saying from 7.5 to 40, maybe even 50, right? Because 12, hold on. Share. Yeah, that's about 75 million, right? So based on what you put in there. Now, I don't know which one she was flying, though, but does it make sense that somebody who only had 12 weeks of training, 480 hours, if you do a 40-hour week, that's 12 weeks. That's not enough. That's like 3 months. 3 months of training, okay? 3 months of flying hours. 3 months of like a 40-hour work week, right? 12 weeks. And they trust this young lady to pilot this bird that can go all the way up to 75 million, right? And a busy, congested commercial airway with bunch of planes containing bunch of precious lives, right? How are we supposed to sit here and not believe that this young woman was a DI hire? Because with when your hours are so low, when you only have like 480 hours, they need to take you somewhere extremely remote, okay, and have you practice out there. Okay, if y'all want to do y'all goofy ass DI stuff, y'all need to go into remote places and play those games out there. Don't do this in the nation's capital. Do not do this in an extremely congested airway, commercial airway. Do not do this with people's lives. This is completely out of pocket. It could have been anybody on that plane. Unfortunately, with this plane, the vast majority of the people on the passengers were children. They were children. Y'all could have taken this lady somewhere out there in Maryland. You could have taken this lady somewhere out there like near Roanoke, some crazy place in a freaking Virginia, right? We have we have the Midwest. We even have the desert. We have a lot of places out here where there's nobody. There's nobody out there. Why don't y'all go train this girl out there? You can let the man fly the helicopter to a remote place. You land the helicopter and then you have her take it back up and then y'all can practice, right? But she's so, like, how old is she? She's so young. She's so inexperienced. And now this is a serious piece of equipment. And on top of that, she can't even tell 200 feet from 400 feet. She's like, what is this? But it makes sense though. 480 hours on the job. That's like you being at the job for 3 months. And they're trusting you with the most expensive piece of equipment, the most lethal piece of equipment. How is this serious behavior? How is this like seriously, how is this serious behavior? And the parents of these kids are going to find all this out. I'm like, the more stuff comes out, I keep crying for the parents all over again. I keep crying for them to realize that this is why your child is dead for this goofy stuff. I really don't know. 480 hours. You take a 40-hour work week. This girl only had 12 weeks of training. About 3 months of training. And then she gets to do this in the nation's capital with all, I'm like, y'all remember when the man showed the thing, right? I'm probably going to play it back, right? Right? But look at all the planes that were there. Hold on. Let me go back to this. Hold on, right? You see? Hold on. Are we here? Right? Do y'all see this? Do you see all, like, these are all commercial jets. These are all commercial jets. Every single jet is full of people. And you're taking a young lady who's like, what, 23, 25, with only 12 weeks, 3 months of training experience. And you're having this young lady fly this expensive piece of equipment up to $75 million per helicopter. 3 months on the job, and you get to fly the most expensive helicopter? Are you currently, is this a joke? No, it's DI. Congested airways, congested airways, commercial airways in the nation's capital, not far from the White House, not far from the Pentagon, not far from the Lincoln Memorial. Like, no, she's not even far from the Capitol, playing these goofy ass games. You see? And this is what Pig Headset was saying, that they are lowering the standards. They try to call this man racist, misogynist, wumpty-wump, the same way they attacked, what's my boy's name? Harrison, right? The football player, right? When he said what he said, these girls, these deranged feminists came outside to attack this man. Did he lie? Did the man lie? That man did not lie. He spoke facts. But when you have an adversarial relationship with conventional wisdom and the way God created gender roles, then of course you're going to be batshit crazy because you're unhinged. You are literally unhinged. Like, you're not normal. Like, you're not okay. You are not okay. These people just hate. They just hate tradition. They hate wisdom. Like, they just hate conventional wisdom and they hate common sense. But this is what it looked like. She could have, I mean, the way, it's so sick to say we're lucky it was just one plane. But who knows how many planes she could have taken down with her foolishness. 480 hours, 12 weeks. That's it. And they're trusting her to do all of this. And then the man, even the guy, Andrew, he never should have went with this bull. He never should have went with this foolishness. Like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. She's not trained enough. But so many men today are afraid to speak up for themselves. So many men today are afraid to be called sexist. They are afraid of being called misogynist. So they behave like simps. They behave like beta males, and they go along with the foolishness. Because for Andrew to even say that we are requesting visual separation, Andrew, this girl only got 12 weeks of experience, and you requesting visual separation with this fool? She only has 12 weeks of experience, and she has the audacity to wear nighttime goggles. And I see why she wore her goggles, because she's not experienced. Because that area right there, you should take off your goggles and you should look at what is going on. And also, like, Andrew, I blame you also. And that's why being a beta and being a simp, you don't help society. You make society worse. Because you should have told your superiors, I'm going to fly this helicopter. We're going to get out of D.C. Once we're out of D.C., I'm going to land the plane. I'm going to land the bird. She can take the bird right back up. But she can't navigate all this. This girl can't even tell 200 feet from 400 feet. Andrew, why did you go along with this foolishness? Why do you go? Why do men, when men know that when you know that a woman can't do something, why don't you just tell her? Why are you afraid of being called a sexist, a misogynist, or whatever? Who cares? Because imagine if you're like, nope, I ain't doing it. Because she can't do it. She can't even tell 200 feet from 400 feet. How are we going to do this? They would have called you a sexist, a misogynist, wumpty-wump-wump, but guess what? People wouldn't have died. People wouldn't have died. Stop being afraid of hurting these people's feelings. Who cares? They want to be in a man-dominated space. They better be ready to toughen up. If they can't take it, then they don't have no business being here. Stop being afraid of hurting these unhinged females' feelings. Hurt their freaking feelings. They need it. But when you know that this young lady cannot even tell 200 feet from 400 feet, Andrew, why are you doing this? Why are you requesting visual separation? Why do you even agree to be her instructor? Why can't she go find some woman to be her flight instructor? Why she got to rely on the man? They always need a man. They always need a man. They always need a man. Why do you have to rely on this man to be your flight instructor? Go find you a female to be your flight instructor. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. But when you, and I'm like, you, Andrew, also, you should have asked this girl a question before you took that girl up there. Like, okay, do you know what 200 feet looks like? Show me real quick. Do you know what 400 feet looks like? Show me real quick. You just can't accept all kinds of foolishness because it's also your life. You have a wife. You have children. If the army's asking you to do something, you have the right to make sure it's safe for you because you have a family to go to. Ryan also has a family to go to. Ryan has a 1-year-old. We can't be playing these goofy ass games because we want to make this girl feel like she's the first girl. She's the first woman to fly the Black Hawk. We don't give a damn about that. People have children to go home to. She can chase her vanity metrics by herself. Go find you a feminist that chose not to have children and let her be your instructor. So that way, if y'all die together. But don't take people with you that have families because you're pursuing your goofy ass vanity metrics. Oh, I'm the first woman to do this and that. We don't care. We don't care. Ryan left a 1-year-old baby. He will, like that boy, he will never remember his dad. Because you had to be a woman that flew a helicopter so you can prove that you can do what a man does. And now a bunch of people are dead. Bunch of kids will not have their parents. Bunch of children will never see their parents. These women are crazy. They are crazy. They are so crazy. And I hope the View also gets taken off. They get taken off the air. I can't do this.
789 contact don't work today. Okay. American 3130 for the funnel.
This is insane.
You're going to see a back and forth now between Reagan Tower and the various aircraft that they have lined up on approach into the airport. This happened at about 8:46 p.m. Last evening, and you can see there's several airplanes lined up. That's typical coming in about that time of night at Reagan. They're talking to American Airlines 3130. Which I think is number 2 for the runway. They're telling them to slow down to their final approach speed because they're separating everybody on the way in. It's going to turn out that American 3130 is a key player in what happens here.
Well, American 3130. Pat 25, traffic just off the Wilson Bridge is CRJ.
Pat 25 is the helicopter that ran into the CRJ 700. It was a PSA flight. The flight number is 5342. It would go under the call sign Blue Streak 5342. You don't ever hear them talking to tower. They've already been cleared to land on runway 33. So they would come in on an approach on runway 1, and then they would kind of circle the land on runway 33. It's a little shorter runway, but they take some of the regional jets and they put them on that runway. Pat 25 is the Black Hawk helicopter that is just south of the Woodrow Bridge. And they're they've just taken off. They're airborne. The tower is saying to them, there's traffic. It's a CRJ. It's at 1,200 feet lined up for runway 33. Do you have that traffic? Pat 25 is going to call back and say yes.
It's 1,000 towards the feet, start runway 33. has the traffic in sight requested.
Pat 25 says, has the traffic in sight, request visual separation. What that means is that they're going to take responsibility for visual separation from that aircraft. What happened? Here's
you see, and this makes it even worse. Now that I know more and I'm watching the video again, like it makes it worse because for you to say we want visual separation and we accept responsibility, knowing that this girl only has 12 weeks of working experience. And you see, and that's why I said yesterday that I had, was it yesterday that, or the day before, that I took a strong issue with the air traffic controller saying, okay, well, that's fine. And if you accept responsibility, that it's cool, it's fine. Like, no, because you don't know who's there. You don't know the pilot. You've never met this pilot. How can you be so flippant and say, oh yeah, I'm going to give you, what's it called? I'm going to grant you visual separation because you just so happen to fly a plane. You fly a helicopter by the army. Like you're a soldier. No, I don't know you like that. I don't know you like that. Right? But so somebody with only 12 weeks of working experience is asking for visual separation at such a busy time where there's so much traffic in the air. Do y'all see this? This actually makes it worse. Like if you have 3,000, 5,000 hours, 10,000 hours of flying experience, right? Okay, cool. I feel better giving you visual separation because you have a lot of flying experience. 480 hours, 12 weeks only. You only been at the job for 12 weeks. You're flying this big ass bird that's extremely expensive. Now you want visual separation? Girl, you feeling yourself, huh? Right? Only been at the job for 3 months. Now she thinks she can run the whole company. Foolishness. And this, I'm like, when I was seeing them, like, you see, this is white privilege. I'm like, no, that's what came through my mind. I could be wrong, but that really came through my mind. There's like this just like the sense of arrogance. Oh, I got this, like this arrogance. And we see it. We saw with that girl, the girl who had the company, what's her name? Elizabeth Holmes, right? All kinds of arrogance. Oh, she dropped out of Stanford. So somehow now she knows it all. She knows more than people who have PhDs, right? There's this other white girl who sold some kind of business to JP Morgan, stole $175 million. We see all these white girls pretending to be all these girl bosses. They're usually liberal though. Oh, I'm a girl boss. I'm a girl boss. And in 5 years from now, 6 years from now, we discover it was all a scam. It was all fraud and no product, no database, no nothing. Bunch of lying-ass people. That's why Marlene, I've gotten to a point in my life where I truly fear white liberal women. They're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of liars. Every time they have these businesses, they claim that they're making all this breakthrough research that I never trusted. I never do. Oh, I built this company by myself. Then you go and look into it. There's a man. There's all kinds of men, right? Oh, I have this great machine. I have this great science. I have this. You go and look into it. There's no science. She's lying. It's pseudoscience. The stuff is not working. Elizabeth Holmes, she could have killed a lot of people. She could have killed a lot of people. Her sick obsession. Y'all remember her, right? Some of y'all do. Hold on. Let me put her picture up. Hold on. Okay. Y'all need to see her, right? Y'all remember her? Do y'all remember her? She was on every magazine. They told her she was a genius. White people love to say that stuff, right? White liberals, oh, they love talking about we geniuses, right? Elizabeth Holmes, she had a company called Theranos where she claimed that she could like read your blood, your blood work, and she could help prevent some kind of disease. Y'all, the machine didn't even work. There was no machine. Okay. And when people worked for her, she started exposing her. She started firing people, threatening these people. I mean, it was crazy. She was on the cover of Cosmo magazine. She was on panel, all kinds of foolishness because she was obsessed with being the female Steve Jobs. A lot of these white liberal women truly need to be evaluated. Like they need to go through psychiatric evaluation because they have serious personality disorder. This whole Karen thing, we call it Karen, we laugh, whoa. But I think it's something there's something more ominous underneath that, which is like these women are mentally ill. There is a serious psychiatric disorder because it's not possible. They lie with so much ease. They make up stories. They make up personas about who they are, what they're doing. They're always trying to manifest something. They always have these self-aggrandizement issues. These women need serious psychiatric evaluation. Psychiatrically, these women are troubled. Why do you lie like this? Why do you lie like this? They lie with so much ease They lie on people with so much ease. They say things that never happened, right? Look at even Blake Lively. Look at Blake Lively, another one, okay? And Blake Lively, I will also consider her to be a liberal white woman, right? That's what she is. Lying on this man, Justin Badoni, like this, just lying on this man, saying that this man assaulted her, that he was touching her, that he tried to have intimacy with her without an intimacy coach. The whole time, she's the one inviting this man to her trailer while she's breastfeeding her baby and putting her nipple in her face, right? Telling this man that she has dragons. Y'all, she told this man that she has dragons and that her dragons come out for her. Her dragons will destroy people for her. I'm like, girl, what the freak? Are you a Leo? Like, what is this? She's like, she almost is a Leo though, but she's a Virgo. She's a August Virgo. I'm like, close enough, right? They're all crazy. They're all crazy. Even Taylor Swift, another one. This girl, she's almost like 40. Taylor Swift is a grown-ass woman. She keeps making music like she's a teenager, falling in love with these little boys, right? Just lying to her audience. And that's why Kim Kardashian had to expose her. Like, girl, Kanye called you, sis. And if you were not okay with it, you should have said right then, I am not okay with that. No. She's like, okay, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. But then when Kanye drops the song, she wants to act brand new. Exactly. They have a problem, you guys. Maybe one day when I have time, I will do a whole live about the troubling psychiatry of white liberal women. These women are a menace to society. White liberal women are a threat to society. They are a threat to like national cohesion. These women are sick. They are truly sick. They are truly sick. They just lie and they lie and they lie. Okay. Another one, Sophia. I had to check her on Instagram. I'm like, you, Sophia, you always running some kind of scam. Okay. Sophia Amoruso, the girl who invented Girl Boss, a hot mess. A hot mess. When you see how she ran Nasty Gal, when you read the reviews of Nasty Gal on Glassdoor, this girl is unhinged. She is unhinged. The way she was not paying her bills, she is crazy. She is crazy. But no matter how much evil these psychotic white women do, these are white liberals. They are, please understand. Okay. And I want to make this very clear. The old, because to me, before, when it came to me, I will be quite honest, I would say, oh, white women, I thought they were all the same, right? But recently I have matured and I have realized that no, all white women are not the same. You have liberal white women and then you have conservative white women. Conservative white women, they don't do this. They don't lie like this. They're not obsessed with competing with men. They're not obsessed with money. No, conservative white women are extremely traditional. Like, they just stay out the way. They are extremely patriotic. Like, you know what I mean? I have a lot of respect for conservative white women. White liberal women are the ones I cannot stand. White liberal women are the ones I cannot stand. They lie. They breathe how they lie. They breathe just to lie. Nothing truthful comes out of their mouth. They're agents of chaos. They are agents of chaos. They have deep psychiatric trouble. There's no reason why a woman would just lie like this. They lie on demand. They cry on demand. They lie and they cry. They cry and they lie. They're always lying about their numbers. They're always lying about their sales. Another one. Who else, right? Right? Another one. Kris Jenner. Another one. Another psycho. She is a psycho. This woman is a psychopath. I don't like the way people are impressed by her because I guess she looks good and she wears expensive clothes and she has lots of money. But besides that, what Kris Jenner has done to her daughters, it is inhumane. It is inhumane. Like sometimes I look at Kylie Jenner and I cry for that girl because Kylie didn't even have a childhood. She was 15, 16, already dating Tyga, a grown adult. And her mother did that because she wanted her daughter to be famous. She's always out here pimping her daughters. Kris Jenner is a pimp. She is a pimp. This woman she's not a good person. Like most mothers, most good mothers, especially if she was a conservative, traditional white woman, right? If she heard that her daughter had a sex tape, she would hire all kinds of lawyers to destroy the sex tape, burn the sex tape, do all kinds of stuff with the sex tape. Like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. No, not Kris Jenner. She's a liberal. She's a white woman. She's a liberal. She's in California. This right here is the head of the serpent. What kind of mother hears that her daughter has a sex tape? Like, oh, you know what? That sounds like a great idea. Let's do it again. When Ray J told us that it was Kris Jenner who told them to redo the tape 3 times, how sick can you be? What kind of mother watches her daughter have sex on a tape and is not freaked out? It's like, oh yeah, maybe next time do this. Next time do more of this, right? Oh, next time put your leg over here. Next time maybe you need to moan a little louder. What kind of mother does this? She messed up her children. She messed up her children. Look at Rob. Look at Rob. He's nowhere to be found. She's so unhealthy. Look at what she's done to Kim. Look at what she's done to Kylie. Look at what she's done to Courtney. Look at what she has done to Chloe. Look at what she's done to her daughters. This woman exploits her children. She's their manager. So she makes money off of her children being these sexual icons, whatever you call them. This is so weird. This is so weird. They need their mothers. You look at Kylie, you look at Kylie, you look at Kendall, you feel sorry for them because their mom is a pimp and their daddy wants to be a woman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they have big closets, they have lots of followers, but it's like they need their dad. No, their daddy's out here wearing heels, deciding whether or not he should keep his penis or not. Like, how is this okay? How is this okay? These people have money, but they ain't got no soul. They don't have morals. They don't know God. They live their lives in opposition to the will of God. These people are crazy. They are seriously crazy. They're like, what about the girl, Jonathan Majors? Like, what's her name? Right? Another one, right? This lady right here, she lied on Jonathan. She's chasing him. She's pursuing him, about to beat this man up, right? But yet, she's the one. What's her name? Jabari, right? Did all this foolishness, chasing behind the man, lying on the man, only for her to do what? Now she wants to drop the case. Why you want to drop? Like, oh, now she wants to drop the charges. She wants to drop this. She wants to drop that. Girl, please move around. Like, go somewhere. Go somewhere. You see? Now she wants to drop the lawsuit after she's hurt this man. These women are dangerous. They are dangerous. I am telling you, the vast majority of white liberal women are psychiatrically troubled. They are mentally unwell. They are psychiatrically unwell. These ladies need to have their heads checked. They're not okay. They are seriously not okay. The vast majority are sociopaths. That's why they lie with so much ease. These girls would just lie. They would just lie. They would just lie. Recently, also, you had Scott Torch, his ex-girlfriend. His baby mama. She got caught calling this black guy the N-word. And then she lied and said that, oh, she called him that because he grabbed her butt. He never did. She's like, oh, I didn't know what to do. I was scared, so I lied. I said, so when you're scared, you lie on people? When you're scared, you lie and accuse men of sexual assault? She says she claims she's Ukrainian, so she's European, right? So she's also white. She's in LA. So once again, white liberal woman. They breathe just to lie. You cannot trust these people. These are not trustworthy people. These women, white liberal women, are not trustworthy individuals. They are psychiatrically unwell. Right? And Blake Lively, she made sure not to file a proper lawsuit, but she filed some kind of civil complaint because she knew she was lying. She could have destroyed that man. She could have destroyed that Justin Badoni, however you say his name. She could have ruined him. She didn't care. His family, his children, she didn't care. His career, she did not care. Like, oh, I'm famous. I'm a white woman. I'm blonde. I got a bunch of followers. So if I say you did something to me, these goofy ass fans will believe me, believe all women, and they're going to start attacking people. And that's why for me, Marlene, like from the jump, I was never down with the believe all women because I'm like, all women involves white women. And for me, white women are known for being liars. They're pathological liars. They are comfortable lying. They lie with so much ease. So I cannot say I'm going to trust all women because the person who lied on Emmett Till was a white woman. The person that caused Tulsa, Oklahoma to burn in flames and have maybe like hundreds of black people killed and murdered and lynched was a white woman. Okay? White women are known for lying. And they lie. And they'll die with their lie. They will keep lying knowing dang well it's harming people. They ain't going to take it back. They're not going to take it back. She knows she's lying. She will not take it back. She will go from TV to TV and just lie. The other lady, Justine Carroll, right? What's her name? The one who claimed that Trump. No, Janine, right? Right? What's her name? What's that lady's name? Okay, this lady, right? Oh, Jean Carroll. Okay, sorry. Right? This lady right here, right? I played a video for y'all where she sat there with Anderson Cooper. And she proceeds to tell a story that on a Monday at 12 p.m. inside of Bureau of Goodman, as she was leaving, Trump came in. Trump, the billionaire. Trump, the real estate mogul. Trump that has his face all over the place. Okay. She said that Trump came into Bureau of Goodman, a big-ass store like this on Madison, Fifth Avenue. Trump walked in there. There's nobody in the store. Do we actually believe this? Bureau of Goodman, on a Monday, a billionaire walks into the most luxurious store in New York City. There's nobody there but her. And then Trump says, hey, I know you. Help me shop. What? Then he was like, would you wear this? Then they get on the little escalator. They go up to the lingerie section. And once again, there's nobody there. But somehow, she says, the dressing rooms are usually locked. But that day, all the locker rooms were open. At least there was one locker room. Serendipitously, there was one locker room. There was one dressing room that was open. So Trump was like, oh, so she said to Trump, hey, I want you to try this on. So Trump said, okay. So Trump goes in there and then he grabs her. He pins her against the wall. Then he starts to fondle her. And then he takes down her stockings, right? And I'm like, so all of this is happening at Bureau of Goodman on a Monday at 12 p.m. There's nobody in the store. And we're really supposed to sit here and believe this foolishness. Trump is like 6'3". If he was a dwarf, maybe. I don't know. Right? But you mean to tell me Bureau of Goodman with all their cameras, the managers, every floor has a manager, every department has a manager. Nobody realized that Donald Trump, the billionaire, was in the store. Because I'm like, this story you're telling us, it had to take at least like 20, 30 minutes to happen. So for a whole 30 minutes, there's nobody in the store. There's nobody coming to y'all. There's nobody offering services. You're the only one in there that can help Donald Trump, right? And he has no security. He's just there by himself. We're supposed to believe that. So then Anderson Cooper asked the lady, so did Trump grape you? She was like, no, he didn't grape me. I wouldn't call it that. Then she was like, even grape is actually sexy. Grape turns me on. I think most women have a fetish of being graped. So then Anderson Cooper looks at her like, girl, what? So he's like, you know what? We got to go to commercial break. Just lying. That's all they do. They just lie. These women just lie and they lie and they lie and they lie. And people go along with this. So many white women, so many white liberal women have destroyed people's lives with their lives. And society continues to give these people a platform, a microphone, an opportunity to continue to lie, defame, malign, destroy, and do all kinds of foolishness. It's a lot of them. I'm like, my mind, I'm kind of running out of names right now, right? But it's a lot of them. This is what they do. This is their brain. And this is why I say the vast majority of white liberal women, feminist, progressive, have deep psychiatric trouble. They have serious psychiatric trouble. And they've always done this. And the vast majority of white liberal women have always been Democrat. They've always voted Democrat. They've always identified as Democrat. I've showed you last time. The lady who lied on Emmett Till and got that boy murdered was a Democrat. She was a Democrat. And that's why the vast majority of Black people who have woken up and chose to exit out of that goofy, demonic-ass party have realized that these are the real racists. White Democrats are the real racists. And that's why they're so obsessed with race, gender, sexual orientation, right? Because they need boxes to put people in, okay? Don't make no sense. But every time you see a white woman on the news about some foolishness, how much you want to bet she's a liberal? How much do you want to bet she's a feminist? How much do you want to bet she's a progressive? How much do you want to bet she's about some foolishness? She's about some foolishness. But when I tell you that these ladies, they lie on demand. And when they know that they're lying and you're about to really question them, what do? They start crying. That's another form of manipulation. Because she knows if I start crying, they're going to try to back off and not ask me too many questions. No, apply pressure because she's lying. My spirit is also telling me, what about Amber Heard? Right? Another one. Toxic AF. And she ruined Johnny Depp. She ruined his career. She caused this man to lose the Pirate of the Caribbean. He lost his role as Jack Sparrow. Her career went up. His career was completely destroyed. The only people who kept him was LVMH with Dior because Eau Sauvage, because he's like the person for Eau Sauvage to Dior. So they kept him for that. But besides that, he lost everything. They go to court. The stuff you started to hear, what this girl was doing, what this girl was about, what that girl did to that man, that girl is evil. That's an evil woman. That is an evil, evil woman. And they usually look like this. White, liberal, blonde, you know, they usually look like this. This right here is the face of Satan. This right here is the face of destruction. You see this face coming, run for your life. Run for your life. She was giving Johnny Depp all kinds of knives so he could hurt himself because she knew he had issues, right? She took her poop. Like there was one part, like during the trial, I remember there was one part. Amber Heard took her poop, y'all. She pooped on the bed. She pooped on her nasty ass. She pooped on the bed, and then she started smearing her poop all over the place. She tortured that man. That girl is sick as hell. She is so sick as hell. She is sick. She is really sick. And that's why I said I'll repeat myself so y'all can make sure y'all can hear me. Are y'all still here? Y'all still here? Okay? Make sure you hear me well. The vast majority of white, liberal, feminist, progressive women are psychiatrically troubled. They're full of trouble. They have psychiatric problems. A lot of them need medication. A lot of them need to have, they need to have a psychiatrist on call because they are dangerous. They are extremely dangerous. They are so dangerous. But because they're so manipulative, people always fall for their BS because they act sensitive, they act sweet, they act demure, they act so meek, like, oh my gosh. They're quick to cry, right? But they are psychiatrically troubled. These girls have psychiatric issues. These are sociopaths. They are sociopaths. Like nobody is safe with these people. Nobody is safe around these people. It's a lot. I mean, it's so many of them, but it never fails. It never fails. It never fails. But because they show up as inclusive, oh, my best friend is black and gay. Oh, I love drag queens. Oh, wumpty wumpum, right? They always say the right thing because people act as though because somebody is quote unquote surrounded by diversity, they can't be racist. Oh, yeah, right? They treat people like ornaments. The vast majority of white liberals, the vast majority of liberals, the vast majority of white liberals treat people of color as ornaments. Right? Because it's about, once again, like I said, these people are so ego-driven. It's about proving to themselves that, look, I'm a good white person. I'm a good white person. I'm a good white person. They want you around so they can treat you as an ornament. So they can extol their own virtues. Like, oh, look, I'm a good white person. I'm open-minded. I'm open to diversity. I'm open to inclusion. Girl, shut up. Shut up. Right? You treat people as ornaments. They don't even see you as a human being. They don't even see you. They don't even see the soul. They don't even see your soul, right? But you gotta be so careful. They are crazy. They love to act like they're here for a good time. They want to party, whoop, whoop, and then she'll wake up the next day and she'll say another story. She'll make up things that never even happened. She'll destroy your life because they are psychiatrically troubled. They have mental illnesses. They are psychiatrically unhinged. And that's why you should never hitch your life to those people. She will destroy you. It's only a matter of time. Whenever she starts being unhappy with her life, whenever she starts being unhappy with her career, when she starts not having what she wants, and she looks at you as a man, and you have a good job, you have a good career, you love yourself, you love where you're going, she will be triggered because she can't stand to see anybody happy. She will, I'm telling you, she's going to deploy Operation Destruction on your ass, okay? She's going to Black Hawk your life. And before you know it, you're in prison, you're smeared, you're losing jobs, people look at you like you're crazy. Another one. Oh, thank you, Lord. Okay. Who else comes to mind? Another agent of chaos. Okay. Another agent of chaos. Angelina Jolie. Another one, mentally unwell. This girl used to kiss her brother. She used to drink blood. I remember when I was young, I forgot what kind of red carpet event it was. And she got on the red carpet with that old white man she used to date. Billy Bob, whatever his name was, she's like, oh yeah, we just had sex in the car. We had sex in the truck. This girl's a hot ass mess. She's a hot ass mess. When you see what she's done to Brad Pitt, I mean, he's somewhat to blame, but when you see what she's done to Brad Pitt, when you see how she has weaponized these children against Brad Pitt, this lady is sick as hell. She is sick as hell. Adopting all these black children, All of that is for her ego. People can be like, oh, well, she's a good white woman. Or she's a different white woman. She's an open-minded white woman, right? She tries to work hard with the UN so she can be that white woman that has access to all these African kids, right? This lady is a weirdo. Every time I see her with her black, quote-unquote, black daughter, and she tries to be there at Spelman and take all these pictures and act like, oh, look, I'm helping my black daughter discover her black side. I'm like, girl, she's from Africa, okay? Why don't you take her back to Kenya so she can find her people, right? She's a weirdo. Angelina Jolie to me is a weirdo. She is a weirdo. She's an agent of chaos. She lies. She lies and she lies. 9 years, more than 9 years in court with Brad Pitt. She had one of the daughters become a man. Like she's doing all kinds of weird stuff. And Brad Pitt is sitting there. His kids hate him. She's turning the kids against their dad. See that he's abusive because he wants to have discipline for these kids. This lady is batshit. She's unhinged. She is unhinged. Another agent of chaos. Another agent of chaos. Oh, I got time for these people, y'all. Okay? Another one. Okay? Another one. Another agent of chaos. When I tell you these girls are psychiatrically unwell, they are psychiatrically unwell. They are psychiatrically troubled. It is not a joke. It is not a joke. White liberal women are dangerous. They are dangerous. Another one. Another one is also sick as hell. What's her name? This one right here, right? She's so pro-immigration. She's so pro-immigration. Oh, let the migrants, let the immigrants, let the immigrants. Have you ever seen Meryl Streep out here opening her house to these immigrants, to these migrants? Have you ever seen Meryl Streep donate her money? Have you ever seen Meryl Streep, offer shelter for people, write checks for people? No, she's nowhere to be found. But she'll grab a microphone whenever she can and try to act like she cares about all people. And, we should just let them be. We should just let them be, right? But she comes nowhere close, these migrants. Her money comes nowhere close, these people, right? Bunch of chaotic ass people. These women are psychiatrically unwell. They are psychiatrically unwell. The vast majority of white liberal women are psychiatrically unwell. They need to get their heads checked. And too many people walk on eggshells around these goofy ass ladies. They're goofy as hell. They need to be told to their face, you are psychiatrically unwell. You need to get checked. You need to get on medication. You need help. Do you see? And do you see off the top of my head? Look at how many of these women I pulled out, right? And that's not even me trying to remember all these women. But I gave you about 15 women off the top of my head, and I can keep going. I can keep going, but we got to get back to the topic. My point is, it's a reason why it's usually white, liberal, progressive, feminist, misandrist women who have these mental proclivities for evil. It's usually them, right? They cry on the man. They make up stuff. They lie. They just lie. Before I go, another crazy one is who? Huh? Okay, here she is, right? Another one, racist as hell. Racist as hell. Hillary Rodham Clinton, racist as hell. It was Hillary Clinton who had people questioning whether or not Barack Obama was actually an American citizen. It was her. She's the one who sent her aid to Kenya, all the way to the village, to make sure he was not born in Kenya. But somehow Trump became the face of this. No, she started this. She started this. Okay. Okay. There you go. All right. There you go. I guess Google has forgot to delete this, but y'all might want to take a screenshot because they're going to delete this, right? She was the one. If you remember carefully, she was the one who sent her aid. It was a woman. She sent another white woman. She sent another white liberal woman. These women are crazy. They are crazy. They are so crazy. White liberal women are extremely racist. They are extremely dangerous. They are dangerous. They are agents of chaos. I said exactly what I said. I ain't taking it back. Okay? It was Hillary Clinton who started this rumor that Barack Obama was not born in America. And it makes sense why Trump would say that, because her and Trump used to be friends. If you remember, when what's her name? When Chelsea got married, she didn't invite Barack Obama to the wedding, but she invited Donald Trump to the wedding. So she paid the money for her aide to go to Africa. She paid the money for her aide to go to Kenya to make sure that he was born in Kenya. And the girl even went as far as like going to the village and like meeting his grandmother. Okay, it's right here. But it's funny how all these goofy ass black people who identify as Democrats always forget that she started this. But somehow Trump is a racist. It's the same Hillary Clinton who stood up there and said that black people, black children were super predators, right? But today they carry on like she's the favorite white woman they've never seen, right? It was her. It was her. Hillary Rodham Clinton is a racist. She is a racist. She's the definition of a racist. She doesn't like black people, right? Right? Once again, white liberal women. They're unhinged. They're crazy. They are crazy. They lie on demand. They cry on cue. And the more you start to question them, they start crying because they know they're lying. So they have to manipulate you into backing off and not applying pressure. We are not falling for this anymore. We are not falling for this, right? I kind of feel like I should keep going, but I'm going to stop. I think I've drawn, like, I brought the point home. I brought it home. That the vast majority, not all, because thank God to every rule there's an exception, but the vast majority of white liberal women are psychiatrically troubled. Hey, Lonnie, they are psychiatrically troubled. And if you notice, the vast majority are blonde. I told you, the vast majority are blonde. You see them coming, run for your life. She's a ticking time bomb. She is a ticking time bomb. She is crazy. Okay? She is seriously crazy. Run for your life. They can't stand to lose, and they can't stand to lose to a man, and they definitely can't stand to lose to a black man. When they get confronted, they lie. There was a white girl who lied about her black boyfriend, that he was raping her. So the father came in there and he shot the boy. He killed the boy. Right? How many white girls have had these white liberals have had a black boyfriend? And when they get caught by their dad or their boyfriend, they lie and say he raped me. Girl, he didn't rape you. You called him over here. And her father shot that boy with a shotgun at close range, destroyed the boy, disfigured the boy. So when they went to trial, the father got acquitted because she lied to her dad. So she faced the consequences because she lied. She told the boy to come over. And they went in her room. And when her dad came in there, she said, oh my gosh, he's raping me. So her dad freaked out and he shot the boy. White woman, white liberal woman. They live to lie. They lie to live. They breathe to lie. Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. These women are dangerous. They are so dangerous. Even Pete Hegseth, the lady that he had to settle the lawsuit with, right? She willingly slept with him. And she forgot to go back to her husband because they were all at the hotel. She forgot to go back to her husband. So she never made it back to her room because she was with Pete having sex. She didn't tell the man she was married. But then when her husband started looking for her, right? Instead of saying, I had an affair, instead of her being upfront, this white woman proceeds to lie. So she told her husband that Pete assaulted her because she didn't want to be honest with her husband that she had an affair. She had an affair. You see this? These women can't stand accountability. These goofy ass white liberal women, they can never take accountability. They are allergic to accountability. So instead of saying, you know what? I slept with that man, had an affair. No, she lied. She lied. And she said that Pete assaulted her. So then because of her husband, and she don't want to tell the truth, so she had to keep going with the lie. She could have easily said, no, it was consensual. We slept together. He didn't do anything to me. I went in there. I went in the room because I wanted to have sex with the man. But instead of having sex and running back to her husband, she fell asleep. She passed out. So the husband is looking for her because she was there with her husband and her children. So in the morning, oh my gosh, my husband, my kids. So she decides, I'm going to lie on him. I'm going to protect myself. And because she needs her husband to believe that she didn't cheat, she continues to lie on Pete. So to stop it all, he just paid her. But she know damn well it was consensual. And that's what they do. They'll have consensual sex with somebody. And then if by tomorrow they don't feel good about it or they feel ashamed about it, they'll start lying and be like, you know what? No, it wasn't. It was. But that's what they do. And people keep giving these white girls platforms, microphones, courtrooms, and all kinds of opportunities to keep relying on people. Like, as far as we've come in American history, I think the vast majority of people should know. When a white woman says a thing, you might want to, you should probably should not hold your breath, right? We should get to a point when a white woman says something, especially a white liberal woman says a thing, right? We say to ourselves, you know what? Most likely she's lying. Okay? Not trying to be funny, but it's the truth, though. It's the truth. Because the vast majority of these ladies are liars. They are liars. I don't care how people feel, how it comes across. It is what it is. 2025 has to be the year of truth. People have to be brave enough to say a thing and call a thing a thing. Say for what it is. Right? So that's why Marlene, I was never down with the believe all women. Why? Because all women includes white women, and I don't trust them. And especially if they are liberal, feminist, progressive, I trust them even less. I'll have more faith, more trust in a white conservative woman than I will in a white liberal, progressive, feminist, misandrous woman. Like, yeah, most likely she's lying because they're always lying. I don't trust these people. I don't trust them. They give me anxiety. Like when I'm in a place, I kid you not, because especially where I live now, huh? But when I'm in a place and you have a lot of these white liberal females there, I truly become extremely nervous because I know with these girls, anything can go on at any moment. They'll start lying. They'll start crying. They'll start gaslighting people because they know how to play meek, defenseless, like, damsel in distress. Like they have mastered that shit down to a science. They cry on cue. They lie on cue. They just have tears ready to go. So it's like, it's a lot. It's a lot dealing with people like that. These women are seriously unwell. They are psychiatrically unwell. They need proper treatment. And I even feel as though they need to probably be like identified as like low-key a terrorist group in America because the vast majority of them are terrorists. They just lie to destroy people's lives. They just lie to destroy people's lives. They say things that are completely fabricated and they say it with so much passion, with so much conviction and so many tears. You're like, oh, wow, she must be telling the truth. Like, look how passionate she is. No, she is passionate about destroying somebody's life. And that's not okay. That is not okay. I'm like, what? No. Hold on. Let's go back. Hold on. What are we doing again, child? I even forgot. I'm so damn tired. This don't make no sense. Hold on. This is crazy. Okay.
Tonight, crews on the chilly Potomac River are battling gusty winds as cleanup and recovery efforts enter a second day. U.S. officials say they have recovered the bodies of both pilots from the wreckage of the Black Hawk helicopter. The NTSB working to access that chopper yesterday. The NTSB tonight with new details about that American Airlines flight before the collision.
The CRJ was operating at 325 feet, plus or minus 25.
In all, 67 lives were.
You see, majority children, and it's a lot of women on that flight, women and children. She killed all these people. My Lord. My Lord. She killed all these people. Wow.
Lost in the accident. The 64 passengers and crew aboard that American Airlines flight and the 3 soldiers in the Black Hawk. 3 people died aboard that helicopter. 20
goofy ass white dudes. Oh, and I'm pretty sure these white dudes too, liberal minded. Oh, it's okay. Like I'm a girl's dad. I'm a girl's dad. Oh, I'm here to empower women. I believe that a woman could do it too. Goofy ass shit. Goofy ass. Now you lost your life. Now both of you mans are gone. Your kids will never see you again, right? Because you had to stroke one goofy ass white girl's ego. Now you're going, right? Because both of y'all should have been men. Like, you know what, sis, you ain't got enough hours. I'm not comfortable. Okay, I'm not about to put my life in a woman's hand with only 3 months of experience. Not doing it. Not doing it. And you have the right to say that shit. You have the right to say it. You have a family to live for. That's why I have so much respect. I have so much respect for all the soldier people, all these soldier men who walked away when they were forced to put that thing in their body. Like, no, I ain't doing it. I'd rather quit than submit myself to this foolishness. I'm not doing this. Right? Oh, I'm a girl's dad. I'm a girl's dad. I'm a girl's dad. So I support women. You can be a girl's dad and also have common sense. Like, you know what? Yeah, I support you, but I support you on the ground. I'm not going to put my life in your hands up in the air. Okay? You have the right to say it makes me uncomfortable. And if people want to call you a misogynist, a sexist, or wumpy wump wump, don't nobody care. This is what they've been doing to people. All these men, black man, white man, Latino man, Asian man, all these men who refuse to vote for Kamala Harris, right? It's been the misogynist fanfare. Oh, you're a misogynist. Oh, you're a sexist. Oh, shut up. She's mediocre. Okay? Shut up. Right? I am proud for every man who voted for Donald Trump. Let them call you a misogynist, a sexist, or whatever. Oh, so what? I don't want a woman to be president. Bam, 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 bam. Kick rocks. Don't let anybody shame you into doing things that they want you to do because they want to weaponize their gender. Girl, bah, right? Barely had policies. Barely could answer questions. Always laughing. Like her laugh just made people so damn nervous. Cackling hand. Oh, I grew up middle class. Okay, the green yards. Oh, my neighbor had a small business. Girl, shut up. Okay, shut up. You have the right to say, I don't want to vote for this lady. You have the right to say, you know, I don't see a woman being president of the most powerful nation in the world. Okay, boom. Now what? Now what? People have the right to say they want things a traditional way. People have the right to say, you know what? They believe in gender roles and being a leader, a woman leading a country. They don't want that. And even me, Marlene, I don't want that. I have seen what it is to have a female boss or to see a woman in power. Most of them women is nasty. They're mean. Sometimes you'll have a man in power. He'll be nicer to women than when a woman is in power. She'd be mean to the other ladies. No, 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 no. Like I was on Lemonade one time, right? I was on Lemonade, like this, the other TikTok app. And this girl, like, I guess she was graduating. She had her PhD. So she made a post and she was like, oh, her dad was a misogynist because they went to dinner and then her dad said that woman can't lead. Oh, I went in on her ass. I'm like, so you're going to expose your dad to the multitudes on the internet for your dad to be criticized without even giving proper context. When your dad got up, so your dad, I'm like, so you guys are at dinner and your dad just randomly got up and said, oh, woman can't lead. No, context matters. What happened that made your dad say that? Right? What happened? You understand? And also, I asked her a question. I said, okay, first of all, what is the context? Number two, when it comes to your dad and his perspective, why does he say women can't lead? They can't lead what exactly? Lead a country, lead a company, lead their finances, lead children. You know, there are many people and things that you can lead. What exactly is he referring to? Right? And also, could it be that your father witnessed Kamala Harris campaign and he was like, oh yeah, this is quite outrageous. Okay? Because how can a person lose $1.4 billion in 15 weeks? And then you still in debt? You still owe money? You can't even manage your election money, but we're supposed to trust you with our money? Like, people are crazy. You can't even manage $1.4 billion. You could have gone on free podcasts where you didn't have to pay a dime. No, you want to pay to go on to call her daddy, build a set for $100,000, and it wasn't even cute. You want to pay $450,000 a day so you can have a big globe inside on the Vegas Strip. And like, it's for tourists. These people are not gonna vote for you. Make it make sense, right? Like, you didn't even try your best to try to save costs as much as possible. Just throwing money out the window. Just burning through money. This lady burned through $1.4 billion in 15 weeks, y'all. Have you ever seen this? Just to lose the election, didn't even win a single swing state. She didn't win no swing state. There were 7 swing states on the line. Didn't even pick up one. Then you hear testimonies from the people on the ground in Pennsylvania. The Democrats barely had money. They barely had signs. They barely had this. They barely had that. Like, how is it that people barely had what they needed to help you win the state of Pennsylvania? Where did the money go? Where is the money? But you can't even manage your own campaign fund. But you want to be president in charge of the Treasury? I don't even know if she did. So these goofy ass black girls, you know how goofy they be? They're goofy ass. These goofy ass black girls try to tag me. I said, I'm not the one. I am not the one. I'm not the two with your stupid shit. Because a lot of y'all, people need to calibrate your goofy ass mind. Because you see, in the past 8 years or so, when these unhinged liberal ass girls go off, nobody checks their shit. Because like on Instagram, for example, when you check people, they take you to Instagram jail. That's why it's hard to check these people. Because when you check these people, you get punished. Like, oh, you're bullying people, wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump. So then you go to Instagram jail, right? So they don't have enough opposition for their foolishness because they get to write all kinds of stuff. But when you reply back, your comment disappears, or you're saying, oh, do you want to edit your comment because it looks like it violates community guidelines? They love to hit you with the, oh, this is you, what you're about to say, the truth you're about to say violates community guidelines. Girl, bye. Right? But there's a context to everything. You understand? And your dad has the right to say he doesn't feel as though a woman can lead when it comes to this, and that. Absolutely. He's lived longer than you. He has seen a lot of things younger than you. You think because you have a PhD, you got life figured out? Girl, shut up. Because 5 years from now, you probably not even going to have a damn job. 5 years from now, you're going to be just like me sitting here raising children. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. If women were natural leaders of the world, you wouldn't need laws for that. When you have to hide behind the federal government to give you some kind of privilege because you can't do it by yourself. You cannot do it by yourself. The vast majority of reason why women are where they are today, because the federal government has written laws. Because by themselves, women cannot subjugate men. Women cannot subjugate men by themselves. A woman cannot get a man on his knees. Okay, this is what you're going to do. She can't do it. He going to whoop her ass. She can't do it. Even academically, for the vast majority of time, men have better grades than women. For the vast majority of time, men make more money than women. They can work harder than a woman. They can train harder than a woman, right? But for the convenience of the weak-ass ego, people have been lying to these girls. Stop lying to these people. And that's why I say when you're a man, you should never let a woman have better grades than you, have work better than you. Hell no. Hell no. Put her ass in her place. Don't be selling this girl delusion. Don't sell these girls pipe dreams because that's not true. You are intentionally underperforming because you want to stroke her ego. Do not stroke her ego. Crush her ass. Crush her ass and send her home crying. She needs to know her place. You people are crazy. You are crazy. But I'm like, your dad has the right to say he doesn't believe that women can lead a country, lead a nation, because we see it. When everything is good, they're happy. When it gets real, these women run. Have you ever seen the vast majority of white women CEOs? When it's real, they run. They run in the closet. They run over here. Oh, I need a mental health day. I need a mental health day. These girls will run. That's why you don't want these girls in positions of power. They only love power when they have men who are right there to ensure that they can keep the power. But by themselves, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do the work. So when it gets hard, they run. Well, like, look at Karen Bass. Karen Bass runs for mayor. She cuts the budget by 17 million. She gets on a plane to go to Ghana, okay, and do whatever she's doing in Ghana. She did that. Now the city's burning up. They're holding her accountable. Oh, because I'm a black woman. Oh, because I'm a black woman. Okay, girl. If you know you're a black woman, you sensitive, why the freak did you apply for this job? Get your ass out of here. Move your ass out of the way, right? Because you're not going to do this job. You love the idea of being the mayor, but what it really takes to be a great mayor, you don't want to do it. So why are you here? Why are you here? And I'm like, me, Marlene, I am sick and tired of this. Like, I am sick and tired of like these diversity figurines. I am sick and tired of that. Because they put these women in place, they don't do shit. We had just like in New Orleans, right? You have Latoya Cantrell, New Orleans. This lady is having sex. She has sex on the clock with the worker. She was having sex with her police detail, right? In front of everybody, freaking like at Jackson Square. You'll see her go up in a building. I'm like, Jackson Square is such a tourist hot zone. Like, what are you doing, sis? The man is married. You're married. No, she's having sex on camera. She's having sex during work hours. And not just that, she's paying the man while he's sleeping with her. Like, what is this? What is this? Fannie Willis, another one, having sex with her worker, overpaying her boyfriend that happens to work for her using taxpayer dollars. These women are trifling. These women are scandalous. These women have no decorum. They are classless. They're a bunch of hoes. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay? It is so disgusting. It is so disgusting. It is so disgusting. They are so filthy. Bunch of filthy ass. No shame at all. And these women have their mothers. They have daughters. They have daughters, and they're humping all over the place. They're having sex all over the place. They will sleep with anybody. They don't care. They have no shame. They have no class. These are filthy ass, low down, gutter rat type of chicks. This is so disgusting. You are nasty. You are nasty as hell. You are nasty as hell. When I saw the lady file a lawsuit that it was the mayor that was sleeping with her husband, I said, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine being a black woman and you vote for this lady because she's a black woman and then you find out she's sleeping with your husband? And she has no shame about it too, huh? She's doing it right there in Jackson Square. Right there by the church. And mind you, there's a church right there. There's a big ass church right there. These people don't even fear God. They don't even fear God. We have 3 or 4 mayors out here all over the place, busting it wide open. Anybody can have sex with these people. Anybody can sleep with these women. Okay? Bunch of Jezebel. It's a freaking curse. It is a freaking curse. Promiscuous as, oh my gosh, promiscuous AF. I'm like, and that time too, LaToya, her husband was not even dead. You have a husband, you a married woman, and you have a daughter. He's married. He has a wife, and he has children. And you are sleeping with this man in broad daylight on the clock where people are paying you. We have all these tourists looking at you. There's a church right there. And she walks up in that building and she proceeds to have sex with this lady's husband. No shame. Then she shows up the next day and she goes to work. And on top of that, they should have voted her out. They should have had signatures to get this woman kicked the hell out. But you know, right? To be indecent, promiscuous, law breaking, all kinds of nasty shit makes you real black. So they kept her up there because that's what it means today to be black today, right? You stand for all kinds of filth. You stand for all kinds of moral perversion. You stand for all kinds of BS. It's so disgusting. It is so disgusting because if the mayor gets to do that, what about other people? When you should be out here protecting the city, no, you're having sex on the clock. You're having sex on the clock. And most likely she was having too much sex. So that's why she didn't have time to fix the blockade. Because had that blockade been fixed, the man would not have been able to drive through like this New Year's Eve and kill all these people in New Orleans. But you have a mayor who prioritizes her sex life, her vacation life. She was taking all this money, all these public funds to travel all over the place in first class. And they told her, you're going to have to pay this money back. She thought it was a joke. I'm going to keep playing. You don't pay this money back, we're going to take the money out of your paycheck. So she paid the people back their money. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. As a man, you have the right to say, I don't feel comfortable with this foolishness. Now, if y'all want to do it, go ahead. Go find you a feminist with no kids, as JD Vance will say. Go find you a cat lady that can help you to fly this helicopter because it ain't going to be me. It's not going to be me. We have to stop lying to people. And when you realize that you have to lie to somebody, you are dealing with a weak-ass individual. So if that's a weak-ass individual, they ain't got no business flying no damn plane. They have no business flying a helicopter. If you're that emotionally weak that you require people to lie to your goofy ass, nobody should trust you with a helicopter. Sit your goofy ass down somewhere because you like this right here is above your weight class. You have to cut your cloth according to your material. You can't do this. You don't have enough flight hours to do this. And you, Andrew, you should have said something. You should have said something. And you, Ryan, you should have thought about your child. Like, you know what? I have a child to go home to. I don't feel comfortable because this girl does not have enough flight hours. No, with your goofy ass, you get on that chopper, you sit in the back, and you trust your life in the hands of this goofy ass chick. What about your son? What about your son? You people, like some people, some of you goofy ass men, you are so afraid of being called a misogynist, a misandrist, that you are willing to not take care of your family because you don't want to be seen as a misogynist or a misandrist. Nobody, what's it called? What's it called? A misogynist. No one cares. These people don't pay your bills. You'll have to learn to stop giving two flying F's about whatever people have to say about you. If something in here don't feel right to you, you have the right to say it don't feel right to me, because I have a child to go home to. He is 1 year old, Ryan. Your child is 1. Your son is 1. And you went along with this goofy shit, Ryan. You went along with this goofy shit, and now you're no longer here. You are no longer here. You chose this woman over your wife. You really did. You did. You chose this woman over your wife. Because did your wife know that you were about to sit your goofy ass on the back of a helicopter and let a woman that only has 12 weeks of flying experience play with your life? Y'all let this girl play with your life because you didn't want to be called a misogynist. Whatever. These random ass weirdos on the internet are not your family. I repeat, these random ass weirdos on the internet owe anybody anything. You don't owe anybody, you don't owe any random ass person on the internet anything. You owe everything to your family. And if your job is asking you to do something that might make it that you don't make it home to your kids, you're like, you know what? I don't want to do this. Okay. You can be an influencer. I'll show you how to do it. You can become a YouTuber. I will show you how to do it. Don't risk your life for no goofy ass job policy. Don't risk your life for no goofy ass employer, because this is goofy ass business. There is no way people can tell you, let a woman that only has 12 weeks of flying experience be in charge of your life when you have a baby at home. You have a baby at home. You, Andrew, you have 2 children at home. You also have a wife at home. Y'all got to put your family above everything. You have to put your family above everything, because you took a vow to your wife. Ryan, you took a vow to your wife. So when you make decisions at work, you better make decisions that bring you home to your family. If your work is asking you to do something for the sake of virtue signaling that could have you killed, respectfully, sir, I ain't doing it. Go play with somebody else's life. Why did they have a helicopter with 3 girls on there who want to be badasses, right? Let them do it. Let these girls help each other out so they can ruin each other out. If these girls want to crash out, let these girls teach other girls how to fly. Let them play with their goofy ass lives. Let them play with their gender issues, their gender causes. Let these girls do it. Let them do it. They think they're so badass. They think, and I think sometimes these goofy ass girls, they really think that life is like a Marvel movie. They think this is like a Marvel installment. They're like Wonder Woman. No, Marvel is not real. Wonder Woman is not real. Okay? It's a freaking movie. It's not real life. But nonetheless, though, if you're trying to live your life like it's a Marvel installment, by all means, do it with your fellow females and y'all can go crash out. But for me, as a man, I'm not even a man, but if I was a man, even me, Marlene, if you're telling me this girl only got 12 weeks, I ain't doing it. At night, I ain't doing it. Because when you only have 12 weeks of work experience, your ass needs to be flying in the daytime, okay? You have not earned the right to fly at night with night goggles on. You ain't that girl. You are not that girl. You don't even have 500 hours. Girl, you need to fly during the daytime. And your coach needs to be a woman, okay? A cat lady. Find you one. So that way, if y'all die, y'all can just die together. But you have to be comfortable. You people have to be comfortable. You have to be comfortable not being liked. You have to be comfortable with people calling you names. People just trying to bully you. People want to bully you so they can subjugate you and they can ruin your life. You have the right to say no. In this life, you got to take a stand. You have to stand for something. And when it does not feel right to you, it doesn't feel right to you. And you owe everything to yourself. These girls love to say, oh, live your truth, live your truth, live your truth. I don't believe this woman can do it. I believe in gender roles. If your truth is you believe in gender roles, then that is your truth. Live your truth. Okay? Live your truth. But oh, you know what? According to my feminine energy, I ain't feeling it. Okay? Use the same lingo, the same verbiage that these girls are always using to gaslight people into foolishness. Okay? I am living my truth. I am walking according to my truth. I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't like this. So therefore, I'm not doing this because I have children at home waiting for me. You don't have kids. You don't have a wife. You don't have a wife. Don't have a husband. Don't got no kids, right? So go ahead and play with your life. But Andrew, you had a family. Ryan, you had a family. And both of y'all pissing me off. So I'm going to get you off my screen because I'm getting pissed off. I am seriously getting pissed off.
28-year-old Ryan Austin O'Hara, 39-year-old Andrew Lloyd Eves, and Rebecca Loback, her family,
This is
remembering
crazy.
her as a bright star in all our lives.
Yeah, bright star.
Investigators recreating the final minutes leading up to that midair crash before that American Airlines flight started its descent. At 8:43 p.m., the jet's pilots told to land on a shorter runway. That Black Hawk helicopter now also making its way up the Potomac River. At 8:46, 2 minutes before the collision, air traffic control telling the helicopter about the American Airlines plane coming in for a landing from the
This woman, she's flying straight into the plane. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she's a DI hire. That's why it took these people 2 days or 3 days to say who she was, because they were cleaning the internet. Because since she's a white woman, white liberal woman, but she's a white woman, they have to make sure that she doesn't get any backlash. They have to make sure that she's seen as a hero. You know, white privilege, right? We know how it goes. White lives matter, baby. White lives matter. And don't nobody else do this gaslighting better than white Democrats, right? White liberals, the most racist white people you'll ever meet. The most racist white people you'll ever meet are white liberals. Malcolm X told you about these people. Malcolm X he has told us. Malcolm X has warned black people about white liberals. But for some reason, black people just can't get enough of white liberals because they say all the right things, but they mean you harm. These are not good people. White liberals are not good people. Okay? They're not good people. Yeah. That's what we're saying. That's what we're saying, Quee. She only had 480 hours of flying experience. If you take a 40-hour work week, she only had 12 weeks. There you go. Right? And then consider the fact that the Black Hawk, it can go from 7.5 million all the way to 75 million. Why would the military let somebody with 3 months of working experience fly a $70 million, $75 million helicopter? What has she done to earn this? Because she's a white woman. It's white privilege. That's what went through my mind. Because you think my black ass, right? Do you think my black ass, even with DI, let's even say I was hired under DI, do you think they would let my black ass, with only 3 months of flying experience, fly a $75 million helicopter? No, they would not. This is white privilege. And that's why Dr. Umar said this DI stuff is predominantly to benefit white women, mediocre, white, liberal, feminist, progressive women who mostly vote Democrat. They sure would not exactly. And on top of that, if it was a black girl who was flying that chopper, do you think they would have waited 2 days, 3 days to release her name? No, she's white. They have to protect her, right? Because this is what they do. I told y'all this. Ain't nobody more racist than a white liberal. Ain't nobody more racist than a white liberal, white Democrat, white progressive. They are extremely racist. And this is why the Democratic Party is a party that is so obsessed with race, gender, sexual identity, sexual expressions. Like, why do you care so much? Why do you care? Because they need to know so they know what kind of box to put you in. Because it's not possible for white liberals to see people as just people. That's why every time I get their ass, I don't let go. Every time I snatch one of their asses, I do not let go. And for the most part, they always apologize. I will snatch their asses like sniper. Okay? Like, you know, like little red snapper fish or bloop, bloop, bloop. Snap one real quick. I don't let go because they're extremely racist. That's why every time they always, oh, are you black? Are you happy? Oh, tell me I have more privilege than you. They're so obsessed with privilege. Like, oh, you always have to tell them that, oh, you don't, because since you're white, you have more privilege than me. Since you're white, you have more privilege than me. No, you don't. Sit your ass down somewhere. Your goofy ass. Like, they're psychiatrically unwell. I'm told they have psychiatric imbalances. They have psychiatric turbulences. Like, these people are so unwell. They need help. They need serious help. They need serious medication. These people are not okay. They're not okay. I don't know if it's a curse. I don't know what it is, right? But how can one people be so afflicted by the same disease every single time? They have a serious pathology. They're not okay. They are not okay. Always lying. They really died for no reason. She gonna drive that plane. She gonna drive that. She gonna fly this helicopter straight into that plane and kill all those children. She gonna fly that helicopter straight into that plane and murder all these babies. And Andrew, this is when you have to be a man. That's why you should have said, no, you don't have enough. You don't have enough hours for this. It's too dangerous. It's dark outside. You might not see as well. You don't have enough hours. It's dark outside. The time of day, there are too many flights. This is Reagan. There are too many important buildings for us to do this right now. Andrew, you went along with the shit. And fam, you hurting me because you're 39. I was like 39 yesterday, but I'm 40 this morning. But my point is, Andrew, nonetheless, you were born 1985. So we grew up in a different time. But you let this woke ass culture get the best of you, Andrew. You know better than this. We are millennials. You know better than this. Okay? Why are you messing with them people like this? You're like, no, you don't have enough hours. It's too dark at night. You don't have enough experience flying at night. You barely have enough hours. The air is congested. There are too many important buildings. No. Or better yet, I'm going to fly this chopper out of this area. I'm going to land somewhere like, let's go to Maryland. Oh, thank you, Lacey, right? Let's go to Maryland. And then when I put the chopper down, you can take it back up, away from people, away from society, away from human beings. America is so big. There are plenty of spaces where y'all can go and do all these goofy ass night missions with these goofy ass people. Thank you, Janet, right? But do you have to do it here? Do you have to do this here? Oh, thank you guys, right? Do you have to do it here? Do you have to do this right now? No, you don't. So why are we doing this? And you don't see this girl, and you see, and this is why I even see why, because we're like, oh, why is her flat pipe like what? Oh my gosh, why is her flight path so staggered like this? Like, because yesterday I had a problem because I'm like, why is it so staggered? Because it goes like this. I'm like, who flies like that? That's what I said. Oh, maybe it's a drone. Like maybe nobody actually was in there. Oh, thank you, Miss Tyra. Thank you so much. I haven't seen you, Miss Tyra. You're so pretty. I was like, I haven't, like, why would you fly in such a staggered way? So I said, oh, maybe it's a drone. Like maybe nobody was actually on the helicopter because this is so bizarre. But now it makes sense. If she only had 12 weeks of practice, it makes sense why she's driving like this. She's driving. It makes sense why she's flying in such a staggered way, because her flight path was extremely staggered. I'm like, it kind of feels like maybe she wasn't even comfortable doing it. So then why are we doing this? But my point is, if you want to train this girl, first of all, I think I really do feel as though if you are under 1,000 hours, even under 5,000 hours, your training should only be daytime training. You should only be training during the daytime. Okay? Now, maybe once you get like past 5,000 hours, then you can start doing nighttime training. Like the military also needs to work on that, right? Because whether it's a man or a woman, right? I just feel as though if you don't have more than 5,000 flight hours, right? If you don't have more than 5,000 flight hours, you should not be doing night training. You don't have enough hours. You don't have enough hours. 3 months is not enough, right? You should have as much daytime training as possible. Maybe like 5,000 hours, right? 6,000 hours of daytime training. And then after that, if you have like good grades, like a B+ or higher, then after the 5,000 hours, you can then move on to do like nighttime training, right? But first, we have to make sure that you're even good during the day. But my point is, when we have a young lady like this who can't even tell 200 feet apart from 400 feet, she barely had enough daytime training. Because how is it that you can't tell 200 feet? Was it? Yeah, right? From 400 feet. You're not ready for this. You are not ready for this. She was not ready for this, right? But once again, when you are more obsessed with quotas, you're more obsessed with saying, hey, you know what? We have the first woman to do da-da-da-da-da, right? Because that's what you care about. Being able to say, we have the first so-and-so to do this, 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 and that, as opposed to thinking about people's safety. Why are you in a rush to say, oh, that's the first woman to do da-da-da-da? No, you need to always put safety first. You need to always put safety first, because first of all, it doesn't, I want to say, you never know who's on that plane, even though all lives do matter, right? They really do. But it's extremely more tragic when there's a plane with and the majority of passengers are children. It's even more tragic, because not saying that I want older people to die, but at least with adults, we can say they lived a little. They had some kind of life. When you have 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 9-year-olds on a flight, it hurts so much. It hurts so differently, because these babies barely had, they barely had a life. They barely had a life. They barely had a life. You know what I'm saying? They barely had a life. So because you don't know if the plane is full of children, we cannot be doing stuff like this. We can't do stuff like this. We can't just let random people with just 12 weeks of work experience fly such expensive planes in such a congested airway, right, at the nation's capital at the expense of people. That is just not fair. That's just not fair. And for the air traffic controller to say, "Oh yeah, I'm granting you visual separation," without even knowing who this pilot is, how many hours does she have, does she even wear nighttime goggles? Like the air traffic controller, he was so flippant. He said, "Okay, well, if you say you got it, you got it. And do you see the CRJ? Do you see the CRJ? Yeah, we see it. We're requesting visual separation." And he's like, "Okay, well, if you say you got it, then you got it." Like what? It was just so flippant. You don't know this person. Don't even know this person. Don't even know how many flight hours this person has. Don't even know if they have nighttime goggles on. Like, what is going on? What is going on? And the whole time, nobody is communicating with American Airlines to make sure that those pilots are also seeing the chopper. Nobody's talking to them. So they have no idea what's going on. And I'm like, you took a choice away from them. You didn't properly communicate with them, because had he known that that thing was coming, maybe he would have tried to veer off a different way. Maybe he could have tried something. But because he didn't even know, he was not even given a chance to try to save his plane, save his passenger, and pretty much aviate in a way that could save the most lives. You took that choice away from him because you didn't even talk to him. And I do feel as though before you grant a helicopter visual separation, you should talk to the pilot in the commercial jet and say, this helicopter is heading your way and he's asking for visual separation. Do you see him? Is it okay if I grant this person visual separation? They need to know what's going on. But at no point are they being informed that there's a helicopter that is requesting visual separation and the helicopter is coming their way. They don't even know this. How can you do this to people? How can you do this to people? How can you seriously do this to people? This is the level of negligence, the level of selfishness. How can you do this to people? How is this fair? And now here we are. This is utter foolishness.
South on runway 33 at roughly 8:48, asking the Black Hawk pilots to again confirm they see the jet. You can hear the alarm go off as they ask the Black Hawk, "Do you see that jet?"
S25, CRJ in flight. S25, on is CRJ. This club has a aircraft in flight for separation.
Seconds later, the collision.
32017.
The NTSB saying they interviewed the air traffic controller heard in the final seconds leading up to the worst plane crash in decades. The FAA saying in a statement that Reagan National Airport has 25 air traffic controllers with 3 more in training, with a full staff of 28. And this video from 2022, our affiliate WJLA speaking with sisters 11-year-old Lydia and 14-year-old Everly Living.
2 sisters gone. Oh, Jesus. Yo, that plane was full of children. That plane was full of children. And that's why most likely there was no survivors, because even if the plane lands, these are little people. These are little people. Can these little people even swim in a Potomac River? Like that, it's a whole river, y'all. That thing is big. That thing is huge. And it was cold. It was so cold. It's been cold. It's been really, really cold. So like it makes sense why like there were no survivors, because these are babies. These are children. Hey, Fallon, thank you. These are children. The whole plane had nothing. It's like the vast majority is like kids in that plane. Kids. You barely had adults in that plane. Mostly kids, and then like a lot of women and like a couple men. That's about it. Everybody's dead. Everybody is dead. Oh, thank you, babe. Everybody is dead. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Doing things for the sake of ego, doing things for this, oh, my ego, I need a title, I need to prove that I can do whatever man does. Now here we go. You have to reconcile all your decisions with, okay, is it actually useful though? What is the utility of what you're pursuing? Nothing. It's just ego. Vanity metric. That's it. And because of that, you are willing to put other people's lives at risk. How's that fair? How's that fair? Now these parents are going to have to go to the morgue. These parents are going to have to identify their children, dead children. What parent wants to live to bury a child? What parent? What parent wants to see their baby in a refrigerator? Thank you, Callie. What parent? You gonna go there? Your child is dead. Your child's in a refrigerator. They put a tag. They have these little paper tags. They put a tag on your child's toes. That's how they identify the body. There's a tag on the toes. Your child is gone. Then you gonna live your life saying, oh, maybe I shouldn't have let my child go. Maybe I should have kept her home. But at the same time, it's like, this is what they love to do. Like the kids, they love skating. Like, this is what they want to do. These young people, they wanted to maybe one day most likely become Olympians. This is what they want to do. You feel guilty, like, maybe I should have kept my child. You're like, oh, but this is what my child wants to do. My child was really good at that. They had a passion for that. How can you tell your child not to go to practice where people can make your child better? You live your life. You're a parent. You want to do things so that your kids can be successful. Even me, I was sitting here and I really cried because I was like, oh God, look at me. Like I can't even commit to my weight loss journey. Seriously, like, and you see these babies, like they're so young and at such a young age, they found something they love to do. Me, I've struggled sometimes. I'm like, oh, I don't know what I really want to do. I don't know what I can. Him as me, I can do a lot of things. I'm good at doing a lot of things, but I don't have many things that I'm passionate about. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's really impressive when you have children who are so young and at such a young age, you already know what you want to do. Like, you know who you want to be. You know what you want to do. Like, you have that dream, like you're locked in and you work so hard. You train so hard. And that place in which the Kansas, right? That's because it's the best place. That's why they went there, because it's the best place for their dream. They wanted to be somebody and you killed these people. You're not trying to be somebody. You just want to compete with men. You just want to be an agent of freaking chaos. You're just a chaotic person. You're just a chaotic person. And that's exactly what J.D. Vance was talking about. You people without children, stay the fuck out of our way. Like, we're so sick and tired of y'all. Stay out of our way. You do too much. You do too much. Right? And that's why sometimes people who have kids rather be with people who have kids, because when you have children, you say to yourself, you know what? What if there's a child in that car? What if there's a baby in that car? What if there's this? What about the kids? What about, like, even if it, like, I don't have anybody on that flight. None of these kids are my kids. But like, when you're a mother, like you're a mother to all kids. These are babies. These are all babies. And I was like, I think about the parents and I cry all over again. There's another detail that comes out. I cry all over again. I'm angry all over again. Like, like this whole week has been so awful for me. When I did my hair, I had to drive to DC. So I drove, because you drive, you take 395. That's how you get to the airport. When I was on that bridge, I just kept saying, Lord Jesus, you look at that water, you like, the babies are in there. I said, oh Lord, you should see me driving on the bridge. Like, I'm looking straight ahead because I don't want to see the water. Because Reagan is not, that you take 395 to get to Reagan. But you have empathy. It is so hard to carry your pregnancy. You carry your pregnancy for 9 months. You push your baby. You stay up at night with your baby. You rice your baby. You clean diapers. You clean runny noses. Like, you have people throw up all over you. You raise your children. Then your child, at a certain age, the child says, oh, mommy, I want to become an ice skater. Mommy, I want to do ice skating. Okay, sure. If you love it, that's what you love. I want to become an Olympian. I have to go to this camp, mommy. I got to go to this camp. And then the people are coming from Russia. And these are the best people. And they're going to train us. Like, your child is so excited to go. You said, okay, sure. You're going to go. We're going to pay for it. You're not thinking much about it. And for our children to get murdered by a helicopter from the military, that shit hurts even more. You out here telling us, oh, TikTok is so dangerous. TikTok is so dangerous. The Chinese. Lo and behold, it's not even the Chinese we have to fear. It is our own military and their goofy ass DI policies we have to fear. It's not even the Chinese we have to fear. Maybe if we had the help of the Chinese, they would have said, oh, be careful. Right? Maybe if we had deep sea, they'd be, oh, be careful. I don't know. Right? But it's like these parents, I can only imagine how guilty they feel. I should have let my child go. I should let the child go. Maybe I should have gone with my child. Maybe I should have died with my child, because it probably would have been so much easier to die with your child. So that way you don't have to wake up and realize your child is not here. How are these people supposed to live? How are these people supposed to go on with life? The little feet no longer walking in the house. All their clothes. You will have to pack everything up. Their room, their medals, their dreams. Oh, Jesus. Everything is just gone. Everything is gone. Everything is gone, Jesus. Everything is gone. Everything is just gone. I swear I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine. I was like, oh, what if it was Stefan? What if it was Trey Trey? I would have lost it. I'm like, I don't even know. And then you had parents who were outside, and then you see your baby is blown up in the air. Oh, Jesus, that's my child. That's my child. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. I'm like, this stuff like this, you pray to God that why would you even allow me to give birth to children if this is how my child was going to die? If you know that your child's going to die in a goofy ass plane crash with a goofy ass 22, 23-year-old Joe Biden DI hire of a pilot, right? Why would you even let me have a child? No, it's true, Kevin. It's true. They're going to have to pack everything. My heart weeps for these mothers. It really does. Because I don't know. I don't know how I don't even know. Because if these kids are like 10, 12, then it's like the vast majority of these moms, we gotta be about the same age. How do you go to the morgue? How do you look at a locker? Your baby's in that freezer. Your baby's in there. Your child is in the freezer. Your child's body is cold. Oh, did my child cry out for me when she's screaming my name and that you were not there? Your child was probably so scared that mommy was not there. How can people do this to people? Like, I swear, people are so selfish. People are so selfish. How can people do this to people? Like, you gotta have mercy for people. You gotta have mercy for people. You gotta have compassion for people. If this was you, how would you feel? If this was your child, how would you feel? How would you feel? How would you feel? Can you imagine a person? Can you imagine a person going to the morgue, and your child's in the lock, and you see your baby this way, and say, "Oh my God, what have you done? What have they done to my child?" Like, I swear, me, Marlene, I don't know. I have a lot of faith, but this right here, they would have to put me like in a psychiatric home. They would have to have me sedated because I can't do this. This is a lot. It really is a lot. It is a lot. You know, even the man Jason from yesterday, I don't like the man, but you see, he said when they shot his brother, the lady, she shut down. People had to come in and give this woman a shower. She couldn't even bathe herself because they killed her son. They killed her child. She couldn't even bathe herself anymore. Doing goofy shit and never thinking about, okay, this goofy shit we're doing, like, how does it affect people? No, me, what I want. That's the only thing that liberals care about. Liberals is always all about them. It's always all about them. Me. We say, oh, we got to close the border. They don't care. Oh, we have to fix the economy. They don't care. Oh, they're putting tampons in children's bathrooms. They don't care. Oh, what about the U.S.? They don't care. These people don't care. They don't care about anything. They want to see this country burn. They don't care. They really do not care. Ah. It's so sad. And some families, they lost multiple children. I see this family, they lost, the 2 girls are gone. 2, not even 1. Like, that's awful. I'm like, damn, Jesus. You guys, if it was me, no, I think I would have jumped in that water and just killed myself because this is a lot. This is a lot. I was like, oh, maybe we should go by the Potomac River and like make offerings to the water and like beg the spirits of all these Native American people to give the bodies back, because sometimes, maybe that's the West African thing, but they do believe you can talk to the water. But like, maybe you go, you make a sacrifice by the water and you just beg to Native American people, please release their bodies, bring their bodies back up. Bring their bodies back up that we can bury these people. But you don't like this right here. You guys, not saying that it's okay for old people to die, but you can say, you know what, at least they lived. The children, I can only imagine how scared they had to be on that thing. God, I was like, and I said, oh, Jesus, I prayed everybody died on impact. I really do. I pray by the time their bodies hit the water, they were already dead. I pray to God. I pray to God. I pray they were already dead. I pray it was quick and easy. I really do. I really pray that it was quick and easy. I pray that they didn't suffer. And that if they arrive before you, Father God, and they're so confused, tell these kids we're so sorry because it wasn't supposed to go like this. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Poor babies. Can you imagine crossing into the afterlife and not knowing why you're there? Like, why are we here? Why are we here? And may these kids, may their souls comfort their parents that they're like, you know, we have made it, Mommy. And it's not the way it was planned, but we're with God now, Mommy. We're with Jesus now. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. You and Daddy are going to be okay. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. You know, nobody wants to live to bury their kids. Nobody wants to see their family blown up, like in real time. You're looking up and it's like, this is, I'm like, oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus, oh, Jesus. This is a lot.
Livingston.
How much fun do you have here with your sister?
A lot. It's really fun to have a sister to skate with.
Both of those little girls losing their lives with their parents, Donna and Peter.
Just so heartbreaking. And now that investigators
died.
have the black boxes for both the plane and the helicopter, there are critical questions tonight, and they're going to be looking at all the data. But the voices in the cockpits, those will be really critical because we'll be able to hear those final conversations in both the plane and the helicopter. In the airplane, for example, did they even know that the helicopter was heading right toward them? And in the helicopter, did they know if they were looking at the right plane?
No, they didn't.
There any confusion at all? These are the critical questions right now.
No, they didn't. This is extremely traumatic. This is extremely traumatic.
There's several airplanes lined up. There is that Blue Streak 5342, which is a CRJ that they ran into. Right behind them, just a few miles, is American 3130. Everybody has their lights on as they're coming in. I believe the helicopter looked at the American 3130 and said, I've got the traffic in sight, and they never saw the airplane, the CRJ that was right next to them. That's my conjecture on what happens.
Special separation. Dispatch group. American 1630 tower, runway 1 off wood, traffic through outside runway 33, dispatch 16 off funnel.
So this is typical stuff that's going on in a busy airport. They're lining somebody up to take off. They're saying, pay attention. I'm going to give you an immediate takeoff here. I've got traffic lining up for runway 33. That's the CRJ that got ran into. And he's on a 6-mile final. And it might be somebody even behind him, but they're lining everybody up to take off into land.
Whiskey 5307. Keep rolling out to November, South 47 today.
You can see at the bottom of your screen there, the CRJ, the Blue Streak 5342. They're beginning to now kind of come out a little bit to line up the runway to land on runway 33. They're not going to go right straight down the river. They got to come out a little bit wider and come in. But remember, Pat 25, which is up here, the helicopter at the middle of your screen, they've already said we accept responsibility for visual separation.
American 1630 1 star 32014, Galaxy 5, traffic 2 mile low base runway 33, no delay, runway 13 for immediate
Clears
takeoff.
American to take off.
Clear for take.
You see, look at her. She's flying straight into that plane. Look at her. She's right here. This is her. This is her. She's flying right into the plane. This is insanity. This is insanity.
Off American 1630.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Like, this girl is crazy. She is crazy.
Here it comes.
Wow.
Now the top.
Look at her. She is flying straight into that plane. Don't even know what the hell she's doing.
Tower is seeing what's happening, and they're saying, do you have the CRJ in sight? Because you guys are getting kind of close. And the Pat 25, the helicopter says once again, yeah, and I'm asking for visual separation. Okay, the responsibility is on you then.
Responsibility is on somebody that only has 12 weeks of work experience. Do you see this? Reagan, they have a lot to answer for. And if a lot of people like cancel all their flights going to Reagan and they lose a lot of money, that's what they get, right? Giving visual separation rights. Okay, sure, it's on you. Somebody that only has 12 weeks of training experience, 12 weeks on the job, and you are trusting her with all of this. Oh, Jesus.
Pathfind is CRJ. This club has a aircraft in sight, request visual separation.
Okay, so Pat 25 says, has the aircraft in sight, request visual separation. I don't think they had these guys in sight. I think they had the airplane behind them in sight. That's why this is such a tragedy.
And look at
American 4782 by Bat, now for visual. American 472, Oscar Star, 1 star, 32017.
So you hear somebody in the tower go, oh, and they see what just happened. As you can see in your screen here, the collision took place. The tower has seen it happen in real time. They're human beings. Are reacting just like you and I would. The helicopter ran into the CRJ. The CRJ's airspace was their airspace. In front of them, behind them, on both sides of them, it was a responsibility of the helicopter to maintain visual separation. They even told him a couple times, do you got him in sight? Do you got him in sight? He said, yep, got him in sight. I'm accepting responsibility for the separation. And I think just like when you're driving in a car and you look and you see a car behind the one that almost hit you, you see that car and you didn't see the one right here. And when you turn out in front, sometimes there's a collision. It's really tragic when this happens in an airplane. Again, it's been decades since there's been a mid-air collision in this country. This is such an unusual circumstance to take.
And look at the comments, huh? You see? And a lot of people don't have time for this girl. They're like, by the way, she was the pilot that flew the helicopter into the airplane. If she was a truck driver if she was a truck driver, would people be calling? If she was a truck driver, people would be calling her a murderer. She was not qualified for night vision flying at a busy airport with only 500 hours. Okay, whoever let her do it should be court-martialed. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, I'm not liking these news pieces trying to paint her as some hero. And she and everyone in that chopper screwed up and killed 64 people in addition to themselves. I said it. Okay. BS. Read between the lines. Pilot in command, she was responsible for this. Media reporting is terrible. For myself, I don't listen to any of them. Okay. She flew that helicopter right into the airplane. Incompetence and the life she took will be her legacy. What a sad day for the Army in America that it took so long to realize her name did nothing to better that perception. Like a lot of people are upset. Disgraceful, looked intentional, no adjustment whatsoever. She was the pilot and she was qualified. Not sure how they couldn't see the plane. The light coming from it, it was blinding. Okay. Like people are upset. Like when I tell you the comment sections, you guys, these comment sections are not playing. These people are roasting this girl. They don't have time for this. Okay. People are not playing. People are seriously triggered. This is so triggering. And now come to find out that they're, what's it called? That, what is it called? A lot of people, my head hurts. I'm so tired. Okay, hold on. Let me play. What's the other video I played? You guys, this girl, some people don't have time for this. And because they probably wiped off the internet, so we can't go and look it up if she actually
Breaking news from CBS 17 News.
I would not be the woman I am. I would not be the officer I am, like, without her.
The woman I am, the officer I am. You, Lexi, they better make sure you never come close to a helicopter, okay? We're sick and tired of y'all. If she trained you, if she's responsible for training you, Lexi, they got to keep you far away from these helicopters, right? But once again, do you want a girl like her to pilot a Black Hawk? No, we don't. Thank you.
And I am. I would not be the officer I am, like, without her.
We do not care.
Breaking news tonight, the Army identifies Captain Rebecca Lobach from Durham as one of 3 soldiers inside the Black Hawk helicopter involved in a deadly midair collision with an American Airlines plane.
We spoke to...
Okay, and see, look, you see, when I tell you people are reading this woman down, celebrating the female pilot, yeah, they're trying to paint her like some hero. These people are sick. Celebrating the female pilot, only 490 flight time in her 5-year career. Mediocrity. Hold on, make sure y'all can see this. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay. All right. Read this. Celebrating the female pilot, only 490, it's actually 480 flight time hours in 5 years. In 5 years, y'all. So that means for every year, she did on average less than 10 hours of training. This girl ain't serious. Y'all see this? But then you see, that's why I told y'all this. Every time Donald Trump says a thing, oh, he's crazy. Oh, he's a racist. Oh, he's a misogynist. Oh, he's lying, right? You give it less than a week. The man is usually proven right. Oh, close the airport. He's a racist. Oh, the virus from China. Oh, he's a racist. Oh, this, he's a racist. Every time call this man a racist, a racist, a racist. And guess what? Within less than a week, Donald Trump is usually proven right. Right? He said this right here is DEI. Is giving DEI. He was like, this doesn't make any sense. This is so bizarre. They're like, oh, shut up, you're racist. I'm like, okay, Trump has planes and he has helicopters. He's been flying private for a very long time. So he has way more experience than the rest of us. Right? No, because it's Trump. Everything he says, they have to make it seem like he's a crazy man. Now we find out that the girl only has 480 hours. Let's even say she had 500, right? 500 flight hours in 5 years. That gives an average of 10 hours. 10 hours in 10 hours in 5 years. Does it give somebody who even cares about flying? Can you really say, oh, we're looking at a young woman who was truly passionate about aviation. She really wanted to fly. She was so passionate. 10 hours a year. But she only has 480 hours, right? So actually, no, it rounds out perfectly. So that means she only has, on average, she has 8 hours of flying time per year. 8 hours. How many hours are in a year? Hold on. Let me Google my answer for me. I ain't got time for this, okay? Okay. 365 times 24, right? My Lord. Okay. So you have 8,760 hours in a year. We agree. All right. She only has 8 hours. She has an average of 8 hours of flying time per year. Let's see. What does that look like? Okay. So what is 8 divided by 365 by 24? Okay. Multiply that by 100. Okay. Times, okay. 100. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Okay. So, is that even, I mean, I guess you can round that out to like 0.1%. So she dedicated 0.1% of her year to flying. So it's like, so all the people, you know, this is why I need to go. Tina, we're going to go see Tina Turner. What's her name? Nina Turner, right? That blackity black girl. I'm going to go get her ass in a little bit. Okay. So this woman has 5 years in the military. She has 480 hours of flying time. So that gives her an average of 8 hours per year. You have 8,960 hours, right? 8,796, I forgot what it was, right? Hours. Ultimately, it comes out to less than 1%. So she pretty much dedicated like 0.09% of a year to flying. Can we seriously say that this woman right there is not a DI hire? So she only dedicated 0.09% of her year to flying, but they allowed this girl to pilot a helicopter that cost about $75 million. What do you mean? $100? Hold on. What? What did I say? Sorry, my bad. Help me out. I messed up a bit. Let me start over. Hold on. 480. Oh, you're right. Sorry. By 5. I'm gonna do it over. It's okay. Okay, so that's 96 hours. It's okay, I messed up. So that's 96 hours, right? 96 hours a year, no problem. Okay, let's start over. So now, let's do this. What is 96 divided by this? Okay, 0.1. Cool, I fixed it. So it comes out to pretty much 0.1. No, 0.01. Oh, sorry, 0.01%. So I think I said that earlier, but it's okay, right? So it comes out to 0.01% of a year of every year dedicated to flying, right? So 480 hours of flight time in 5 years, which gives an average of 96 hours per year, right? Which comes out to 0.01% of every year dedicated to flying. But somehow she's allowed to fly a helicopter that costs like up to $75 million at night at one of the busiest airports in the nation's capital, full of jets all over the place. So how exactly are we not supposed to believe that this young lady got to do this because she was DEI? That's my point. That makes no sense. This really makes no sense. It makes no sense. Once again, when Trump says a thing, people might not like how he says it or when he says it, but usually the men is usually right. Because it usually does not take more than a week. And he's always proven right. The numbers always come out. The data always comes out. The facts always come out. But there's so many things. Maybe one day I'm going to do a whole compilation, like all the times it said that Trump lied, only to find out the man was not lying. He was actually extremely factual, and they were extremely triggered. That's why he calls these people fake news. That's why he calls these people fake news. Right? But 480 hours in 5 years, 96 hours per year, which means 0.01% of her year was dedicated to flying. But somehow she's like in her mid-20s and she's allowed to be the pilot of a helicopter that can cost upwards of like $70 million. And now people are dead. Are we surprised that people are dead? Are we surprised that the people are dead? Are we surprised that she killed people? Are we surprised that she couldn't tell 200 feet from 400 feet? Is this when you are a pilot, when you're in the Army and you're a pilot and you can't even tell 200 feet from 400 feet? How exactly, and you happen to be a woman, how exactly are people not supposed to believe that you only got the job because you're DEI? Y'all need to tell me. Please tell me. Please explain this to me. Right? I believe they said she was training. It is normal for the military to train in that area, okay? But just because you train in that area, does that mean anybody should train in that area? Hello? Right? Can we not agree to say, okay, because it's so congested, because it's so busy, because we have so many important buildings, the White House, the Capitol, the Lincoln Memorial, what else we have? The Pentagon, right? Is it not okay to say, just because we train, does that mean anybody should train? Once again, it's giving DEI. Oh, you got to make sure everybody has an opportunity. No, we should say, given where it is, given the location, given that it's a busy commercial flight space, given that it's near an airport, given that it's near the White House, the Pentagon, the Capitol, the U.S., the Lincoln Memorial, right? Only the most qualified people should train in that area, not somebody with 480 hours in 5 years. No. So once again, to me, this right here, it doesn't mean anything to me. Just because it's not new doesn't mean that you should let anybody do it. There has to be levels to this, given the severity of that airspace. There are too many big planes up there to just let any random person train there. So even whoever also approved that kind of stuff, they need to face consequences as well. Within the military, whoever approved for somebody that only has 480 hours of flight time in a 5-year period to do this at night, when you know you have all these flights, they also need to face consequences because this is crazy. Okay? This is really crazy. This is crazy. So just because that's what you do But just because you do it doesn't mean that you should not be very careful of your policy. Just because that's what you do doesn't mean that you allow anybody to do it because we want to be fair and give anybody a chance. No, give them only the most qualified people a chance. Because whatever you said, Queen, to me, it doesn't do anything for me, right? Because I'm not against people training there, but because there's so much going on, they should only be the best of the best who train in that area because anything could have happened. More planes could have gone down. And whatever you wrote, it's not going to make anybody feel better. No, oh, you know what? Oh, yeah, this is what they do. Don't nobody care. Because when you do what you do, you should do it in a way that you mitigate killing people. Right? But if what you do can cause people to die, do it somewhere else. Do it somewhere else. Do it somewhere. You can do it somewhere else. We don't have to die for this. Nobody has to die for your goofy ass training. Okay? Don't know. Hold on. Let me get out of here. Hold on. Don't know. Right here. Don't know what this all means. Bottom line, they broke all procedures, protocol, common sense. Went 200 feet over the stipulated ceiling, misguided the ATC, flew directly into a civilian jet and whatnot. Grossly not acceptable. There you go. This sounds like a start of a cover-up. She was so sweet, so nice, top of her class, drove a Black Hawk into an airliner on its landing approach. Exactly. People got time for this. Her legacy may live on, but 70 civilians sure won't. Okay? She wasn't just on board the helicopter. She was the damn pilot who directly flew into a passenger jet. Stop hailing her as a hero. She is not an inspiration. Okay? And now her legacy lives on. What an outrageous insult to the victims' families. I know that's right. If this were a story about a truck driver going the wrong way down the freeway and killing 64 people in a horrific freeway accident, we would not be talking about them as if they were heroes. If this was a pilot error, then we should be talking about incompetence, and these pilots should not be treated with such reverence. Their mistakes took lives. Okay? She was undergoing her annual night shift evaluation flight with Sheriff Warrant Officer Eves overseeing her performance. She killed everyone, including herself. She is not a hero. Okay? Breaking news, a Black Hawk pilot apparently flies a commercial jetliner, but she was a lot of fun as a person. Really? Rookie move, Channel 17. Calling her a third crew member as if she was sitting in a jump seat in the back. It was the helicopter pilot's fault. She caused the death of 67 people. I think they don't need to worry about that she'll be remembered. How about the legacy of the people she killed? Part of the Black Hawk crew, she was the pilot. If one of the flying helicopter, when it crashed, the one flying the helicopter, when it crashed into the jet, the immediate cause of the accident was the pilot error. I used to fly helicopters down that route quite often. If they were at or below 200 feet and staying as far east as is recommended, everyone will be alive. You see, experience. She didn't have it. They may be a contributing factor that will come out in the investigation, but this was the helicopter pilot's error. We just don't hate the media enough. I know that's right. This was a disturbing presentation. She only had 500 flight hours. That's not experience. It's barely qualified. I know rotary wing pilot with her age with over 1,500 hours. The media is so dumb. Possibly the worst reporting I've ever heard. Why was her name the only name withheld until now? Exactly. I used to fly, and everyone that flies or has flown knows that 500 hours is peanuts. You don't let an experienced pilot fly to a very tricky airport like that, especially at night. Insane. She killed 64 people. She killed 64 people, and you tell us how nice she was. It's ridiculous. Okay? If she was qualified, prove it. If she was not, expose it. Media, do your job. This woman is no hero. Stop sugarcoating her. Her legacy, 64 civilians littered in the Potomac. Okay? She spent the last 3 years as a Biden White House social aide overseeing Democratic social events at the White House, not flying. Yes, that's exactly what she was doing. It appears most of her flying experience was well before that time. Why is the media not reporting this? it relates directly to her experience, right? Because yet again, here she is at the White House doing foolishness, playing goofy games, acting like a child, right? Here she is at the White House. Here she's at the White House. She was not flying planes. She was not flying planes. So it's like, what is this? Okay. I wonder if this pilot will be so highly praised for killing so many innocent people due to negligence or incompetence. If this pilot was a male, hypocrisy and double standards. We had so much fun together. That's not what I want to hear in a soldier. Despicable journalism. Okay. The other helicopter crew members weren't praised like this. Thinking emoji. Okay. It sounds like she caused the accident. Boy, the meat is screwed. Terrible accident. I guess we shouldn't vilify her, but also we should elevate her to hero status. What a waste of money and time the mainstream media has become. They twist everything to their own convoluted perception. This is ridiculous. It was obviously her fault. Okay? Since when do we adore people who are involved into going straight into a commercial airliner? No one mentioned being part of her ruining how many families. Shameless friend, talk about the victims. 2 minutes and 28 seconds. If it wasn't for her, there's a lot of people saying the same this week. Very disingenuous of this news, not to mention all the facts, including the fact that she was the pilot and not the other crew member. I've been flying for 16 years. 7 years flying helicopters in the British Army and 9 years flying commercial airliners for 2 different companies. And I can categorically say that I do not know how the Black Hawk pilot didn't see the passenger plane because she's goofy. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but whatsoever. But the speed of the helicopter, the helicopter flew into the passenger plane with no attempt to avoid the collision looks to me like an act of self-deletion. I really hope I'm wrong, but I can't unsee how clear visible evening, how they didn't even see the passenger jet. It was lit up like a Christmas tree. All its landing lights on, headlights on. Not just that, the TCAS system would have warned the pilot. Some helicopters don't have TCAS, and sometimes TCAS doesn't work below a certain altitude, 1,000 feet. But that aside, how did they not see it coming? Completely baffled, right? And this is why they took the time to erase the internet, because maybe you guys, maybe she also went to Fort Liberty. Maybe she also went to Fort Liberty, but because they took 3 days to tell us, they had time to wipe everything off the internet. Google had time to wipe off the internet. I'm gonna stop using Google now. I'm gonna start using Ask Jeeve or something. I might even ask DeepSeek, since it's the Chinese people. They might know what's going on. Okay. But my point is, how do we know that she didn't also go to Fort Liberty like the 2 other guys, like the man from New Orleans and the man from Vegas, right? Maybe she also went to Fort Liberty, because the way she was flying the helicopter, it's extremely bizarre because her flight path is so staggered. It's like she was looking for that plane. It's as if she was looking for that plane. You know what I'm saying? Because how do we know? They don't have some mission to tell, you know what, since Trump is elected, we got to make it seem like there's terror going on everywhere. How we know she didn't volunteer for that stuff? We can't trust these people. They're so mad that Trump won. Okay. She was flying in the wrong flight path, too high. And that's equivalent of driving in the wrong direction on the freeway. She wasn't in her lane. You better say it. This is crazy. The check ride was for continuity of government mission, specifically flying the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chief of Staff, the Secretary of the Army. Okay. That's what they call the COG mission, right? Okay. That's what they call a COG mission. We studied that like the other day, not yesterday, right? What? We talked about that COG mission. Continuity of government. It's called COG. So that's why the Black Hawks have to be ready to depart at any moment. I don't have an issue with that. And also, they carry the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Chief of Staff, and the Secretary of the Army. So you guys, giving the stature of the people that are flown through the COG mission while y'all training somebody with 400 hours? Because what if we indeed had the Secretary of Defense on that flight? My Lord. What if we indeed had the Secretary of the Army on that flight? Why would you let somebody that only has 480 hours in 5 years be responsible for something like that? Why is she training? Once again, you mean to tell me you don't have men out there who are way more qualified, who have way more hours that could have done that training that night? Most likely. And how much you want to bet they're probably white? They're probably white men's, or they're black men, or they're Latino men. How much do you want to bet that a lot of men who are qualified, who have way more flying hours, who would have been better suited for that training, were overlooked because they happen to have a penis, because they happen to be heterosexual, because they happen to be traditional men? So they were overlooked, even though most likely they had way more flying hours than her. But because she's a white woman, because she's a woman, right? Oh, let's give her something she don't deserve. Because are we really supposed to sit here and say they didn't have anybody else with more hours, more qualified to train, to be able to carry the Chief of Staff, Joint Chief of Staff, the Secretary of the Army? Who else? And the Secretary of Defense? Right? And it's the same goofy shit. This the same goofy shit they did with Trump, because Trump had female agents. You saw what happened in Pennsylvania. Trump is like 6'3". The majority of those ladies are like 5'2", 5'4". How can you be 5'2", 5'4" and work for the Secret Service? And the person you have to protect is 6'3". Girl, how are you protecting a man? Let me finish this off. Hold on. Let me get out of here real quick. Hold on. Okay? Let's read this. During a national emergencies of wartime, like a nuclear attack, the Pentagon, the White House, and dozens of other military command installations are in D.C. So if that is the mission, you have to train in that area, right? Okay. But once again, you should have enough hours to qualify to train in that area, because these people you have to carry on your flight, these are not small people. These are integral people to our government. So it should not be random people also who get trained. You should have 5,000 hours to train. You should be able to have crazy amounts of hours for us to trust you with the life of the Secretary of Defense, for us to trust you with the life of the Joint Chief of Staff, for us to trust you with the Secretary of the Army. You should have stupid hours before we can trust you with the lives of these people. The Pentagon, the White House, okay, sure, whatever. This is a challenging mission where you must be ready to fly in any weather at night while possibly being targeted, since you're transporting national security leaders in wartime. Once again, like Andrew Tate said, this is not a job for a woman. Because if we're really in wartime and there's a threat to a nuclear attack, we need men to be flying these people. Point blank, period. Say whatever you want. It seems odd to me that an 03 with no combat experience, that's what Pete Hegseth said. That's exactly what Pete Hegseth said, right? Almost certainly no overseas operational deployment. Would only 450 hours will be considered for this assignment? Yes, because it's DI. Okay, somebody said, well, now we know why. No need for a year-long investigation. I remember her flying the wrong altitude straight into an airplane full of people. Oh, she made a difference, all right. Okay. There's a reason they delayed releasing this pilot's identity and they wiped her online presence. That tells volumes. Right? This is crazy. 450 hours of flying in 5 years falls under the category of being a novice. I am sorry. Stop valorizing her. Because of her mistake, many lives have ended forever, including her own. Right? We have a problem. Pete, say it again. Say it one more time. Hold on. Hmm. does my stuff keep doing that? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Stop the screen. Let me share again. Let me start over.
Admission standards, overall standards. I think a huge one is women in combat and quotas. I think the way they pushed that under Obama in a way that had zero to do with efficacy, zero to do with.
And and because so many black people in this country worship Barack Obama, Obama is a false god, To so many black people, Barack Obama is like, you can't question him, you can't doubt him, you can't say he made a mistake because the church of the black, you know what I'm saying? These pagans, all they do is worship at the altar of Barack and Michelle Obama. They're sick as hell. These people are sick as hell, right? But it's okay to criticize people. So when you have a white man who happens to be Republican, conservative, right? And he says, or he criticizes Barack Obama, oh my gosh, how dare he? Oh my gosh, he's such a racist. No, go read the facts. Go read the damn facts. I'm sick and tired of a lot of black people who just don't read. Take your goofy ass and go read something meaningful. Okay? Go read something. Go find you something to read. Okay? Actually read. And you will see that this man, this blackity black man that you're so obsessed with, this biracial that you think is black. And he's not even black, he's biracial. His mother's white. Stop erasing his mother from his lineage. His mother's a white woman. He's biracial, okay? But your favorite biracial god that you worship, right? He makes mistakes. He has made mistakes. And when he got elected, he passed a lot of things that were beneficial to the rainbow, all right? But people have the right to criticize Barack Obama because if he made mistakes, it has to be said. He's a person. Everybody gets criticized. Oh, but we can criticize him because he's black. No, he's nobody's God. He ran for office. He was the president of this nation. People have the right to hold this man accountable. And white people have the right to criticize his ass. Okay? Because some of y'all just too busy worshiping this man instead of recognizing that a lot of things that he signed into place, they were truly harmful. Just like with Mexico. He's the one who forced the Mexican president to change the Constitution of Mexico. But once again, because so many black people don't read, too busy worshiping Obama, his clothes, his smile, how he looked at his wife, her outfits. I can't wait for it to really come out if he's really messing with that white woman. Because I can't wait to see how some of y'all gonna start crying when it really comes out that he really is having an affair with Jennifer Aniston. Because it probably is true. Most likely it's true. Because he's always liked white girls. Okay? So we're gonna give it time. I chose not to speak on it because I'm letting it marinate. Okay, but it's all gonna come out because there's no rumor without a fire. But people have the right to criticize that man, and people have the right to look at his legacy and say, okay, he claimed like he was for black people, but when he was in there, who did he actually serve? It's giving rainbow. It's giving the rainbow. So he was their president. He did a lot for those people. Foolishness.
Lethality and capability.
You don't like women in combat?
No.
Why not?
I love women service members who contribute amazingly because everything about men and women serving together makes the situation more complicated. Yeah. And complication in combat means casualties are worse.
Mm-hmm. That's what he said. Okay, let's go here. If y'all remember too, when Trump almost got murdered, let's look at Secret Service. Look at these girls. Let's look at these girls. Completely unqualified. Hold on. Completely unqualified. Look, can't even put her gun in her holster. Look at these girls, right? Struggling, disoriented, don't even know what they're doing. Look. They're all short. Every girl is short. I'm like, Trump is so tall. These girls were a hot mess. They were a hot mess. They were a mess. Right? They were a mess.
But one of the big questions we haven't yet covered is the security around the event and how on earth some spotty high school oik got on top of a building within clear shot of the former president, was seen by people standing nearby who allegedly alerted members of the police and managed to pull the trigger and within a millimeter almost killed a former president. Well, someone who I know will have answers to some of our questions is international security expert Will.
Look,
evidently had some training, because the moment the shots rang out, he shot to the ground. And some people will say, oh, yes, you'd automatically do that. Well, unless you've actually been under gunfire, it isn't necessarily that straightforward. But he would have had training inevitably to say you get to the ground as quickly as you possibly can. The Secret Service then bundled him around him. There were female members of the US Secret Service, and this is nothing against female operators. I've worked alongside some absolute commensurate professionals who are females within the security sector. But these women were, number one, half the size of Trump, so provided zero human shielding. And secondly, they didn't take him off the X. They held him there. Hence why that very epic photograph came out of him punching the air and shouting, fight, fight, fight. Still in the same position by the podium. He should have been moved so quickly. And then we see some footage, which I'm sure you have as well, of the female Secret Service agents fumbling their weapons, unable to reholster them, showing a distinct lack of any kind of muscle memory. Need I go on, Alex?
You've used the term bungled a lot.
Yeah, they're not training right. Look, they're struggling. Look, like this is crazy. This is crazy. DI. All of this right here is DI.
But you also said it doesn't add up. Now, what am I to infer from it doesn't add up? Do you think that there is a possibility here that they deliberately were not adequately protecting President Trump?
Well, I think this falls into two areas.
Look how small she is. Look at her. Trump is taller than her. Why is she here? This is a hot mess. This was so embarrassing, you guys.
I do not subscribe to conspiracy theories, and there are thousands out there, and I've seen on social media various different footage of people in the crowd and Secret Service moving people from behind the stage and all sorts of stuff, and most of that is nonsense, because I could give probably very good reasonings for why there were certain activities or motions in the preamble to the shots firing out. But it falls into one.
You see, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? I'm like, this is insane. This is crazy. Look at her. Look at this. Look, there's one here. Look, it's embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Look at this one. Look at how short she is. I'm like, what? Like, what is this? What is this? Are you guys seeing this? This is crazy. This is embarrassing. Okay, and you're gonna see them struggle. They were really, really struggling. But the first problem is they're too short. These girls are just too short. Look at this. Look how she's holding her weapon. Look at how she's holding her weapon. What is this? What is this? Look, you see? She can't look. I'm gonna slow this down. This is just embarrassing. I'm gonna slow this down. Look carefully. Look at her. She's struggling to put her gun back in the holster. Look. You see? She just gives up. So she just gives up. What is this? Seriously, what is this? What is this? Yeah, look, she's struggling. Look, she don't know where her holster is. So she just gives up. But if this was really, if we were really under a serious threat, right? She would have been murdered. She would have been murdered. And like, if you really have a bunch of crazy ops, and so they want to put these girls to the front line. Can you imagine these girls going against some Russian people? Imagine you put these girls on the front line in the Kiev to go against the Russian army. When I tell you they're gonna grab these Kalashnikovs and blow these girls' brains off, right? This is who you want to put on the front line. These girls is weak. She came and put her gun back in the holster. Let me do it again. And these the kind of people you want to put on the front line because you think women can do it all. No, they cannot. No, they cannot. Okay, here it is. Like, look at this. You see? Somebody could have put a bullet in her forehead. You see? Now, this one in the back, she don't know what to do. Now, look at this idiot. Look at this idiot with the ponytail, right? These girls don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. But you see how easy it could be for somebody to kill all three of them? And you see, and the guys, they're too busy protecting, so they don't have time to look at these girls. They have to be able to take care of themselves. They can't. They can't. So they're becoming a liability. Look at this one. See, this one is struggling also. She's also struggling. Right? Don't know. Look at her. She don't know what to do. This one, her position, like this is not how you stand with a gun. This is not proper form. All three of them could have gotten killed. It would have been so easy. Do you really want to take these girls against Russian snipers? Man, they gonna lay these heifers out. Body bag. Flying back in the coffin with American flag on top of that. That is crazy. Why? Because the CIA was also doing DI. The CIA was also doing diversity, equity, and inclusion. Huh? Absolute foolishness. She's trying again to put in the holster. She finally gets it right. Look. But even her size, you can tell she's not fit. She's overweight. She's not fit. This girl can't run. Why is she here? Why is she here? You see? It's embarrassing. Look. Everything is slow. Everything is delayed. They're delayed, and they're running without their guns. Running without their guns in hand. Just running, turning their backs. These girls were not trained right. They were not trained properly. And if they had to do this all by themselves, it would have been a mess. So men are still needed. And who comes in with the real tactical gear? Men. There you go. You see? Look at it. Look at this. Look. Confused. Disoriented, scared, flustered. You see? And they're being a liability. Look at her struggling. So she gives up. So whoever had this camera right here, if that person really wanted to kill her, they could have. Men are so needed. This is not a joke, Shayla. Hey, Shayla, I saw your comment this morning. What's up, boo? You see this? But you see, whoever has this phone, if that was a sniper, it would have gone straight into her forehead. These girls don't have situational awareness. You want to put them kind of people on the front line. Take these girls to go fight these Russian boys. When I tell you they're going to kill these girls in less than 2 seconds, y'all going to be embarrassed. Take these you know what, matter of fact, sometimes you got to give the people what they want. That's why I said about Kamala Harris. You know that for like a brief second in time, I wanted her to win. Because sometimes these girls need to get exactly what they're asking for. If these women want to go in combat, kindly put their asses in the front line. Let them go against these Russian boys. When these boys snap their asses one by one, they start dying in a row, they're going to sit their ass and be like, you know what? A woman's role is behind a man. I know that's right. Goofy stuff, goofy behavior, reckless behavior. But whoever had her in this line of sight right here, if that person had a gun, they could have put a bullet in her forehead. And even this one too with the ponytail, right? Because she completely turned her back. Look at her. Look at this one. Instead of looking straight ahead, she's looking at her. She turned her back. All three of y'all would have been killed. You would have been killed. Right? So let's go back to Pete. Now you're going to understand what Pete said and be like, oh, wow, you know, he was not being a misogynist. He was not being a misogynist. The man was speaking facts. And
when you actually go into the hood, again, and I got response. I've got 99% positive response to this. A little bit of pushback. But when you actually break down what they did in the studies to open the door for women in combat, I mean, they just ignored them.
Yeah.
So the Marine Corps was the only service that actually tried to fight back and say, and now obviously I'm exempting special operations, which thus far has held the line fairly well. Because if they were lowering the standard to become a Navy SEAL, just to let women inside the Navy SEALs, that's going to change the capabilities and ethos of the Navy SEALs, except for a very small example of some, female super soldier who's capable of doing it. But because of how Washington works, they're going to change the standards. They're going to push for quotas. We have numerous quotes in the book of, these standards aren't changing. They're just evolving. Okay? They're just evolving to meet the needs of today.
They're not getting tougher.
They're not getting tougher. No.
Okay.
So they're getting lower. Take someone like Millie. I mean, he was.
Okay. So now let's go to this, right? Let's go here. Men assaults female police officer. Look at this. You see this? You see? The man whooped her ass. You see? And it took men to come in and help this lady. You see how he beat her? Oh, is that the Haitian flag? Oh, my Lord. Do you see how these men beat her? But you see, she couldn't do it. She couldn't take this man down. You see how he beat her? Do you see how this man, he beat her? Okay, let me stop playing this. Okay, I'm not done. Y'all, when I tell you a lot of female officers been getting beat up by these people, it's not a joke. Hold on. I had a video right here. Okay. Suspect accused of hitting NYPD officer with a glass bottle charge. Okay.
Suspect accused of hitting an NYPD officer in the head with a glass bottle. Jose Garcia faces charges, including resisting arrest and weapons possession. Police say Garcia struck a female uniformed officer outside a smoke shop at East 200.
You see, and what she doing? She ran. You see her running for her life? You see this? You see her running for her life? Do you see her running for her life? What did I tell you? The only way a woman can feel safe in power if men guarantee her authority. You see this? When there are no men, these girls start running because they realize, you know what? I'm a woman. I don't belong here. You see this? Do you see this? Okay. Then play it again. You see how she ran for her life because she knows she can't do this.
With a glass bottle. Jose Garcia faces charges.
See, once again, lacking situational awareness. A lot of women do not have situational awareness. Even on first dates, they meet men on dating apps. They don't even know the man. They will give the man the address to the house. A man she doesn't know. She meets a man on a dating app. She will give this man the address to her house so he can pick her up. These girls are goofy as hell. I tell y'all this all the time. Every day I sit here, I don't fail to remind you how modern women are extremely silly. They lack situational awareness. They don't know how to protect themselves. Because people have told them, oh, as long as you have a degree, you're equal to a man. Yeah, right. He's going to beat your ass. You better stay in your place. Better stay in your place. The average man, even if he's skinny, can whoop a woman's ass. Even the average teenage boy can whoop a woman's ass. It's because for the most part, we have laws in this country, and we also have men who agree to honor the law because they don't want to be violent. The vast majority of men in America do not want to be violent men. Otherwise, how can you force them? Right? Yeah. No, she didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve it, McCoy. But at the same time, it's not a safe job for a woman, especially in an urban city like New York City that has a lot of mentally ill people, lots of crazy immigrants, all kinds of. New York is extremely dangerous. This is not the job of a woman. It's a job for a man because most men have strong situational awareness. Right? We're not the same. That's why when there's a war, when there's conflict, who's always behind? Who can't run fast? Man, women, and children. Right? Who's always refugees? Man, women, and children. Right? Who's always in the back running somewhere, barely keeping up? The woman and the children. So when you have jobs that require you to be quick, alert, move fast, run fast, make a quick decision. Yeah, right. That's not for a woman. It's not the place for a woman. But they sit here and they lie to these girls. Oh, you can do it too. You can do it too because you wear a badge. Girl, bye. What men don't want to do the job police officer because maybe too many men are getting disrespected as police officers. Right? Because these men are going to keep showing up to get disrespected, get emasculated, get overlooked for promotion, being discriminated against because they're men. Not going to go to the workplace and put up with a feminist who can't do what he does. So I think a lot of us, we owe an apology to men and to say, you know what? We really can't do what y'all do. We apologize. Can you please come back? Right? And it's funny how when these fires broke out in Los Angeles, who was outside? It was the mans. They even have to go into the prison to get the mans. Why did the people not go into the female prison to get these female prisoners? Especially the stud, right? Why didn't go in the female prison, and get the studs to come outside and help quell these fires? Because even a stud is still nothing but a woman. Okay? They only go to male prison to get male prisoners to come outside and help the male firefighters. There you go. Why not go to a female prison and get all these studs? You got all these studs, want to act like a man, talk like a man, act like a YN, behave like a YN, right? Then they should get the studs. Get the studs. Get the studs to come outside and get the studs to quell these fires. But they don't do it. Why? Because these are still women. So we need to respect these men, because when stuff gets real, men have to really show up, because these girls are not going to do it. These women are not going to do it. They're going to run, because the vast majority of women cannot stay in danger. They get scared, which is why Andrew said he does not want a female pilot. Exactly. Go get the studs, the little ninja studs. Get the ninja studs. Get them to come outside and quell the fires, but they're not going to do it because they're scared. Exactly. Exactly, Callie. They acknowledge biology when it suits them. Okay? When it's to cause chaos, they don't care about biology. When there's real consequences, now they care about biology. Go into the female prison, get these little ninja studs to come outside, and make these ninja studs wear the same suits as the man from the male prison, and get the ninja studs to quell the fires. Why are you treating them differently? Exactly. We are sick and tired of this. And we need to go back to a time where women, all women across the board in America, become more appreciative of men. Because there are certain things out here, we're not going to do it. We don't want to do it. We absolutely do not want to do it. So when these men are doing it, we got to say, you know what? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Okay. Hey, man. Hey, black man. Hey, white man. Hey, Asian man. Hey, Latino man. God bless you, boo. God bless you so much, because I ain't going to do it. And I told you, I said, I will never be a female officer. I will never, ever, ever, ever. I'm scared. I know I'm scared, because I will run. I'm going to run. I am scared. I'm not going in a dark alleyway at night. I'm not doing none of that kind of stuff. You people are crazy. You are crazy. I'm not doing this, okay? I'm a nerd. I sit down and I run my mouth, okay? I sit down in the comfort of my house and I run my mouth. I am not doing this. Do not ask me to investigate a crime scene. I can't take it. I can't do it. I don't like blood. I don't like dead people. It's just too much for me. I am not doing it. So when men are doing it, I'm like, oh gosh, God bless you, because somebody had to do it. And I promise you, it was not going to be me. Okay? I promise you, it was not going to be me. You are crazy. I'm not doing this.
Including resisting arrest and weapons possession. Police say Garcia struck a female uniformed officer outside a smoke shop at East 231st Street and Broad.
What happened? You see, when she got struck, what happened? Even these other guys who are not police officers, they stepped in to help her. You see? They're like, oh, men don't protect women. Men, you see? This guy, he's not a police officer. I mean, this brother, I guess he didn't help. So he's not helping me, but okay. Right? But look how many men got involved to help her out.
Female uniformed officer.
See, so he stepped in. This dude out here, he's running. So he's a beta. He votes Democrat. This dude right here, he probably votes Democrat also. Why you got all these big muscles? Why are you standing there? Right? He must vote Democrat also, because they believe all women are equal to men. Okay? They believe in 50-50. Most black men who vote Democrat believe in 50-50. So he pays for abortions. Okay? This don't make no sense.
Sir, outside a smoke shop.
You see? But this guy, he stepped in to help her. Now, this brother right here, he got scared. So, he's a Democrat.
Stop at East 200.
Look, he's not. Look, this dude is weird. Wow. Wow. So you're that big, but you're scared to step in. Wow.
31st Street.
So she's running here. This guy checks on her.
And Broadway in the Bronx. The officer was.
Wow. You see?
There yesterday with the city sheriff conducting a smoke shop inspection. Police say the attack was unprovoked and Garcia does not.
See, so she saw him and she did nothing, right? She saw him. She didn't assess danger. She doesn't move. You didn't even know why he has his hands in his pockets. It didn't make you feel uneasy, because the vast majority of women do not have situational awareness.
Not have a connection.
See, it was in his pocket. And you look at this man, you didn't even see that there was something funny in his pockets. Both hands are in his pockets. No, she looked at him, didn't even move. They don't have situational awareness.
To the shop.
Wow. My Lord. This is crazy. There are so many videos of these women like getting beat up by these men. It's crazy. Okay, look, you see? Right? See? Another one. She wants to stand next to a man. So I guess he's about to punch her in the face. Right? And why are you by yourself dealing with this inmate? Look at his muscles. You see this? You see this? Why? 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 You see? And the man gonna come over. Why are you as a woman confronting an inmate? What are you doing? These girls are delusional. I'm like, they live life as if it's some how do I say this? Like it's a Marvel installment. This life is not Marvel. This is not the movies. This is not the movies. But I remember there was one video. These ladies, they could not take down this man. Let's see what happens here. See? Who had situational awareness? The man. Look at that. You see? Women have slower reflexes. They really do. They really do. Look. You see? The man realized that first. Let me slow it down so you can see. Women have slower reflexes than men. Because look at this. Right? Notice how the man, because you see, someone has his back. And these girls, they always fully turn their back to danger. Like, you got to position yourself where you can still see both ways. No, she fully turns her back. You can't do that as a police officer. Fully turns her back. You are insane. You are crazy. Look, look. So who's protecting her? The man. He saved her life. He saved her life. When I tell you these girls have no situational awareness, girls have no, like the vast majority of women have no situational awareness. They'll tell you men are bad, pick the bear, all men are evil. He saved her. Because women have slower reflexes. It is a real thing. When the people tell you men and women are not the same, it's not to be mean. It's a thing. Just have to accept it. Slower reflexes, right? There was this one video. Oh my gosh. I got to find the video. Hold on. Probably beat her up too, huh? It's probably her. She probably did that, huh? The lady, she probably shot the man. There's this one video. Hold on. This is crazy. These are small people.
Female, one male, battle buddy. One female.
Look how small they are. You want to put these small people, in combat. This is mayhem. This is chaos. Then you don't. You just don't. And we have to accept that. That's it. If there is a training, if they put in place a training to guarantee everybody's safety and you just can't pass because your physiology won't allow you to pass, then okay. And that's okay. We shouldn't say, well, since they can't pass, we have to lower the standards. Huh? Because do you think when a war happens, when you are out there fighting, having lowered the standards is going to be beneficial? No. Then they just don't pass. Cool, like they just don't pass it. Because maybe women are not meant to be rangers. And we should be okay with that. They can find something else. It's not the end all be all. Like, oh my gosh, I can't be a ranger. You can be a whole lot of things and you can find joy in that. But they just don't. Because when real shit happens, everybody will pay the price because we didn't let the best people be qualified. We felt sorry for people. We can't do this. It's going to lead to people getting seriously hurt. They should not lower the standards. They can't do it. They can't do it. It's not a big deal. They can do other things. They don't have to be rangers. But I'm like, we can't just let people in for the sake of letting people in. No, then they just can't do it. And it's okay. And they have to be okay with this. But my thing, look at these little girls. Look at them. Right? Who in their right mind? Who in their right mind will say, oh, we're going to let these young ladies go do some combat? Combat? Are you okay? Are you seriously okay?
You got no space up here? They're going to stretch here. Put them on. I'm going to show you something.
You see?
Hey, son. Yeah.
And you want to put these little girls, you want these little girls to go do combat. Are you serious? So you want these, I'm like, so we're going to take these little girls to combat. This is evil. This is evil. You can put these young ladies somewhere where they're safe and they can do their job. We can have women in the military. Just put them somewhere where they're safe. Well, like, why is that a problem? I just don't get that part. But you would seriously take this young lady and put her in a combat zone? Oh my gosh. These people are sick. And that's for the best. And that's okay. It's really okay. And they should try to be the best. Like in their support jobs, they should be the best support they could ever be. Right? These women are so tiny. And how much muscle mass do you think this young lady can put in her lifetime? Like, how much muscle mass you think she can put on? And how fast do you think she can put on this muscle mass? And also when it comes to her lungs, the size of her lungs is already like, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. How much muscle mass you think she'll put on, even in over the next 5 years? How much muscle mass do you think this young lady will put on her body? But these are the kind of people they want to send to the front lines for the sake of saying, oh, we have women fighting. They thinking this is Wonder Woman, like, oh, it's a Marvel movie installment. Life is not Marvel Studios. This is real life. These are real people. And when you put people who are not qualified on the battlefield, a lot of people are going to get hurt. Like a lot of people are going to seriously get hurt. And then what are you going to tell her parents when she dies? Because now she's dead because you just wanted to have women on the battlefield knowing damn well they don't qualify. They're not going to run fast enough. They can't breathe fast enough. They can't carry all this gear. It's too much gear. It is too heavy. It's just too heavy.
Look, tap. So look, stay steady. So look, have a seat. Hey, what's your rank?
And look at the little tiny feet. No, this is cruel. This is cruel behavior, man. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So you will take these little girls and put these little girls in a combat zone. This is insanity. These are babies. Look at this one. Look how small she is. Look at how small she is. You would take this girl and put her in the line of combat. This is absolute cruelty. This is irresponsible. It's unconscionable. And these people are very unserious. These are agents of chaos. They want mayhem. They want to see these women slaughtered. And I'm starting to realize that even though on the surface it seems like these are pro-women, no, they hate women. They hate them. They hate them. Okay, I know that's right. But look at how small she is. Imagine saying, oh yeah, she has to go to combat because we need more women in combat zone. She's not going to make it. Would you let this young lady be a ranger? No. No. Well, then they should not, then the military is not the place for them. But we can't just let you do something because you want to do it at the expense of other people. Well, they should not be in the front line. But my thing is, from what I'm seeing, yeah, they don't belong there. They do not belong there. It is extremely unsafe. And then if something happens to you, now you become a liability for other people. Now they're risking their lives trying to protect you because you have no business being here in the first place. No, no, no. You don't want to do support, then the military is not the place for you. Just like those crazy planes, those fighter jets, right? Not everybody can be a pilot. There are people who are tall who would love to fly those planes, but they can't do it because they're just way too tall. I'm sure you got to wash all these clothes, right? But why people have to learn to understand, like, you know what? There are certain things I might want to do, but I'm not going to get to do them. You can't have it all. Okay? Because being in the military there's no I in team. It's not about what you want to do. It's about what is needed to have the best military possible. We should try to have the best military possible. But I'm like, the way we talk a whole lot of mess about China, Ukraine, whatever, if we were to go to war with these people, given that we have a DEI military, yeah, we'll probably get our asses whooped. Okay? Because these women do not stand a chance against military men from Russia, from China. They gonna get their asses whooped. So no. But I'm like, what is this? Even these guys are even too small. But I'm like, this is cruel behavior. This is insanity. You see? Put makeup on. Like, what is going on? Well, you see? Look at this.
Is being remembered tonight. She was killed this weekend during her first day on the job.
You see? You see? 8 years ago, so it's giving who? Okay, right? What was this? In 2016. Okay. Virginia cop shot dead. First day on the job. Her first day on the job, she was murdered.
Following an awful series of events in Northern Virginia.
I don't think we do.
Details.
Prince William County, Virginia Police Department posted this picture of rookie officer.
I truly don't think we do. We can say it, but honestly, when was the last time America won a war? Okay, we do chaos. We saw what happened in Afghanistan when Kamala Harris claimed that she was the last woman in the room. Okay, we saw what it looked like when Joe Biden pulled the people out of Afghanistan. It was a hot mess. It was a hot mess. I'll play the video. It was a hot mess. So I don't think we have the best military in the world. Okay. They thought Russia was going to fold in a day. They thought Russia was going to fold in 2 days. Joe Biden even went as far as blowing up one of his gas pipes so that he wouldn't be able to sell his gasoline, his natural gas, right? We've done a lot of messed up stuff to Russia. Russia is still standing. Russia is still standing. They thought that man was going to fold like paper. He seems okay to me. Vladimir is standing strong AF. Good job, Libra. Okay. I'm like the Beijing, the Beijing people, the China people, they got like 1 billion people. When you see their soldiers, it's all men. They don't got that foolishness. Right? When you see that these people can build an AI model on $5 million when it's taking people over here billions of dollars, yeah, we talk loud. But if push came to shove, I don't think we can say, oh yeah, it's gonna be an easy win. No, it's gonna be real. It's gonna be seriously real, especially when you have a military out here that's doing that has transgender. We have transsexual, whatever. Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, so when was the last time America properly won a war? America goes to places, causes chaos, disrupts the government, causes lots of refugees, and just runs and just leaves the place in chaos. Iraq a chaos, Libya's a chaos, Afghanistan's a chaos, right? I don't know when was the last time America won a war. When was the last? Maybe like World War II, maybe. That's about it. Vietnam, it was a mess. Them little Vietnamese people with their guerrilla warfare, right? Completely embarrassed America. They went to Somalia. Them Somalian people grabbed that plane. They grabbed that helicopter, Black Hawk. They grabbed that one American soldier, dragged his body throughout the city. The people left Mogadishu, right? It's a hot mess. Even now, America's even afraid of like face-to-face contact. They send drones. They don't go there directly because they scared, right? But we have, I don't know if you've seen this. We have a bunch of, how you call those people? Okay. Right? Whatever that looks like, what is that, right? You understand? So you can't have, this can't be your military. And you're going to be out here thinking, like, oh, yeah, if we go to war, we're going to win, okay? This is your military today. Okay? This is your military. Hold on. Where am I? Stop sharing. Okay. This is your military today. Okay? This is what we're working with. And it says 7% of U.S. voters support transgender military service. All right. So we like the kind of foolishness. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's not the entire military. These are the people who are being put in charge of the military. So you could have 100,000 people in the military, right? Even if you have the most competent people in the military, if they are being led by this, if these are the people making decisions, this is what they have to answer to, they're not going to win. It's the same thing as like having a coach, right? You can have formidable players, but if the coach is horrible, if the coach has horrible plays, they're going to lose, right? So if right now in the military, you have woke people in charge, you have transgender people in charge, you have DEI infesting the entire military, then you can't turn around and say, oh yeah, we have the best military. No, we do not, because all of that is the military. Right? It's the people who are in charge. Exactly. And some of these 4-star, 3-star general are also DEI infected. Okay. It's a parasite. Some of these 4-star, 3-star people are DEI infested. They are woke. They are progressive. That's what Pete Hegseth was explaining. That's why he's taking charge of the Pentagon. Right? They're like, oh, you got to the quotas. Right? So when you have 4-star, 3-star generals who care more about meeting quotas, who don't want to be called racist, who don't want to be called misogynist, right? As opposed to doing what needs to be done to have the most powerful military, right? You can then say, oh, we have the best military. No, we do not. Maybe one of the best, but not the best. Because you can never underestimate anybody. And when you look at Russia, you look at China, their country is not being torn apart. Their nation is not being divided by these goofy ass gender policies, these goofy ass woke ideologies, right? No. And Russia and China, people don't have issues with gender roles. Even North Korea, they don't have issues with gender roles. So everybody goes where they're most useful. Right? But if this is the face of the leadership of the military, of the U.S. Army, yeah, we're in big trouble. We're in big trouble. Yeah. So it's like, that's what America does. America just goes to foreign countries, picks really weak Arab countries and just causes chaos and they just leave. That's it. But you cannot say for a fact that if America went against Russia, that Russia would fold. You cannot say that because you don't know what they have. These Russian people are incredibly smart. They are incredibly intelligent. When people talk about weapons out here, most of the best weapons in the world are Russian weapons like Kalashnikov, something Kov. These are smart ass people. And these Romanovs, they have centuries behind their belt of fighting wars. They fought the Dutch, they fought the French, they fought a whole lot of people. They've always fought. These Romanovs have always gone to war. Right? But I think like when people live here in America, like they can be under this false impression that, oh, America's always the best. America's always number one. It's not the case. America's just loud sometimes. America's just loud. Right? And a lot of times people underestimate people because they live in different countries. They speak different languages and they look different. But that don't mean people are dumb though. But I'm like, look at the stuff that's coming out of China. Just this AI model that came out last week. It erased a $500 billion valuation from NVIDIA. $500 billion was erased from the market cap in a day. There's some smart ass people in China. They have stuff we don't even know about. So we don't really know. We think because they're calm, because they don't talk loud. They're not doing all this. America is extremely loud. It's like a lion. Maybe China is like an elephant. It's older and it's wiser. It's like, oh yeah, sure. Just run your mouth per usual, right? But you really can't say that because right now the military is not being ran by the best people. And the policies that are governing the military are not the best policies to make sure that we have the best people at all posts at all time. No, we are concerned about gender. We are concerned about equity. We are concerned about pronouns. And the Chinese military, they're not having special courses on pronouns, them, zer, they, them, us, we, like this, all this goofiness. No, they're focusing on what really matters, protecting China. Over here, we are focusing on pronouns. How do you identify? We are focusing on not hurting people's feelings, right? We are focusing on diversity and equity and inclusion. We are focusing on quotas. So we're not going to have the best product, because this is not how you get the best military. It really isn't. You know what I'm saying? But it's like people sleep on these people. They got to be very careful. Hold on.
Calling down to individual units to make sure they had female company commanders after they graduated from Ranger School. Like, what's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs doing, pushing company command slots for? It's all an agenda. It's all to say, oh, we have this first, or we have this, that. So that's proliferated everywhere.
Okay.
The reason women started getting in combat is because of forward support companies, and they were, we were integrating a lot of the rear echelon activities into BCTs, brigade combat teams, that were now deploying forward as an entity. And so you had women truck drivers or fuel or mechanics on these convoys in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then they'd be ambushed or hit by IEDs, and suddenly now you have women in combat. That's maybe a modern reality in a 360 battlefield. That's different than intentionally saying, we're going to put women into combat roles so they will do the combat jobs of men, knowing that we've changed the standards in putting them there.
Exactly.
Which means you've changed the capability of that unit. And if you say you haven't, you're a liar, because everybody knows between bone density and lung capacity and muscle strength, men and women are just different. And so if you want to, I'm okay with the idea that you maintain the standards where they are for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's some, hard charging female that meets that standard, great, cool, join the infantry battalion. But that is not what's happened.
Yeah.
What has happened is the standards have lowered, because the general comes by and asks a question. You know what questions are when generals ask questions. They're just a command. Lieutenant or captain or major, why aren't there more women in your unit?
You see?
That means get some.
If that's the concern, like, if they're concerned about why you don't have more women, as opposed to saying, how do we shoot faster? How do we have better weapons? How do we run faster? They're not asking the right questions. So then how can we say we have the best military? No, we don't. We just have a situation where I think, what really saves America right now, it's not because people are afraid. I don't think Russia is afraid of America, because they also have a nuclear bomb. There's no kind of harm we can inflict on Russia that it can inflict right back. And if we all care to go back in the Cold War, it was Russia who put something into space before America. Sputnik was the first thing in space before America. When it comes to the moon landing, honestly, I think it was fake. I think it was done in Hollywood, because they were scrapping to prove to themselves, okay? No, but you don't have to think, right? You can say, I don't think. No, obviously, what you think does not matter. What it is what it is, right? And I think also it's a bit intellectually dishonest when now you realize that you have transgender people in position of authority in the military to say, oh, I don't think the standards have been lowered. If we were back in 1996, would you have seen this? If we were back in in the early 2000s, would you have seen this? Right? Right? No, you wouldn't have. Right? Would this have happened in 1985? I don't think so. Right? Would this have happened? Would this have happened in 1996? I don't think so. Would this have happened in 2005? No. Even in 2012? No. So now, but how can you say, where's the proof? You don't see this picture? I'm confused, right? If you are now in a place where this is acceptable in the military, when you're now in a place where this is what you get in the military, these are the people in charge in the military, how can you then say that the standards have not been lowered? I am confused. So you think high standards produce this? McCoy, I'm confused. You think high standards produce this? So high standards, it produced this, right? This is the proof. Because would you have had, if we were back in the 1960s, would you have had this in the military? If we were back in the, But so the standards, so what you're saying is, so this man right here, he has met this trans woman here has met the standards. So when you look at this person, because I'm trying to see what you're trying to say. So what you're saying is you believe that this person here, so coming out transgender female Madge Rachel Jones. So this person here, you believe that this person has met the standards to be in the military. You believe that. Okay. Okay. You believe this. Okay. 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 All right. New Pentagon rules incorporate transgender troops into armed forces. So you also think that this so these people here meet the requirements. They complete a basic training. Okay. So you would trust this person. So if you had to go to war right now, you would trust this person with your life. So, Coy, if you had to go to war right now and this is the person that you're stuck with, you would be completely okay. Like, you know what? This person did the job, met the requirement. You'll be okay with this person. You'll put your life in this person's hand. Okay, cool. Yeah. Because I'm like, me, Marlene, I'm not doing this. Because I do not believe, Marlene, I do not believe that this person met the requirements. And whatever requirements they met, I believe that the requirements were lowered. And I'm going to tell you another thing, because this is 2025, and we're not going to sit here and play games. When you consider that a transgender person, oh, that's good. I'm saying no. I will not put my life in this person's hand. And I'm going to say exactly why. To me, when you consider how, first of all, being in the military, especially if you know you're going to go to war, it's extremely dangerous. It's extremely stressful. A person who's a transgender is a person who was born with one gender, one sex, and wants to change into a different gender through the help of medication. These people are taking hormones. They are taking a lot of hormones. You have men, people who are born men, so they make more testosterone. Now they got to take more estrogen. And their body, all their organs, their entire DNA is not built for this amount of estrogen they want to take. So they have to force the body. They have to force the body to accept a level of estrogen that their body was not meant to receive. There are emotional consequences to that. There are psychological consequences to that. On top of the fact that these people have to handle guns, they have to handle weapons. They have to handle stress. Like when you take people who are quote unquote in the right body and who are in the military and who have to go through training, who have to go through deployment, who have to go through war. No, but it's not their body, their choice, McCoy. That's where you have a flawed logic. But I don't have time to argue with you. But you have a flawed logic because it's not just their body, their choice. We are all in a platoon together. We're all in the battalion together. So what one person does affects all of us. And I hope that one day you have enough intellectual honesty and courage to admit that to yourself. Right? But Marlene, I have seen what transitioning does to a person psychologically, hormonally, physically, because these hormones, it's a lot. They take lots of hormones. They consume lots of hormones. On top of the stress of being in the military, the stress of being deployed, the stress of being in the barrack, the stress of having weapons. I am not trusting someone that's on a cocktail of synthetic hormones with my life. I don't want you in my platoon. I don't want to go to war with you because I can't trust your mental state because you take drugs, you take hormones. You are currently forcing your body to do stuff it doesn't want to do. What do we do if we have to go fight, but now you're having withdrawals because of your hormones? What if we have to go to war and because we're deployed, you no longer have access to your hormones? How does that affect your mental state? Right? If we got to go to Kiev right now, if we have the support what? Support what? Support what? right? Support what? The doctrine supports what? You think if we're in the battleground, they got time to go re-up on their hormones? You don't even make any sense. You don't even make any sense. Okay? You don't make any sense. Right? You think when you're in the battlefield and things happen, sometimes you don't even get you. Like I had a friend, I had one of my childhood friends. He went to war. He went to Iraq. He went there twice. Mark went there twice. He went to war twice. And one time he went, they got trapped in Nasiriyah. Like they were out there in the desert. They got trapped out there. Everybody in the platoon died. Mark woke up that day. They all went outside. They came back. Everybody just died. And they had to be rescued by the Marines. They just died just like that. They were stuck out there. When you get deployed and you out here fighting, what are the odds that you're going to have all your supply of estrogen? What are the odds? So what happens if this entity has been on a certain treatment of estrogen for the past 6 months, right? And now because we're deployed, you haven't had your estrogen for the past 6 weeks or the past 4 weeks. What does that do to your mental state? And we're all over here trapped in this barack. We're out here in these tents. We're out here outside. We're out here. No, it doesn't make it. He could be in the infantry. That's the point. He could be in the infantry because you can't tell him where he can and cannot be because according to you, as long as they pass the test, they can be anywhere, right? So he can be there. You can't guarantee where he's going to be or where he's not going to be because once you let him in, let him be wherever he wants to be or wherever she wants to be. Like you said, their body, their choice. So what if this person thinks, oh, I can handle going to war. I can handle being deployed. I can handle being out there in the desert, right? Hell the fuck no. Not with my fucking life. You crazy. Not with my fucking life. And that's a crazy ass risk you took. And you better thank God you came back alive. You better thank God you came back alive. That's a crazy ass risk that you took with your life. That is a crazy ass risk because the odds of you not coming back could have been really high. Because these people are going through stuff. They take medication. They take hormones. They do a lot of stuff because you're forcing your body to do something it was not meant to do, and it's not safe. It's not safe. Like if you're born a man and the levels of hormones they take, the amount of estrogen they take, it's comparable to being pregnant. That's why even a woman, when she comes out of pregnancy, she goes through postpartum depression because the level of estrogen you have during your pregnancy versus the level of estrogen that you have after your pregnancy, it's not the same. So it's like just crashing out. You are crashing out. You are crashing out. And we see what happens when a lot of ladies crash out. They kill their babies. Many women have killed their babies because they were going through postpartum depression. So I'm a woman. I know what it's like to have estrogen. I know what it's like to have a lot more estrogen during pregnancy. And then I know what it is to come off the estrogen after you had the baby. That's why we call it postpartum depression, because you are crashing out because your levels of estrogens are no longer the same because you gave birth to the baby. And then your hair starts to fall off. All kinds of weird things start to happen to people. But we have seen women murder their children, right? So just because you took the risk and you were comfortable taking the risk, knowing that you are going to war with somebody who has lots of stress, who's taking lots of hormones, who probably did not going to have enough supply of their medicine, right? That's for you. You take that risk. And you're lucky you came back, but you could not have came back because it's a real thing. And nobody in the military should have to be forced to do that because it's already dangerous. It's already stressful. I don't have time to be like, okay, did you take your medication? You took your hormones? Do you have enough hormones? Nobody has time for this. Exactly. That's a lie. Not everybody on the mission is focused. Maybe you were focused. But I know a lot of soldiers, a lot of people, I've seen lots of videos too. A lot of people be at war. They playing, they're having sex, they drinking, do all kinds of foolishness. And that's why a lot of people die sometimes because they don't take this stuff seriously. Not every soldier takes it seriously. And when someone is not serious, it puts everybody in harm's way. So no. It's like, to me, it's really crazy. Like, especially when there are guns involved, when you have guns involved, when you have weapons involved, when you have arsenal involved, when you have expensive machinery, when you have deadly machinery. Yeah, no. Your mental state, it matters. It matters. But if you need hormones to be mentally stable, you should not come anywhere close to this stuff. Because that's crazy. Near planes, near guns, near this, near that, near this. It is extremely dangerous. It is extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. But if in 2024, this is what the U.S. military looks like, nobody's going to sit here in their right mind and believe that the standards have not been lowered. Nobody's going to look at this person like, oh, yeah, oh, this is giving confidence. Like, I have so much confidence. No, no, no. Nobody will ever look at no, it's not happening. It's not happening. If you see it on RuPaul's Drag Race, that's one thing. Okay? If you see it on RuPaul's Drag Race, that is one thing. But when it comes to the military, there's certain things people don't want to see there. And how far we went from don't tell, what's it called? No, what's it called? Don't talk, don't tell. Like when you used to have to hide your if you were gay in the military, to now going as far as this. Yeah, we're not gonna sit here and say, oh yeah, the standards have not been lowered. They've been extremely lowered. Because now it's not about like having the best military. It's not even about safety. Don't ask, don't tell. Right there you go. Right, we went from that all the way to this. In how many years? That's crazy. And this has nothing to do with making the military better, right? Pentagon incorporates transgender troops, right? This has nothing to do with making the military better. How do transgender people in the military make the military better? It has nothing to do. It's all about turning the military into another freak show, another clownish ass circus, okay? All right. So it's like nobody in their right mind is going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, this person here passed everything with flying colors. Oh, no, we don't believe this. We don't believe this. Because we know exactly what this is. Virtue signaling. Okay. Oh, look at us. Look at us. Look at the freak show we got going on. That's about it. Because if this was the thing, right? But if this was a thing, then if this was a real thing, if this right here made militaries better, McCoy, we would see it in Russia. We would see it in China. We would see it in North Korea. Who does not want to have a strong military? If having transgender people was the way to go to have one of the best militaries in the world, McCoy, we would see everybody doing it. We would see Russia doing it. We would see China doing it. We would see Taiwan doing it. We would see North Korea doing it. We would see South Korea doing it. We would see everybody doing it. If you can truly create the best military by having transgender people in the military, by having transgender people in positions of authority in the military, everybody will be doing it. There's no way America is the only one that has cracked the code on how to have the best military, that we're the only ones who are doing this. Nobody else is doing this. Even the British are not doing this. Canada is not doing this. Mexico's not doing this, right? Why are we the only country that is doing this? So obviously it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Exactly. And because now we're built different, a lot of bad things are happening to us. It's about time for us to go back to the way we used to be, okay? Because sometimes tradition, it trumps everything. It really does. Tradition, it trumps everything. But if it was really beneficial, if it truly improved production, output, like lethalness, I don't know. If it really made the military better, you will see everybody do it. When something is really good, everybody copies. Right? China tried communism. People started dying of famine. Oh, you know what? We might have to pivot. So they had to embrace capitalism. Oh, they're so cute, right? But they're not doing it for a reason, because it's not helpful. It is not helpful. It doesn't bring any advantage. We can even go ask ChatGPT right now. We can even go ask DeepSeek. We can even ask AI. Does it make the military? Well, you can go, but don't miss out on work. Don't miss your work, right? But my point is, like, I'm sure we can even ask ChatGPT. We can even ask AI. Does it truly make the military more efficient, more deadly, more lethal? More on point if we have diversity, equity, and inclusion and transgender this? I don't think so. And so, like, that's the thing, we went from don't ask, don't tell to all of this like this so quickly, so fast. No, they're lowering the standards, and they know they are. And they are focusing on metrics that truly do not matter. And this is dangerous. This is so dangerous. right? I understand, like, saying, you know what, some people might want to be trans, and so we also want them to kind of be happy. Like, sure, I get that, but they also have to get us. There has to be a healthy compromise, right? Where it's not just, oh, just think about the trans person. The trans person also has to think about the rest of us, right? You know you have to take medication. You know you have to take your hormones. You know this is stressful. That it's extremely stressful. Even regular people who go to war, they struggle with their mental health because it's hard. It's hard. Going to war is really hard. So when you have normal people who are born in the right bodies, men and women who go to war, and they struggle internally with how heavy it is to go to war, you, on top of the stress, now you got to add the stress of your medication, your treatment. You got to keep taking your hormones. Like, it's a lot. We really can't trust you with weapons. And like, people have to understand that. We're not saying, like, you know, we don't want what's best for you, but we also got to do what's best for everybody, not just you. And it's like, now we got to a point, it's like, okay, because we don't want to hurt LGBTQ people, especially the T in the LGBTQ, right? We don't want to speak the truth. Like, no, I don't wish harm on you, because obviously you're going through a lot. Anybody who feels as though I'm born in the wrong body and I need medical circumcision, I need physical circumcision, yeah, I feel sad for you, because I can't imagine what it is to wake up every day thinking that you're born in the wrong body. That's crazy. Something is not okay. Now, they are refusing it to call it a mental illness, but that's really what it should be. Because when you wake up in the morning and you hate your body, you hate everything about your body, you want to use a knife, do all kinds of stuff to change your body, you want to start cutting off healthy limbs off your body, something with your mind is not okay. But now it's so offensive to say to people, you might need help. Because if I came and said, oh, you guys, I want to cut off my arms, or I want to cut off my boobs, you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, Marlene, you better go ahead and do it, girl. You better go ahead and do, like, are you okay? Like, is she okay, James? Please grab the baby. Because it's just not normal to want to just cut everything off your body. So I'm like, there's a serious spiritual agony. These people are suffering on the inside. Marlene, I fully, like, when I tell you this, right, I am so honest. I truly, truly understand that people who are trans are suffering in their flesh. I couldn't imagine. You know, when I was growing up, I was like, oh, sometimes there was a part in my life where I felt like, oh, I was too dark. There was another part in my life where I felt like my nose was too big, right? I've had issues with my body, but you know me, eventually I got out of it. I'm like, oh, you know what, it is what it is, okay? I'm dark skinned, my nose is big. It is what it is, all right? You got to learn to make the best out of it. I outgrew those issues I had with my body. Like a lot of people outgrow the issues they have with their bodies. And you start getting comfortable with your body. But people who are trans, it's like they never outgrow those issues. I'm like, damn, that has to be a lot, right? But when you're born with a male part and then you want to have that cut off and turn into a vagina, that's concerning, right? When you have a vagina and you're willing to cut veins out of your arm to create a fake male part that you can never really use for intercourse, something is not okay. When you are willing to take hormones for the rest of your life to force your body to do something it was not meant to do, I truly understand that you are suffering in your flesh. You are suffering. And all these doctors who are going along with this, lying to you, selling you on this medication, selling you on all this plastic surgery stuff, they're freaking evil. They are evil, because good people will say, you need help. Not plastic surgery, not more pills, no more hormones. You need pills, because it's not normal for a person to completely feel so devastated because of how you're born. It's really crushing. Me, it makes me really sad. You know, it makes me sad every time I see people not loving themselves. They think they have to be somebody else. They think they have to be a whole different gender. Think they have to be a whole different person to be accepted, to love themselves, to feel good. Because how is that freedom? How are you free? How are you free? Right? We have to learn to love ourselves the way that we're born. People start saying, oh, your gender is a sign at birth. How can anybody's gender be a sign? What the heck? When you're born, you open the legs, you see it. It's right there. Nobody's assigning anything. Nobody is born without a private part. It's not, oh, doctor, oh, open the leg. Okay, well, I'm going to pick this and put it there. No, it's already there. It's even there in the body. Like when a woman goes and has a sonogram, you can see if it's a penis, you can see if it's a vagina. It's in there. It's observed. Nobody's assigning anything to anybody. Make it make sense. So it's like we really have a problem. You know what I mean? But to me, I understand that these people, they're suffering. They are really, really suffering. But my point is, when we recognize that they are suffering like this, is it prudent? Is it wise? Is it even loving to put these people in high stress situation where they have to risk their lives, where they have to be responsible for other people, when we know they're not all the way there? I don't think that's love. I really do not think that's love. We need to get people help. And we definitely should not put these people in situations that are extremely volatile, extremely stressful, full of anxiety. Like, going to war, being deployed, it's a lot. It is a lot. I grew up in VA most of my life, right? I'm not far from, we're not that far from Quantico. We're not far from Fort Belvoir. And we have lots of things out here, right? And when people went to war, especially Iraq, when they came back, when many of these soldiers came back, and mind you, these people are heterosexual, huh? These are people, these are straight men. But you know how many were out here, especially at Quantico, killing their wives? Because in the middle of the night, they would have these crazy dreams. And they would think the wife in the bed was the op. And the husband proceeded to just strangle the wife. So many wives were dying at Quantico because these men had mental issues. It is bad. It's really bad. So I can even imagine putting that on a person that's already struggling internally with who they are as a person and who they want to be. I don't think that's love. I think once again, that's chaos that is causing mayhem. That's extremely evil. Okay? So hold on. Where we at again? Let's keep watching this one. I stopped playing this one. Okay.
A young police officer is being remembered tonight. She was killed this weekend during her first day on the job following an awful series of events in Northern Virginia. Jamie Yukas has details.
Prince William County, Virginia Police Department posted this picture of rookie officer Ashley Gwindon about to start her first shift. The caption, "Be safe." Chief Steve Hudson.
She was literally sworn in the day before on Friday.
Before becoming a U.S. Marine reservist, she interned for the police department.
She clearly had a passion to serve others in a way that went beyond herself.
Gwindon and two other officers responded to a domestic disturbance on Saturday. When they arrived, suspect Ronald Hamilton opened fire from the front door.
We have 3 officers that have been shot.
Gwindon's training officer and 10-year veteran David McCowan, along with 8-year veteran Jesse Hempen, were wounded and are expected to survive.
Officers provided first aid to the wounded officers until fire and rescue staff could get on scene. Later in the afternoon, Officer Gwindon succumbed to her injuries.
Hamilton eventually surrendered. Police found his wife dead inside the home. The couple has an 11-year-old son who was not harmed. Hamilton is an active duty staff sergeant who works at the Pentagon. No one knows.
What the heck? He works at the Pentagon. What is wrong with you? Oh my Lord. What in the world?
Hamilton eventually surrendered. Police found his wife dead inside the home. The couple has an 11-year-old son who was not harmed. Hamilton is an active duty staff sergeant who works at the Pentagon. No one knows why he fired on the officers. Neighbor Leon Harris described Hamilton as a gentle giant.
The guy, he was a good guy. Great neighbors, just something must have snapped.
Early Sunday morning, more than 100 patrol cars lined up outside the hospital where Officer Gwindon was taken. They provided escort to a young woman.
First day on the job, she gets killed. So it's not safe. It's not safe. Now let's go this one because Nina Turner, what's her name? Nina Turner, she gets on my nerves. Let me play this one for y'all. Okay. Let's play this one. Hold on. Stop here. I keep having issues with my connection. Hold on, you guys. Hold on.
At once. One, we don't know if DEI played any role in the hiring and of any of the people involved in the crash. or training. Two, we're all old enough to remember when people waited a while after the bodies had already been recovered before they started politicizing. And number three, and I think this may be the most important part, that the Obama and Biden policies as it related to the FAA and hiring are absolutely insane. Tell me why she's wrong.
Well, the third one, we need to delve more into that. That doesn't mean that there's a correlation between what just happened, the tragedy.
No, it doesn't. But nobody's defending.
It does actually, Nina. But once again, you didn't do your homework. You just come in here to be black and to grift, right? You didn't do your homework. Didn't do your homework. Well, I can't wait to go in there and check these white people. Do your homework. Do your homework. And just because, quote unquote, Barack Obama's black, even though he's biracial, right, doesn't mean that he didn't implement things that are incredibly detrimental. Okay. My president is black. Yeah, your president is about the rainbow. Okay. And your president was extremely detrimental to a lot of people. All right. Yeah.
Nobody's defending the Obama-Biden policies. Everybody's saying it's too early, we don't know, on and on. But the fact remains that the FAA was hiring people based on things other than, are you the best to keep planes from crashing into each other, period?
Well, the way that you're framing this right now, I agree with Julian on most of what she had to say. And you're right, we are old enough to remember when folks would give condolences first, make sure investigations happen. People just lost their family, their friends, their co-workers, and the president did not do a presidential thing.
We stipulated all that, Nina. You're stonewalling here.
But
tell me why the FAA. No, hold on. You are stonewalling. Hold on.
No,
tell me why the FAA putting out guidance that they want to hire people not best on best and brightest, and changing their standards and lowering their standards is a good thing.
Leland, now hold on. You know me, I never stonewall. First of all, this is not if he wants to investigate what the Biden and Obama administrations did, then do that. But give a moment. My only point is this: give a moment for the family and the friends.
Stipulate. Answer my question.
If in fact there were some policies within the Biden and the Obama administration that are not up to par, then let's have that discussion. All I'm simply saying is that throwing every DEI at everything is not the way to get at the fixes that are needed. That is what I am saying.
If we can't acknowledge, and these are claims from Adam Laxalt, who sued the FAA, and there's reasons to believe that they're true based on the documents. 2,000 qualified controllers not hired due to DEI. The Obama administration threw out aptitude tests because the tests changed. The way they picked controllers changed, and the standards were lowered so they could give preferences to people based on race and other.
And she's shaking her head because she didn't do her homework. So let's go here again, okay? Tracing wood grades, okay? The FAA's hiring scandal, a quick overview. All right? Okay. What is this? What's happening here? All right. Y'all seen this? Do y'all see this? Yeah, it always works like that. It never fails. It always works like that. First, they get mad instead of actually going and doing their research. Like, put your feelings to the side. A scandal at the FAA has been moving on a slow burn through the courts for a decade, culminating in a class action lawsuit currently known as Brigada versus Buttigieg, bought by a class who spent years and thousands of dollars in coursework to become air traffic controllers, only to be dismissed by a pass or fail. And the funny thing about this, y'all, it gives Jim Crow. If you ever study Jim Crow, like the test they gave to people, to black people in order to vote, it was stuff like this. Like, you have to read. Could you read this? Oh, you can't read it? Well, I guess you can't vote, huh? They would have jars with like different marbles in there. Then you would have to guess how many red marbles in there. Oh, well, I guess you got that wrong. You can't vote, huh? That's exactly what this is. This, I'm like, if you remove your obsession with who's racist, who's not racist, when you look at what DI and these goofy tests they're doing, and you compare those tests to the tests they were giving to people in order to determine who could vote and who could not vote, even though the Constitution says they have the right to vote, that's exactly what this is. It's a pass or fail. And what that does is, right, so let's say that even a question, they could give you like half a point on the question, or they could give you like 2 out of 3 points on the question. It's like, no, you either have it right or you have it wrong. Even if you could give the person extra credit, you just won't give them extra credit. It's either they pass or they fail. So that way it's up to your discretion to decide who's going to pass and who's going to fail. That's low-key, high-key Jim Crow. That's exactly what that is. That is exactly what that is. Oh, can you answer this question? Well, didn't like your answer, so I guess you ain't gonna do it. Okay? You ain't gonna get the job. Oh, you're not gonna get the vote. Oh, you're not gonna get this. That's exactly what Jim Crow is. DEI is rebranding from Jim Crow. But then again, are we surprised? It's the same Democratic Party, right? So they take the same concept, change the name, rebrand it, and then they sell you. But because now they're applying it to, I guess before it was like white people applying it to black people, but now it's like minorities applying it to white people. So people are pretending as if this is not what Jim Crow was about. That's exactly what that is. That's Jim Crow. These are tests of segregation. If you don't get the answer right, boom, that's it, you're done. Because the goal is for you to never pass. You're not supposed to be successful. Right? When you give somebody a reading assignment before they can exercise the right to vote, even though the Constitution says they have the right to vote, what you doing? Right? When you put random beads, random beads in a jar, you say, oh, tell me how many yellow beads are in there. 50? I don't know. Well, it's giving 49. You fail. Can't vote. Like, what is this? What is this? Right? But once again, these are the same chicanery of the Democratic Party, because this is the party of the KKK. This is the party of the Ku Klux Klan. So are we surprised? Right? I saw this lady was saying on Instagram, oh, would you pay $1,000 for these curls? And people in the comment were like, girl, because she calls it like Gina, like some Gina curls. And the people are like, no, that's a Jerry curl, right? And the guy was like, oh, so y'all just changed the name from Jerry to Gina, and the price went up. That's about it. There's nothing new under the sun. People take the same old racist ass concept, rebrand them, and then reapply them on different people. But it's the same thing. It's the same logic. That's how it goes. So I'm like, no, you want a particular class of people to fail this class, to fail this test, because you don't want them to be successful. You're not looking for the best. You're looking for who you want. And that right there makes you a racist. That makes you a racist. When you give a test to all people, and the goal of this test is not to hire the best, but you only want to hire who you want to hire, you're full of shit. You are full of shit. I'm like, this right here is Jim Crow. DEI is legit Jim Crow. But because it benefits people who I guess historically were quote unquote oppressed, right? Oh, it's okay. It's not okay. You don't fix evil with evil. You don't fix racism with racism. You don't fix bigotry with bigotry. This is crazy, especially when people's lives are at risk. You can't do stuff like this. Like, this is insane. Okay, so let me go. Okay, so the question here awarded point factors like lowest grade in high school is science. So if you say that you have the lowest grade in science, you have the lowest grade in high school, then you get a point. Oh, then you're boosted up because you failed high school science. How does that make sense? Something explicitly admitted by the FAA in a motion to deny the class certification. No, they need to be sued, right? Hold on. Historically, the pipeline into air traffic control has followed a few paths. Military veterans, graduate of the Air Traffic Collegiate Training Initiative, right, program, and the general public. Whichever route they came from, each candidate will be required to take and pass an 8-hour AT-SAT cognitive test to begin serious training, which is fair. This test was validated as being effective as recently as 2013. The FAA has faced pressure to diversify air traffic control for generation, something that seems to have influenced even the scoring structure of the AT-SAT cognitive test used for pre-employment screening of air traffic control candidates. Leading up to 2014, that pressure intensified with the National Black Coalition of Federal Aviation Employees leading the push. To start, in 2000, a 3-member task force, including the NBC FAE member Mamie Mallory, wrote a business case in strategic planning to address underrepresentation of minorities, women, and people with targeted disabilities. Why would people with disabilities want to be in the traffic control room? Like, make it make sense. Recommending per lawsuit a workplace cultural audit, diversity, and hiring targets for each year, and allowing RNO, race and national origin, and gender conscious hiring. They were advised by Dr. Herbert Wong, who helped the NBC FAE analyze FAA diversity data in 2009. And Wong authored a report concluding that the FAA was the least diverse agency within the executive branch of the federal government. Mallory and Wong were consulted as part of the 2014 test replacement process, so they changed the test. From there, the NBCFA sent letters in July and October 2009 to the FAA administrator and the secretary for the Department of Transportation, claiming disparate treatment, adopted a strategic plan advocating for affirmative employment, obtaining an independent valuation of hiring and or screening tool, and pursuing litigation. A talking point, a document pushing the FAA to address diversity, and the creation of a group called Team 7. In 2012, Team 7 members met with the Secretary of the Department of Transportation, the FAA administrator, and the senior FAA leaders to discuss diversity, after which the FAA commissioned a barrier analysis with a number of recommendations. Central to this, the cognitive test posed a barrier for Black candidates. There you go. So these Black people did not have the grades. So they recommended using biographical tests first to maximize diversity, eliminating the vast majority of candidates prior to any cognitive test, right? Because these Black kids were failing the cognitive test. So because they're failing it, they're saying, well, since it's a barrier for these Black children, let's do a test based on what biographical test? Oh, no, I don't think so. Okay, like this is crazy. Let's keep going, right? In 2012 and 2013, the NBCFA continued pushing this process with members meeting the DOT, FAA, Congressional Black Caucus, and others to push diversity among ATCs. By July 2013, the FAA created a barrier analysis implementation team, okay? Around this time, the FAA decided to pause the hiring of CTI graduates pending the implementation of biographical assessment. Neither the schools that ran the CTI programs nor their students were informed of this when the decision was initially made. A number of students, including the class representative, passed the AT-SAT, okay? In this case of the class representative with a perfect score, not knowing they will never get to use it. That is discrimination. In 2014, the FAA rolled out a new biographical questionnaire in line with the barrier analysis recommendation, designed so that 90% of more applicants would fail. That's Jim Crow. The questionnaire was not monitored and people could take it home. What the freak? What the freak? I hope y'all still here. Okay? What the freak? So you can take the test home. You can take it home. So first, the cognitive one, we're going to get rid of it because these Black kids are not passing. Then maybe because you want these Black kids to cheat, they can take it home. So this is why a lot of people do not trust Black people when they have certain positions. People can sit here and act like, oh my gosh, I'm so outraged. No, don't be outraged, because why are you taking the test home? And even you as a Black person, if you're part of these Black people and you're a super Democrat and you hate Donald Trump, do you feel comfortable knowing that your ATC control, the ATC person got to take their test home? Does that make you feel safe? Especially in this age of AI, how do we know that these people are not using ChatGPT to do their work? It's an open book test. And on top of that, you can even have an open book test at the department. They could come to school and do an open book test at the school. No, they get to take it home. So how do we know they don't have other people do their assignment? Right? And this is why they always make sure to never talk about the data, never talk about the articles, never bring the facts, right? Because they know they're gaslighting you. Oh, it's racist. Oh, shut up. You're about to be exposed. Why are you taking the test home? Right? And you see all the kids who passed the cognitive test and who got 100% score, these kids are, you can't use that score. You now have to use what's called a biographical test, where they're asking you, did you have low grades in high school science? What the freak? So I'm like, how exactly is this not Jim Crow? How is it? How exactly? People need to explain this to me. How exactly is this not Jim Crow? How exactly is this not? Because I'm like, even for my son, if any of my sons were to take that test, they will also be penalized because they didn't have low grades in high school. What's next? Did you have a two-parent household and then you also get penalized for that? Well, I guess they're going to get penalized. How is that fair? Why do people get to take the test home? For what purpose? You don't know the answers? So they lower the standard and they still have to let you take the test home. Why? Because you can't do it? And this is how Black people are being represented through DEI. They can't do it. So we have to lower the standard. They have to take the test home. And you see, and this is why I, Marlene, like, and other Black people who have worked hard for our degrees, we have a strong issue with DEI because it's going to get to a point where it makes it seem as though every Black person that has a degree, they just gave it to you. And then it diminishes. No, that's for the ATC, Kevin. And then the air traffic controller, right? And then it makes it seem as though you didn't work hard for your degree. So consequently, everybody that's Black, your degree is going to be worthless. DEI is going to truly harm Black people, especially Black people who worked really hard. This is not fair. This is not fair. Who gets, like, anybody who has to take the GMAT, the GRE, the MCAT, who gets to take it home? Who has ever said, take the GMAT home, take the MCAT at home, take the SAT at home? No, you have to go to the facility and then you take your exam at the facility. If you want to make it open book, that's fine. But everybody should come to the same facility and everybody should take the exam on the same day. Because how are we supposed to trust this? How is this okay? Like, seriously, how is this okay? This is not okay. This is really, really not okay. Because how do you feel when you realize that whoever's in the air traffic control room up there, they got to take their test home? So how do we know you actually did the work? You had no supervision. Nobody even knows if you did it, ChatGPT did it, or if DeepSeek did it, or somebody else did it for you. How do we know? And these are people who are responsible for granting visual separation, and we are allowing people to take the test home. Did you even study what visual separation is? Do you even know what it is? I can see why he was so flippant giving it to the person. We're talking about airplanes. We are talking about people's lives. And all these people care about, we got to make sure we have enough Black people. And to do that, there's nothing we're not going to do. We're going to lower the test. We're going to change the test, lower the test, write a goofy ass test. And we're going to say, okay, you got to take the test. You get to take the test home. Do you not see what you're doing here? You are telling people that Black people are not smart enough. How is this helping Black people? How exactly are you helping Black people? You are making it look you are making us look stupid. You are making us look incompetent. Nobody needs this. I don't want this. Nobody should want this unless you're mediocre and you're just trying to scam. But if you're an amazing Black student and you know how to study, why would I want to take the test at home? I can do it here. It should be done. You should go to school. You should go to a facility and you should have people supervise you. And then you take your test. But I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. Even with nepotism, there's a lot of Black, y'all got to stop using you got to stop using nepotism because this day and age, we have a lot of Black people whose children are living off nepotism. Okay. Blue Ivy being the first one I can think of, right? She's 6 years old. She got a Grammy at the age of 6. You have Bronny in the NBA. He's there because of his dad. A lot of Black children live off of nepotism. Malaya Obama and her doing movie, nepotism. She's like, oh, it's a 15-minute movie. I'm like, girl, then just be a YouTuber. Like, make it make sense, right? All this fanfare for 15 minutes. How can a movie be 15 minutes long? Girl, make it make sense. Just be a YouTuber. So a lot of Black people today, their children are Nepo babies. Like, we're no longer like in the 1800s. We are in 2025. A lot of Black people, there are a lot of wealthy Black people, and many Black people, their children are Nepo babies. Diddy's sons are Nepo babies, right? Listen, Lori Harvey is a Nepo baby. A lot of Black people's children are Nepo babies. So this right here, this argument don't stand a chance, right? So that's crazy. But for those of us who really worked hard for our degrees and who did not get to take the test home, it's incredibly insulting. And you are causing harm to our degrees. You're harming our degrees because then they're all going to look at us the same. But, oh, yeah, you got in there because of DI. You got to the math department because of DI. You got this because of DI. Exactly. Will and Jada, right? Exactly. Willow and her brother, right? There's a lot, Willow and Jaden, there's a lot of children, there's a lot of Black children who are Nepo babies, right? Northwest, another one. So this whole nepotism thing, there are too many wealthy ass Black people today whose children have what they have because of who their parents are. And we know this. But I'm like, this right here, it is not fair to Black people who have to work hard. No, it does compare. It does compare. It does compare. Because nepotism is nepotism. And whoever is stolen an opportunity because of nepotism, you can't tell them how to feel, right? Whoever would have been in the Lakers had Bronny not taken his place, you can't say to him, oh, no amount of white da-da-da is going to make up. No, because that's how he feels. Who are you to neglect his pain? Who are you to minimize how he feels? Right? Exactly. T.I. and Tiny's kids. And maybe Coach Prime, Shido and what's his name? Shido and Shadur, right? Maybe also Shiloh and Shadur, right? Maybe they're also Nepo babies because their daddy is Coach Prime. So they're taking something from somebody else. So you can't say, well, no amount of white privilege is going to, no. Because for that person, that's a real loss. And we can't minimize how they feel. Just because a Black person took something from you, it doesn't mean that it hurts less. Because maybe if Bronny was not in the Lakers right now, it would have been another Black child who was a better player, who was more deserving, who works harder. Bronny he was an okay collegiate player. He's not even the best. He barely got any play time, right? But because his father runs the league, his father's a bully, they let the boy in there, and he took something from somebody else who was more deserving. And that could have been a Black boy who could have played in there and taken care of his entire family. Bronny's already rich. His dad's already rich. So when a Black person takes an opportunity away from another Black child who does not have rich parents, you talking about white people this, it doesn't erase how it feels. Nobody is saying, oh, you know what? I got cheated, but I feel so much better because a Black person robbed me. Girl, what? No. Nobody ever said that. T.D. Jakes and Sarah Jakes. Exactly. Sarah Jakes also another Nepo baby. There are people out here who preach who are way more qualified than her. Priscilla Schreiber, her daddy's Tony Evans, right? It's a lot of Black people out here who are a bunch of Nepo babies. Exactly. Kira, her mama, part of the Clark sisters, right? But nobody's going to say, oh, you know what? I'm Black and I got robbed by a Black person, but I'm okay because better be robbed by a Black person than to be robbed by a white person. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody does. Nobody says, you know what? Oh, wow, that could have been me. But you know, since it's Bronny and he took it away from me, it's okay because he's Black. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody does because it hurts. Because Bronny should have competed like everybody else. And guess what? He was not going to make it. That's why his dad had to intervene to make him a Lakers. I guess now he's going to the G League, right? Because he's not a good player. He's not that good. He doesn't deserve to be in the league. He does not deserve to be in the NBA. And that's probably another Black boy who's from the hood, who's way more qualified, and he probably that money would have meant more to him because all his family's poor. Bronny, his father's already a billionaire, and he's not even that good of a basketball player. He can go do something else. He doesn't have the genetics. He's not like his dad's a freak of nature. He's not that tall. He's not that big. He's not that fast. He's not that good. Even his younger brother is taller than him. Like, make it make sense. Nobody will ever say, oh, you know, I got robbed by a Black person and it feels so good. Ooh, child, let me tell you something, right? Better a Black person robbing me than a white person robbing me. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody does. Because being robbed, it sucks. Being robbed, it sucks. It doesn't matter, right? The whole system made up of white nepotism. I wouldn't even say so. Because even today, the vast majority of people who make the most money are Indians. It's Indians and it's Japanese. Even white people now, they're not even making as much money as those people. So whatever. But at the end of the day, whoever's at the top, they're going to have the most nepotism because they have the most wealth. It is what it is, right? But it is the same because at the end of the day, being robbed is being robbed. So if your mindset is, oh, you know what? It's okay that we have Black nepotism because we have white nepotism. Dante, you got to level up intellectually. Because you should be the kind of person where either you believe in nepotism or you don't. But when you believe in Black nepotism, but you don't believe in white nepotism, Dante, that makes you a bigot. that makes you a bigot. When you have integrity, it doesn't matter who does it. You just, if I don't agree, I don't agree. But if I decide whether I agree or not, based on whose color it is, or if you have my skin color, it's okay for you to be foul and trifling. Dante, that makes you a bigot. And you are no better than the people that you are complaining about. You're no better. You are no better. Right? But even right now, when it comes to most Ivy Leagues, it's not even white people that are dominating. It's Asians. It is Asians. Even white people. You look at the median household income. White people now are sitting at like $69,000, right? Like Indians are making about $105,000. Japanese people around that kind of money. But even white people in America, they're no longer the top earners in America. It's Indians and the Japanese people. It's South Asians and it's Asians. White people are sitting at $69,000, right? You look at the majority of American corporations. The vast majority of American CEOs are Indian. They're Indian. The CEO of Alphabet, aka Google, he's Indian. A lot of CEOs nowadays are Indian people. They are Indians. When you look at the world of tech, it's full of Indians. It's full of Indians. Right? But that's usually what happens. When people are the best, or when people find a way to take over or have a monopoly, people tend to give privilege to people that look like them. Everybody does it. You see, when you're black, so you're okay with black people doing it. So you shouldn't have a problem with white people doing it. Don't hate the game, I guess, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's how it goes, right? Well, I got love for you too. But I'm like, it makes you a bigot. It really does. And you have to accept that because you have to understand what bigotry is. That's what bigotry is. It makes you a bigot. Maybe nobody ever told you that, but I'm going to tell you that, right? If you say, Marlene, I disagree with white nepotism, but I don't mind black nepotism, you consider race. But when it comes to what is right and what is wrong, when race is what matters to you before deciding who's right versus who's wrong, Dante, that is bigotry. So either you are completely against nepotism. So if a white person does it, a black person does it, a Asian does it, like, okay, that's just not right because people should compete, right? Let that be our mindset. If we're giving things to people, people should compete. Even if we feel as though, I think the vast majority of us would agree that throughout history, throughout American history, even the world history, but let's stick here, right? Throughout American history, a lot of black people were denied opportunities they deserved. You had like one of my favorite person ever, right? One of my favorite scientists ever. Hold on. Let me put it over here. Hold on. Okay. Y'all know this man right here, Percy Julian, he is one of my favorite. He is one of my favorite scientists ever. He was a chemist. He was a black chemist, right? He went to Harvard, undergrad. He went to Harvard. He had everything to get into Harvard, like the graduate program, because he wanted to do his PhD in chemistry. But the dean of the school said, even though you have the grades, right? If we let you in the department, even if you graduate, who's going to want to hire you? They're like, who's going to want to hire a black PhD student in chemistry, even with a Harvard degree? So they're like, well, since we can't guarantee that you're going to get hired, because who's going to want to hire the N-word, right, to teach chemistry? So we might as well not let you in. And it was a very crushing for him, you know? So he ends up going to Vienna to do his PhD. He comes back. He also goes to Howard, right? But you see, Percy Julian, his father did not know how to read and write. His dad did not know how to read and write. And if I remember correctly, when his dad got in books at that time, it was kind of still illegal for black people to read books. But whatever kind of sharecropping, whatever his dad was doing, he was using like pennies and nickels to buy his son books. So that's how he started to read. But his mom couldn't read. His daddy couldn't read. Like they would talk about his story, like when he would go to school, like his black school, wherever he's from, I forgot where he's from. But he would walk through little bushes, the forest, and he would see black people hanging because they had lynched black people. And their bodies would be hanging. And then he's going to school and seeing all of that. Amidst all of that, being raised by extremely poor, uneducated, illiterate black parents, this young man gets himself into Harvard chemistry. Like he goes and does his bachelor's. He does his bachelor in chemistry undergrad. When he goes to Harvard, because he's black, He doesn't have rights to the dormitories because nobody wants him to stay there because he's Black. So he has to live further away from campus, like in a basement somewhere, once again being mistreated. And even with all of that, he graduated with top marks. You understand? And then he has what it takes to apply for his PhD in chemistry at Harvard. But the people say, we're not going to give you that chance, even though you've earned it. We're not going to give it to you because you're Black. And even if you do graduate with your PhD, we can't guarantee that any university is going to take a Negro with a PhD in chemistry, even if he has a PhD in chemistry from Harvard. You understand? But the thing about, and there's a lot of people like that. There are a lot of Black people like that who experience what Percy Julian, he went through. And it's not right. But the thing about Percy Julian, compared to the DEI people, he earned it. He didn't take a special test. He didn't take an easier test. He didn't take whatever like that's easier to get into Harvard. Whatever these white kids did to get into Harvard, he did the same thing, if not better, and he got into Harvard. You understand? If DEI was to say, oh, we're helping the brightest of Black students to not be denied what they deserve because they have the caliber of the intellect to get these things, that is one thing. But that's not what we're looking at. DEI is not that. See, if DEI was a program to make sure like someone like Percy Julian, who can get into Harvard coming out of extremely poor Black American parents, his dad couldn't read, his mama couldn't read. He grew up in the South. You walk to school, they're dead bodies. Oh my gosh, they are dead bodies swinging to and fro. They have lynched Black people. He used to see it all the time. Dead Black people's body hanging in the wind as he's walking to school. He didn't give up. He didn't give up. He earned his way into Harvard. He gets into Harvard because he's Black. They say, oh, you can't stay here. He had to go sleep all the way across town. And the lady there was horrible. She was horrible towards him. He was all by himself. You can't call home. You got to make it through. Chemistry is so hard. You need to ask how many people have dropped out of pre-med or anything else because they had to go through organic chemistry. This is the son of two Black parents who can't read and can't write. This boy is at Harvard acing. He's acing organic chemistry, even though he does not have the same living accommodation. He doesn't eat the same food as these white kids. They're doing everything in their power to make this boy quit. He doesn't quit. He earned the grade to be able to go to matriculate into that PhD program at Harvard. And even to this day, posthumously, Harvard owes him a PhD in chemistry. If I ever make money, I'm going to make them people give him his degree because he needs his PhD. They have to give him his PhD. He earned the right for that PhD, but he was denied because he was Black, not because he couldn't do the coursework. DEI is the complete opposite. It takes mediocre Black people who are not deserving. They're not even intelligent because they are being rewarded for having horrible grades in high school. This is not what we're talking about here. If DEI was to say the very best Black minds cannot be denied access, like if you have a Black boy or a Black girl that meets every requirement on paper, if you have a Black girl that has a perfect score on her SAT, the same way you're going to treat that little Asian boy that got the same score, you got to treat her the same way. This is what we're talking about. We are saying Black children who have horrible grades should be treated as an Asian boy that has a perfect score on the SAT. No. Because we should have the very best of Black students go against the very best of Asian students. There you go. Because we have nothing to fear. We have nothing to fear. But when you're taking mediocre ass Black children who can't even get a B in science, and you're changing the test for them, you're telling them to take it home, that is mediocrity. And even I, Marlene, as somebody who has a STEM degree, I am incredibly insulted because nobody that has a mediocre grade in science, nobody that can even get, if you can even get an A in calculus, right? You have no business representing Black people in STEM. You have no business. You understand? Me, Marlene, you can look me up. When it comes to the National Society of Black Engineer, I was the Woman of the Year. Sometimes I don't want to talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it today. I will talk about it today. In America, there's a thing called NSBE. It's the National Society of Black Engineer. Marlene, I was the Woman of the Year. Okay, that was like 2012 or 2011 or 2010. They had me all up in the magazine. It was a man, the boy, he was from Georgia Tech. He was like mixed, he was biracial, he was like half Nigerian, like he was biracial, right? And then it was me. You go and look up NSBE. You can see how many awards I have won with NSBE. Battelle, Golden Torch, but I got the highest prize of NSBE. And then you got to have like $7,500, right? It was me. I was the Woman of the Year. You understand me? So Marlene, personally, I will never take kindly. I will never look kindly on people who are using mediocre Black people, especially in science, as a standard for the rest of us. It is incredibly disrespectful. It is incredibly disrespectful. It is incredibly disrespectful. If you are in school and you don't want to study, get the F out the way. We don't need you to represent us. If they want to find Black people to be air traffic controllers, they need to go find the best of these Black kids and have these Black kids come over here and take the test. That's what we want. We want the best Black kids to not be denied anything, because if on paper that Black child can do everything required and more, that Black child should not have any hindrance. But this is not what we're talking about. And we're not going to hide behind bigotry and racism and this obsession with Black skin to say, oh, well, because we're Black, we should be okay with mediocrity, because that's the new standard now. We should be okay with scamming. We should be okay with broken homes. We should be okay with drug dealing, all kinds of foolishness, because today, this is what it means to be Black in America. It means that you are mediocre. You are mediocre. You got so many Black children can't even speak English right, and nobody corrects how they talk. Just let these kids talk all kinds of crazy, right? There is a problem with mediocrity in the Black culture, and it's about time that a lot of Black people have enough courage to address it. There is a problem. There is a problem. And even when you have Black girls who are graduating valedictorian from Spelman, they get no recognition. But let somebody like Sexy Red bend over, do all kinds of foolishness, they got time for her. Let somebody like Summer Walker walk around, look like a bad parentheses, they got time for her. There are so many bright Black girls who are at Spelman, graduating valedictorian. You got Black children at Princeton. You got Black kids at Harvard. You got Black kids doing all kinds of stuff. But those kids are never talked about because they're not throwing gang signs. They're not rappers. They're talking about killing people, shooting up the block. Because all we do today, we celebrate murderers. We celebrate mediocre people. We celebrate lazy people. We celebrate drug dealers. So because we have agreed that we need to lower the standard, because today, Black people, the average experience is mediocrity. It is mediocrity. This is the Black America we're living in today. It is pretty much mediocrity. And that's why a lot of people getting fed up with this foolishness. It is mediocrity. And people need to start having the courage to call a thing a thing. Because a lot of these kids do not care about school. And they don't deserve a chance or an opportunity to cheat. Because that's what it is. It's cheating. It is cheating. You get to go to school for free. If you're born here, you get to go to school for free for 13 years. If you choose to be a knucklehead in class and not take care of your business, that is on you. That's on you. Nobody has to make tests or special tests for you where you're pretty much allowed to cheat because you chose not to take care of your education. When you take care of your business, when you study like you're supposed to study, when you show up in class and you are prepared, like they said in Sister Act, if you want to be somebody, if you want to go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. Start telling these Black children to come to class and paying attention. Put your phones away and actually pay attention. Do your homework. You got 12 graders out here who can't even read. You got 11 graders out here who cannot even read. I am like, what is this? Mediocrity. The average Black senior in high school is not even reading at his or her high school level. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. People are behind and they don't have the courage to say, wow, Black culture has fallen behind. It has. There's something bizarre about the civil rights movement. It did something bizarre to Black people. It definitely did. Because the black people before the 60s, they were so independent, they were self-driven, they had like their head, it just made a lot of sense. The more and more people stay Democrat, vote Democrat, become more and more liberal, something bizarre is happening to black people. Something bizarre is happening to black people. Something bizarre is happening to black education. Something bizarre is happening to black families. Something bizarre, because these liberal progressive values do not match with black culture. They don't bring the best out of black people. Liberal values destroy people. They destroy families. They destroy communities. They destroy everything in sight. It did something weird. It did something weird. Like you, Dr. King, sometimes I wonder if Dr. King was not some kind of psyop person. I'm starting to look at this man sideways because I'm like, this don't make no sense. This doesn't make any sense. You did something to these people. You sold these people into a party of racists. How can you start the Civil Rights Act with Republicans, right? You start with Republicans, you write it with Republicans, and right before it's done, you run and you give it to LBJ. Why are you doing this? How much did they pay you? Like, what is this? Something is bizarre with this thing. And I'm like, and I hope they release all of his files, because if he sold people, he needs to be exposed, because something is bizarre. Something is so bizarre. It is so bizarre. But in less than 60 years, look at what these liberals, look at what these Democrats, look at what these progressives have done to Black America. You don't even recognize the people. You don't even recognize, in less than 60 years, look at what you've done to people. This is pure evil. These liberals, these progressives, these Democrats, that's why some people even call them Democrats, because they're a bunch of demons. Black children walk with these people. Black children go to their public schools and their grades are going down. They're being told that they have ADHD. These black boys are being told that they have autism, all kinds of weird stuff. Like, what is going on? Prison, from public school to prison, it's a whole pipeline full of black children. Full of black children. What are you doing to these kids? Nobody's raising a red flag. What is going on with these kids? What is going on with black children? Why is it that they can't read? Why is it that they can't do the science? Why is it that these kids can't do math? What is going on? Because they do everything but teach the kids. They're going to teach these kids about oppression, about racism, about gender identity, gender expression, sexuality. They love to teach black children about sexuality. They are so obsessed with sex and children, sex and children, sex and children. Huh? That's all they do. You send your kids there for free lunch and they radicalize your child. They don't teach your child. They radicalize your child in exchange for free lunch. That's why anytime they give you something for free, you have to understand that you are the product, huh? You just got caught, because nothing out here is free. So many black boys are being labeled as autistic, as ADHD, all kinds of weird stuff. Like, what is going on? Oh, no, if a black boy acts a little bit funny, oh, he has ADHD. Oh, he has autism. Oh, he needs a specialist. Oh, we're so scared. They're currently doing that to my friend. They had a meeting set up for her, but thank God she didn't go. Her husband went. He was like, whoa, almost like 12 people, y'all. The boy is like 6 years old. He's like, what, 6 or 7? They had like 10 people. All these goofy ass white women. They had like 12 people for that kid. He was like, is it ever that serious? He's a child. No, he needs to sit like this all day, not move, do everything she says. I'm like, yo, he's a person. Like, come on now. He's just starting school. Can you imagine? And he told them, never again. This is excessive. It is truly excessive. He is 6 years old. He's like 6 or 7. He's a baby. They just sit here and just demonize people's children. No, this is insane. And every day, Dr. Umar talks about this whole ADHD, what's it called, and autism. They're sitting here putting all that kind of foolishness on black children because they hate black children and they hate black boys. And that's why, for the most part, when you look at public schools, black boys do worse than black girls. So collectively, black girls and black boys don't have good grades. But if you separate per gender, black girls are doing better than black boys. Black boys are dying in these public schools. They're just dying because everything they do is demonized. Everything they do is demonized. They want these boys to sit there, be submissive, don't move, sit like this, act like this. Yo, that's a boy. Boys have lots of energy. Boys don't act like girls, and it's okay. And the vast majority today of these goofy ass female teachers, many of them also are white. They're white, they're liberals, they don't have kids themselves, right? They intentionally want to teach in urban areas so they can feel, oh, look at me, I'm being a good white person. And they have so much preconceived notions. They have hatred of men. A lot of these feminists have hatred of men. So, and subconsciously, they also have hatred for little boys. So everything that boy does, it triggers her. It triggers her. So I'm like, no. But there's something about the civil rights movement. It's all going to come out. It is all of that going to be exposed because I am so confused. I'm like, if you started off writing the Civil Rights Act with like Barry Goldwater, why didn't you stay with these Republicans? If the Republicans were the ones who came up, like you and the Republicans, like they were the ones who came up with this whole notion of having a Civil Rights Act. And they wrote it. They helped you to write it. They passed it through the House, right? It passed through the House. It passed through the Senate. Then at the very last minute, you take all the paperwork and then you go and you give it to LBJ, who's a known racist, who's a known Dixiecrat, who is surrounded by a bunch of KKK members. Why would MLK do something like this? And that needs to be investigated because I'm so confused. What exactly was he looking for? Why would he do something like that? Right? So I'm like, if people knew that LBJ was such a racist, why is he going towards this man? Why is he making it seem like, making it seem like to his people that it was the Democrats who helped with the Civil Rights Act? It was the Democrats who wrote it. It was the Democrats who wanted it the whole time. Come to find out, they didn't want none of this. They didn't want none of this. It was Republicans who wanted the Civil Rights Act. It was Republicans who wrote it. It was the Republicans who passed it through the House. Why don't you tell your people what truly happened? And today, all this confusion, so many black people thinking like, oh, when you're black, you just vote Democrat. All of that is part of the MLK legacy. He did this. He made black people feel as though when you're black, you vote Democrat. Democrats are for black people. One. Why would he do this? And that truly needs to be investigated. And somebody should make a documentary about this because I have a lot of questions because it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why do you go overboard to try to paint this LBJ racist as a lover of black people, as a friend of black people? And it's giving like, when you think about this, when you really think about this, right? Right? When you really think about this, right? This LBJ and MLK stuff, it really gives Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Think about it, right? If you really think about it, it really does give Obama and Joe Biden. Because Joe Biden is a racist. Like, he's a real racist. Like, he's a real racist, okay? It's not a joke. It's not a joke, right? His OG in Congress wasn't Storm Thurmond? Is that his name, right? The man of the KKK? Remember that one time I showed y'all his funeral? You see people dressed up like Klansmen at his funeral, right? Joe Biden was groomed in Congress by nothing but KKK members. So why does Barack Obama take this man to be his VP? Because he needed to win Pennsylvania. Now we understand. Pennsylvania is a swing state. Being black or biracial, these white people were not going to move for him. So Obama legitimized a staunch racist, and a sympathizer to the KKK. And he helped to rebrand Joe Biden to black people as if he's a good person. And that's what we have with MLK. MLK is used to rebrand LBJ as a friend of black people. My God. My God. And that's why sometimes I feel like whatever file they had on, you guys, there's so much that goes through my head. You would think I do mushrooms. You probably would. But I really do feel like there is a file. Like, Because Morehouse is a college. It's a HBCU. It's a college, right? Full of really brilliant black boys, right? So my thing is, right, it's these people, they recruit really smart people. Like the FBI, CIA, like when they recruit people, it's like Yale, Harvard, like they go to the best colleges to recruit the smartest minds. And from what I remember, they said that MLK had like his PhD at 16, but he went to Morehouse really young because he's actually really brilliant, right? So could it be that he was recruited at Morehouse? You know what I'm saying? I know it sounds crazy, but sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. And we don't want to go there, but maybe we should go there, because who's to say he was not recruited at Morehouse? Because this is where you find the brightest people. This is where you're going to find most of the smartest black boys. They're going to be at Morehouse. Just like Yale, just like Harvard, right? So you go and you recruit there. And maybe they recruited him because it was to go against the Nation of Islam. Because Islam is about that life. Islam is about pressure. Like Islam, they're like, let me tell you something. I ain't gonna hit you though, but hey, if you hit me, it is what it is. Islam, that's the type of way they on. Like when it comes to Islam, they ain't gonna do nothing. But if you start something, they're gonna have to do something. So you decide. They're not gonna start nothing. They believe peace until I get triggered. But could it be? Think about this, y'all. You really, really have to think about this. That's why you can't idolize nobody. You can't put MLK on a pedestal. You can't put Malcolm X on a pedestal. You can't put Minister Farrakhan. Y'all know I love Minister Farrakhan, but I do feel like he had something to do with the Honorable Malcolm X being killed. I think he had something to do with that. I think he did. And if he didn't even do something physically, he sure didn't try to tell him to be careful, because he probably knew. Because the Nation of Islam had to approve it, because the way Malcolm X was murdered, these black people had to approve it. They approved him getting killed. Okay. So I don't believe that as close as Mr. Farrakhan was to Elijah Muhammad, that he didn't know that they was planning to turn him into Swiss cheese. I don't believe that part. Okay. But could it be that at that time, the Nation of Islam was gaining a lot of traction? Could it be that at that time, black people like, you know what? You touch me, I'm going to touch you back. It is what it is. You push me, I'm going to push you back. You kill me, I'm going to kill you back. It could have been. So they say, you know what? Let's use Christianity. Let's use Christianity, because Christianity, if we're being honest, Jesus is, I told you this, don't be offended, but I told you, Jesus is a social justice warrior, right? If we're also being honest, Christianity is very passive. Oh, if somebody smacks you, let them smack you again, right? If somebody slaps you on the right cheek, give him the left cheek, right? Christianity is on that goofy time, right? And then Jesus walked like a lamb to the slaughterhouse. You know what I'm saying? You know how it goes. You read the Bible. You know how it goes. Islam, they're not on that kind of time. You're not about to come snatch somebody and just go kill the person. And be like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to follow you. Nah. But Christianity is very docile. Christianity is very passive. It's very docile. Like it tells you, oh, pray for your enemies. Pray for those who persecute you. If they want your clothes, let them have it. If they want to smack your ass, let them do it. And then pray for them. Oh, don't hit me. I'm praying for you, oppressor. I'm praying for you, oppressor. It could be. Like, you know what? This Islam thing is getting traction. It seems as though black people ain't scared no more. There's noose not scaring them. This ain't scaring them. Locking up and scaring them. So let's change the approach. Let's create somebody that's going to come to the church. Because, even all this politic in the church is started with MLK. Because he used the church for political activity. This is why today so many pastors, so many politicians are comfortable going to the black church talking about foolishness. It's the church is not meant for politics. But MLK started all that foolishness. He started all this foolishness, right? So I do believe all this meekness stuff he was preaching, because they needed somebody to combat Malcolm X to some extent, right? And because white liberals do excel and conquer and divide. No, I really do believe. So they needed to have two opposing forces, Malcolm and MLK. So now it's like people are going to be so busy being divided. Okay, am I Team Malcolm or am I going to be Team MLK, right? You're busy picking a side. And while you're busy picking a side, the white man wins. So they made MLK seem more passive. Malcolm is more aggressive. MLK is nicer. He's sweeter. Malcolm is crazy. You know what I mean? The yin and the yang, the contrasting, the confusion, divide and conquer. You understand? And so they position Christianity in a way as if, oh, Black people, let's pray, we shall overcome. And people getting their asses beat, right? Let me tell you something, right? One day I sat here, y'all. One day I sat here and I looked at them people getting their asses whooped in Selma. And I said, what kind of wicked man would tell people to do peaceful demonstration? We can be peaceful. But once somebody touches you, it is what it is. How can you tell Black people, as you're getting your asses whooped, don't fight back? Huh? I don't know. I think it was like when I was editing that one video, I was like, no, there's something off about this man. Because me, Marlene, I can't see myself telling Black people, if this white man hits you, don't hit him back. For what? He's a person. Whoop his ass. That he might know that he's also a person. They're releasing dogs on these people. Dogs. Dogs on children. Dogs on teenagers. And he's saying, don't fight back. They're whipping these people. Pew, 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 pew. He's saying, don't fight back. Don't fight back. Because if we keep praying for them people, they're going to change. What? No. I was like, nah. No good leader will do this to people. No serious Black man would tell a Black man, when a white man hits you, don't hit him back. No, a white man hits you, fuck up his jaw. Whoop his ass, that he may know that you're also a man. Whoop his ass. If you're a Black girl and you're marching peacefully and some white girl spits on you, smack the dog shit out of her. Beat her fucking ass. Because one thing, I'm telling you this, hear me well. And if you study white people, if you have studied the history of these Europeans, white people are prolific in violence. That is their favorite language. They understand violence very well. And they respect violent people. You see, that's why even amongst themselves, they've got to a point where they have so much respect for each other, they don't fight no more. They have the G6, the G4, the G8, the NATO, United Nations, right? They do everything to avoid fighting each other because they know how destructive they can be. They understand. Like real gangsters know other gangsters. Like they know they love violence. White people love violence. White men love violence. They're extremely prolific at that. They just fight just for the sake of fighting. They start wars for the sake of starting wars. They're just antagonists. They're bullies. Right? So when you have studied the psychology of the European, how can you say then to a Black person, don't defend yourself? No, don't start no shit. But if this white person touches you, make sure they regret touching you again. They will never touch you in their life again. You understand me? And I'm like, to me, that's the kind of time that the Nation of Islam was on. We ain't gonna start nothing. But if you think because you're white, you can put your hands on me, you're gonna live to regret it. That's it. And that's how you get respect as a man. You don't get respect as a man when a man is hitting you. You're like, oh, please stop hitting me. Oh, I'm going to pray for you. Oh, I'm going to pray for you. Oh, this hurt right here, but I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to break your jaw. I will break your fucking jaw. Right? You're going to break their jaw. And their dog hits you. You killed their dog. They're going to stop because they love their dogs. They love their dogs. I will kill your dog. Touch me with your dog. Let your dog come this way. And I love dogs. But if you train your dog to be a hater, you train your dog to be a racist dog, I'm going to kill your dog. You are insane. You are truly insane. But what he did, you sit here and you analyze and you think about what MLK did. He gave an extremely weak and submissive image to Black men in America. He gave them a weak image, and white people don't respect weak people. That's one thing I've learned about white people. They love crazy people. That's why you see every day they always talking about Hitler. For as much as Hitler, he was not effective. He ruined people. He was not effective. He's a clown. He was here for distraction. The one who was really effective is Malcolm X, because today people go back to the teaching of Malcolm X like, oh my gosh, he was not effective. If making Black people, his movement did not succeed. Teaching Black people to worship white people, that's success to you. Teaching Black people to go marry white women, that's success to you. Teaching Black people to run away from their communities, to go integrate with white people, that's success to you. Right? Teaching people to accept welfare, that's success to you. No, he ruined Black people. Malcolm X chiefed a lot because he told you, you ain't no punk. Don't you ever let a white person treat you like you're crazy. Never. A white man steps on your foot, you step on his foot right back. A white man, bows and ties, because they're respectful. They're respectful. They got class. White liberals, what have y'all done for us? Sagging pants, teaching us to be rappers and killers and shooters, making gangster music, killing music, because you love to hear how black people shoot other black people, right? Had Malcolm X stayed alive, how many black people would not be out here singing about killing, murdering, and looting, and killing, and all that kind of foolishness? Because he told black people, you got to take pride in the way that you look. But just because you look good, and just because you're dressed right, it doesn't make you a punk. A white man touches you, you touch him right back. A white man puts his dog on you, you kill his dog. That's it. Because that's what he understands. That is the language of white people. When I was a kid one time, I think we were in Paris, right? Yeah, we were in Paris. We were vacationing in Paris. And my dad said to me, he was like, Marlene, look around, right? You see all these statues, all these white men. I said, yes, Daddy. He's like, you see, one thing white people respect are people of war. He said, and it's so true. You travel throughout Europe. How many statues do white people have of people of peace? Right? Oh, this person was out here feeding the poor. This person was peaceful. No. White people create statues of men who have killed other people. And they're so proud of that shit. They are so proud of it. But we celebrate people who were doormats. Something is wrong. And you will never be a man. And if you are afraid to hit another man who's oppressing you and your family. And that's what he said. Malcolm X said, you will never be a man if you're not willing to die protecting your woman, because the white man, he will die to protect his white woman. But you're not willing to die to protect your black woman. No, you have to be willing to die because that makes you a man. Millions of people, because of MLK, got to see a bunch of black Americans sitting there and getting their asses whooped. Like they couldn't fight back. They could have fought back, but he told them don't do it because this is peaceful protest. Peaceful protest, my black ass. You tell me to be peaceful, but they're doing all kinds of foolishness on people, right? And that's what we realize. Yes, don't told you. That's how I know you're a white person, right? That's why the vast majority of Europeans love it when black people identify as Christians, right? Because the vast majority of white people themselves don't even believe Nation of Islam. That's NOI, the Nation of Islam. The vast majority of white people themselves don't even believe in God. They believe in the power of self-determination. They go somewhere, they take a land that don't belong to them. They will kill as many people as they have to kill to take that land, right? White people don't really believe in God. They believe in self-determination. They believe in doing whatever is necessary for them to achieve their means. But what they have done is weaponize Christianity to make a black person feel as though, oh, you might go to hell. Oh, if you do this, you might go to hell. Oh, you're not going to make it to heaven. You're going to lose your salvation. Right? But we're in the Bible. I mean, I guess some places though, right? But I'm like, nah, got to teach black people to be like Old Testament Christian. Be like Joshua. Don't let anybody put their hands on you. Right? I do believe in peaceful protest. But the moment that somebody puts their hands on you, it is a wrap. Exactly. And Christianity also is a way to get black people to worship white people. Because for the longest, white people told us that Jesus was a white man. Moses was a white man, right? So don't be mad because with Nation of Islam, white people don't have main character energy in Nation of Islam. In Islam, white people are not venerated. But in Christianity, they are. So, of course, it makes sense to use a Negro to bamboozle other Negroes into using Christianity as a form of liberation. You could never be free because Christianity tells you to pray for your oppressor, to forgive your oppressor. If he wants to take all your clothes, let him have it. If he wants to smack you, let him smack you harder. How is it okay to teach that to people? Especially people they've already suffered enough in the hands of these white people. They have suffered enough. They have to sustain more blows again. They got to get beat up some more. They got to have dogs bite them. They got to be pepper sprayed and whipped. Right? Because I do believe inherently there's something so sinister about white people. that they truly don't believe that black people are full human beings. Because when you look at a person and you think that's a real human being just like you, you're like, nah, you can't tolerate that. Because if it was me, I'll whoop that ass. Right? We have seen white people here. When you kill one white person, they'll go and kill 1,000. Right? We have seen Benjamin Netanyahu, right? His hostages. For one hostage, he can kill 5,000 Palestinians. And that's okay. Because he's a Zionist. Right? He's a whatever. Sure. But when you're black and your people are slaughtered, you should pray about it. You should forgive. You should march peacefully. Why don't people tell the Zionist people to march peacefully to get their hostages back? Why is it always black people? Why is it that white people always tell black people to be peaceful? But we don't see y'all be peaceful. Right? Because you are prolific in violence. That is your language. Anybody who studies white history, European history, understands that the one language that white people respect really, really well and understand really, really well is the language of violence. They understand retaliation. Because when something is done to them, they don't let that shit go. They ain't gonna let it go until they get even. White people love to get even, but don't want anybody else to get even. No. So if you are truly about liberating your people, you have to tell your people, you have the right to know what it feels like to be a man. And that's what a man would do. A slave, he doesn't hit back because he's a slave. He doesn't hit back because he's in captivity. A sharecropper don't hit back because he's also a slave. Subservient people don't hit back. If you think that you're equal to this man's dog, you'll be submissive to the white man. But you are better than his dog because you're just like him. You're a human being. I'm not your dog. I'm not equal to your dog. I'm not an animal. I'm a person, just like you're a person. If I hit you, I have a reasonable expectation to expect that you would hit me back. Why? Because it is your right to hit me back, because you're also a person. White people love to hit, don't like to get hit back. So how they going to learn? How are white people going to learn to keep their hands to themselves if nobody hits them the same way they hit other people? I'm asking the question. And that's exactly what Brother Malcolm was saying. Don't go around looking to hurt white people. No. Who does that? But if in living your life, right? Living your life as you are pursuing your life of liberty, the pursuit of happiness, whatever, enjoying your unalienable rights guaranteed by the Constitution and God, and a white man wants to infringe that through violence, you have the right to whoop his ass. You gotta whoop his ass. You're trying to go to school and a white girl wants to spit on you. Break her jaw. Break her jaw. She will never spit on anybody again in her life. That's what you do. Somebody mess with you, you fuck them up. That's it. You fuck their asses up. And they're going to learn you're not the one. And guess what? Because you whoop their ass, they're going to see you as an equal. Because that's the point. Divide and conquer. Of course they did. Divide and conquer. Of course they did. Because a lot of black people were still brainwashed. A lot of black people still have Stockholm syndrome because they don't know what it is to have a voice. I'm sure they did. Sometimes you have mishaps. But does that take away the message? No. Every movement, even white people movement, all kinds of movements, people have deleted people, right? There are many white people who have deleted people, right? Was it not white people who killed Julius Caesar, right? Was it not white people who killed Marcus Aurelius, right? So in Rome at the time, even amongst the senators, you had killers. The very senators of Julius, the people from his own party, they set him up and they killed him. So it's not a black thing. It's a people thing. It happens everywhere, right? It was the same senators who set up Marcus Aurelius and they killed him, right? Even Cicero. Wasn't Cicero like, no, it is. Somebody could say that Rome also had a cult around Julius Caesar, right? And so that's all. Rome was also fake deep. Because when you study Rome, they show us the Rome that's about military conquest and the bravery of these goofy ass white boys. But at the same time, many of them were pedophiles, right? Pederasty. Pederasty is a real thing. A lot of these Romans adhered to pederasty. Maybe Julius himself was into little boys. You know what I'm saying? I study role. I study stuff, right? But it's like there's the cult of Julius Caesar, Veni Vidi Vici. Even to this day, you go into any white European, not even just America, any college, and you study political justice, right? Political science. You learn about Julius Caesar, and he is great. No, but it's fake deep, right? Even Socrates, the Socratic method and how smart he was. Why was he surrounded by a bunch of little boys? Because most likely he's a pedophile. But why is it that white people never look at their own history and see the sinister shit in their own history? That's my question. You can see it in other people, but you can't see it in yourself. It's bizarre. It's not hardly, it's there. But because you guys, you romanticize your history because you have it in your head that you're so much better than everybody else. And that's you see for me, for as much as sometimes like I do get on black people for doing too much, that's why I have a hard time like fully like locking in with white people. I will always be suspicious. I try, but I will always be suspicious. The reason why I'm going to be hard on black people because I feel as though if you're not careful, you're going to become just like those people. You're going to become what you hate. You're going to become the things that's caused so much harm to black people. And so you don't do that. Because when you have hatred in your heart, white people win. So you have to be better than those people. They've done a lot of harm. White people have done so much evil. And when you're hurt, oh, I want to do the same thing. They hurt me, so I got to hurt them too. No, do not become a monster. You're better than that. Okay? You're better than that. You have to be better than that. You see, Marlene, for example, I will never wake up here and go, oh, I got to go hurt white children. I have to find ways to hurt white people. No, I'm not sick. Don't mess with me, though, because that'll be a problem. But I'm not going to wake up in the morning thinking, oh, how can I destroy people, hurt people based on the color of their skin? When I know there's a lot of white people who've done that, who will continue to do that, it might never stop, right? But my point is, why is it that white people never see their own shit? Like, why is it that white people never see their own mess, right? But there was a cult of Julius Caesar. There's a cult of Marcus Aurelius. There's a cult of Cicero. These things are real. These are real. But the same internal conflicts that you find in the Nation of Islam, you had the same conflicts in Rome. Like, and then they killed Julius. They killed him. His people killed him. These senators, these people who talk about democracy and citizenry and, let's have oral arguments. But when they couldn't win, they went just the basic shit. Well, let's just grab a knife and just stab this bastard. So they stabbed the man. I don't know. But they are also Europeans too, though. Like Ashkenazi people are Europeans. They're not Semites. I don't know why people are sitting here pretending, but I guess whatever. But my point is, like, these people are from Europe. Your name cannot be Lobowitz or Lobonsky or Petrovsky, and you think that you're a Semite. How's that even possible? You're from Russia. Like, you're from Eastern Europe. How does that even make sense? Right? But my point being, going back to MLK, is that if you are truly about the liberation of your people, you can't say to a black man, when you get hit on by a white man, don't fight back. You can't say that. To me, that's wickedness. To me, that is slaughter. To me, that is gross negligence. Because you should say to him, the way you're going to get this white man to respect you is when you start to see yourself as his equal. You have to see yourself as his equal, right? Part of the rules of slavery was getting these people, these black people, to believe that you're not equal to them. You're less than them. That's why you're stuck in this situation, and they get to live off your labor, get to be rich off your labor, make all kinds of money off your labor, buy these big houses off your labor. That's the main psychological rules of slavery, is that you are inferior to white people. Because you're inferior to white people. This is the life you deserve. So now, if we're going to break the shackles and say, under the Constitution, we are all Americans. Under the Constitution, all men have these rights, right? Liberty, freedom, pursuit of happiness, whatever it is, right? So what does that look like? It looks like, in order for you to be a man and for him to see you as a man, you gotta treat him the way he would treat you. So if he says, hi, sir, you say, hi, sir. He calls you a boy, you call him a boy right back. he hits you, you hit him harder. And you don't flinch. Because today is the day. He has to understand he's not the only person on the dance floor. He has to understand that you are also an American, right? So if he hits you, you hit him back. Now, hopefully he doesn't hit you. So it's cool. He calls you sir, you call him sir. Ain't no problem, right? He bows his head, you bow your head. Nice to meet you. No problem. But if he thinks, oh, I'm white, so therefore I can call you a boy, I can hit you, well, you have to correct him. Sir, that's not my name. Don't call me that. You have a son, call your son your boy. Don't call me your boy. And you don't flinch. Your voice should not be shaking. Well, no, he's a person, just like you're a person. Don't put these people on a pedestal. But when MLK says a white man hits you, don't hit him back. Why? Because he's my God. What's the problem? So psychologically, what are you reinforcing in the mind of these black people? White people are precious. When they act out, when they have the little temper tantrums, when they're acting like, psychiatrically unhinged, when they're terrorists, we should just enable them. Somebody hits, oh, no, don't hit me. Oh, don't hit me. Oh, sir, please, would you reconsider hitting me? Like, I don't know. Do you really want to hit me? Right? You're enabling them. You're stroking their ego. You're coaxing them, right? You don't do that. You beat their ass. And even Gandhi, right? It could be also that Gandhi wasn't about shit because he was also a racist. And it's very documented when he goes to South Africa and the things he says, Kenya and South Africa, when he visited Kenya, when he visited South Africa, the things that he said, he's a racist. So why would MLK pick up on the tactics of a racist? And we understand that in India also, they have a caste system. So their caste system also puts people who are black at the bottom. So why would you want to copy his ways? You see, so once again, more arguments to say this MLK guy is extremely suspicious. Just like Barack Obama, extremely suspicious. And I feel like whatever kind of methodology they use to forge this MLK persona is the same methods that they use to forge this Barack Obama persona, right? And the same way MLK was used to rebrand a racist as a friend of black people. And Barack Obama was used to rebrand a racist, Joe Biden, as a friend of black people. Lets me know there's most likely a special program, maybe the CIA, that works on finding these black people who can be used to rebrand the image of extremely racist white people as a friend to black people. And I hope that one day all of this is exposed. And if his legacy has to be completely shattered so that black people can attain this like spiritual freedom, then it should be done. No, people should stop protecting MLK, and he needs to be exposed for exactly who he was and why he was hired by these white people to do what he did to black people. Because if the stuff they're saying about his life, oh yes, if the stuff they're saying about his outside life, the mistresses, the orgies, if all of that is true, and he was pretending to be a pastor, even some of his speeches, he had writers, they were just giving speech to repeat. I'm like, all of this is giving Barack Obama. That's why they trained Barack to talk a certain way. I'm like, think about it. How do you go from being a community activist to running for Senate? Who paid for this? Where did you get all these millions? How did you even get the connections to get people to donate for you to be a senator from community activists? You never worked a job. You never tried a case. Everybody knows to run for U.S. Senate, it's millions of dollars. How does a community activist have access to that kind of money? How does a community activist who's knocking on doors to fight against asbestos come into contact with people who have all this kind of money, who can put money to his campaign for him to run for office? He runs for Senate. The first time he runs, he gets in. He gets in there, not even 2 full terms as a senator. Already he becomes president. Girl, what? Never even had a job. Never had a real job. Never had a real career. He never took a single case to court. How is that even possible? Once again, people saw his color, saw his wife, her color, their kids. People didn't ask questions. I'm like, there has to be a special program somewhere where there's a blueprint to take these black people like this and to mold them into this golden calf. Like, you know how Matthew says, the book of Matthew, Matthew 20:24, right? You know, he never tried a case. Mama never went to, he never tried a case. What case he do? That's why I'm like, when you really start thinking about it, it's bizarre. It really is bizarre. Because I could see if he was a prominent lawyer in Chicago, like let's say he had like his own practice and he had tried criminal cases, he built a name for himself like through his law practice because he had great clients. I'm like, okay, I can see where he got the people to sponsor him to donate to his career. No, he was a community activist. So, what? He used to knock on doors to help people with asbestos. You're like, okay, then how did he get all this money to run for U.S. Senate? We never asked because we saw his color and we fell for it. Nobody said, well, where's the money coming from? Because running for U.S. Senate, it is not cheap. It's not cheap. It is not cheap. You see? Right? It says winning isn't easy or cheap. Candidates for competitive U.S. Senate or House seats had to spend millions to win their election. Right? Okay. A Senate campaign average, by way of contrast, was 15.7 million. Okay? In 2018, Republicans 19.2 million. You see, so running for U.S. Senate, it's not no joke. So my question is, how does a community activist raise like $10 million? How? Where did he get his money from? Who are the people who paid for this? But we never ask questions because, oh, he's black. His wife is black. They got black children. He's from Chicago. His pastor black. We fell for that. Right? And this is where, like, if you read Matthew 20:24, it says false Christ and false prophets. Okay? For false Christ and false prophets will arise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. There you go. Everything's in the Bible. Okay? Right? Yeah. You see? Signs and wonders. They show great signs and wonder. And if it's true, they have great charisma. MLK, Obama, great charisma, cute, you know what I'm saying? Great presence, great stage presence. They talk real well. They can memorize these long ass speeches. I mean, it's impressive. It really is impressive, right? So people fall for that. Like, oh my gosh, look at him. Look at Coretta. Look at Michelle Obama. Look. They are not. They are not. They are different people. They are truly not. Oh, look at my baby. Okay. Yeah. Woohoo! Welcome back. Okay. So anything is possible. Anything is possible. But I'm like, Matthew 24, okay? For false Christ and false prophets will arise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. Matthew 24 is giving Barack Obama and is giving MLK. Yo, it's the master. It's the master. Okay? So it's like, you are crazy. You are really, really crazy. Hold on. Where were we? We're right here, right? So you see, you have this image, and now you have right? Say hi, everybody, right? So see, how's that different? Think about it. How's that different? Right? In both cases, you have two old black men who are staunch Democrats, who are staunch Dixiecrat, who are a bunch of racists, okay? And there's this black guy next to him that helps to rebrand their image. And the black men say, oh, no, trust, he's with me, he's a good person. Oh, no, trust me, he's a friend of black people. Friend, how? And we saw how much destructive LBJ was to the black community. The man was evil. Man was evil, right? Same thing. You have Barack Obama and Joe Biden, a man who was against busing, a man who's a racist, a man who was groomed by a bunch of KKK people, by grand wizards, a man who said, oh, if you take black children to white schools, it's going to turn into a whole racial jungle, and he doesn't want his kids to go in a jungle, right? A man who fought for the crime bill, right? They used Obama to restore his image. And it's such a sick thing because not only is his image restored, black people go and vote for him after everything he's done, everything he said, the people that he's associated with. Exactly. Great society, great demise, right? I guess it was great for their society, but it was horrible for the black image. Yeah, it destroyed black people, right? Destroyed black people. It destroyed black America. All of his programs destroyed black people. It is not a joke. This man was evil. He was always evil. But and the funny thing is, if you notice too, right? If you notice, I'm like, y'all gotta start thinking about these things. You gotta start thinking about these things, right? But if you think about it, after they were done restoring the image of LBJ by using the blackness and the churchiness of MLK, bloop, they got rid of him. Right? They got rid of him. So now they can do, because like now you sanction him, you baptize him, you Christian him. They don't need you no more. So they get rid of you. Right? Even Barack Obama. I promise you now that he, like, because he was not able to, hold on, Mavi, because he was not able to get all these black men to vote for that lady, right? They're going to be done with him because he's no longer of service. And maybe that's why now they're leaking out rumors about him messing with that lady because they want to destroy his image. Y'all think about this. Think. You got to think. Why now? Barack Obama has always been known to like white women. Why have they buried that? But now, because now the girl didn't win, he didn't do what he was supposed to do. They blame him for even messing things up because the way he went about it, they don't like that. Now all of a sudden, they start leaking out that he's out here messing with Jennifer Aniston. Why you think that is? Because they know the one thing that will turn black women off is them finding out that you are in love with a white woman. They understand the psychology of black people. They understand the psychology of black women. So now, even from inside, right, they're going to start destroying his own legacy. They're going to destroy his legacy. That's the same thing they did to MLK. Once he's done restoring the image of that man, okay, he got to go. Because now they have different plans. Okay, now that you got us, like, think about this, right? Now that you got these black people to no longer see us as demons, but to see us as angels, right? We're going to cut you off because now we have something even more demonic. So he dies. They murder him. But black people still think, oh, LBJ is a friend of the people. So whatever he says, then he's going to keep saying things like, oh, my friend Martin, right? I miss him so much. If Martin was here, he would want this for y'all. If Martin was here, he would want this for y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, yeah. So everything LBJ does, black people said yes, because as far as they can remember, he was a good man. He was good to MLK. MLK loved him. He went to his funeral. And you know how a lot of gangsters, right? You know, some of y'all watch gangster movies. You know that gangster people, they will kill you and show up at your funeral. They will kill you, show up at your funeral, hug your wife, hug your kids. They'll tell your wife, call us if there's anything you need. The whole time they smoked your husband. Right? Because these people are demons. They are demons. You see? Yes. But because they can't go out there and pew, pew, pew Barack Obama. So what they're going to do? They're going to destroy his image. And the best way you do that by getting black women no longer to support that man. So what do? You start dropping stories that he's messing with a white woman because they know it triggers black women. It triggers black women have a visceral reaction when they see a black man go with the white woman. They do. If you study the story of Denzel Washington, he did this movie with Julia Roberts. There was a scene in there where he was supposed to kiss her. He was like, "Child, I ain't kissing that lady." Because he knew if black women see me kiss this white woman, I can kiss my career goodbye. So he didn't kiss her. He asked the people to rewrite the stuff. Right? But they're going to start saying Barack Obama likes white women and white women and white women because they need black women to be enraged. Rage bait, you know, they love that. They're going to destroy this man's legacy. because he has proved that he is no longer useful to this demon ass party. Okay, so they're gonna ruin his image. You have to think, like, life, nothing is random. I think the problem with us is people sometimes we just don't want to believe it because it sounds so crazy. Like, oh no, Mark, that's just too wild. Because it's wild, that's why you should believe it. Okay, when they tell you that the truth is stranger than fiction, it's a real thing. It is a real thing. It is real because it is so wild. You need to believe it, right? Right. So that's how it goes. But I'm like, this right here is no coincidence. It is no coincidence. You use a black man that people love, that has a black wife. Or Barack Obama had the black wife, the black children, right? The cute little black girls, right? You understand? You have the same image, right? And all of that, he's posing. He is posing. Like, look, oh yes, thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Right? All of that, you guys. These people are just posing because you have to believe that he's a friend of black people. LBJ was a wicked man. He was a wicked, racist man. It is not a joke. I would not even be surprised if this man was part of some KKK party, like, you know, some part of some KKK clan somewhere. I would not be surprised. But all these images right here for your subconscious. Oh no, I guess he's nice, huh? I guess he's friendly, huh? I guess he likes black people, huh? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. And after they kill him, because once they kill you, they take over your legacy. Once they kill you, but oh, you know, if Martin was here, he would want you to sign up for the Great Society. If Martin was here, he would want you to be on welfare. If Martin was here, he would want, oh yeah, that's true. Okay, Dr. King would want this. Yeah, Dr. King would want this. Dr. King would want this. Shut up. Shut up. Because all this right here, it don't make sense. It doesn't make sense, you guys. We need to start waking up. It does not make any sense. Why would you start with the Republicans and write the Civil Rights Act? The Republicans are passing it through the House, passing it through the Senate. And right before this thing is done, you go and make it seem like this was the work of the Democrats. It was the work of the Dixiecrat. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Unless he was always an operative. And now you start even thinking, like, when he got picked up, when he would get arrested, he would get beat up, right? You start thinking, like, if it was not even part of the thing to make it seem like, you know, oh, look, they beating his ass. Because if you study the civil rights movement, initially, a lot of people did not believe in MLK, right? So maybe to get more black people to believe, they're like, okay, we're going to have to whoop your ass. You're going to have to go there, get your ass whooped. We're going to lock you up. Like, we're going to torture you so it can seem believable. But how do we know that all of this was not staged for people to feel as though, like, wow, he's really suffering for black people, huh? He's really getting arrested, huh? He's really being persecuted. You guys, me, Marlene, people are so sick nowadays. I don't put nothing past people. I know it's sad, huh? But it is what it is, right? But is it impossible? Because you think about all the nights he was arrested in the South. How come he never died? They could have easily lynched this man at night. No, they didn't do that. Right? Like, it's bizarre. Right? Because they needed somebody. Because the thing is, you know what it's giving? Let me tell you what it's giving, right? It's giving, if you had to compare Sean Carter to DMX, right? Where it's like Sean Carter is the rapper. Jay-Z claims he was out here selling drugs, never been arrested, has no record. I don't recall him being arrested. I never, like, they talk a lot about the dope boys in New York. I never heard his name being mentioned. I've heard of Alpo, the people from Paid in Full. I've heard these boys' names. I've heard lots of names. Sean Carter's name, it never came out. It never came up. Okay, so I'm like, are you sure you sold drugs? Or is this a narrative? Okay, because Ply's out here lying, 2 Chainz is out here lying. A lot of you people, you lie that you sold drugs, but you never sold drugs, right? But then when you look at what's my boy's name? When you look at DMX, Earl Simmons, that's his name, right? Right? So when you compare Sean Carter to Earl Simmons, when you compare the Jay-Z to DMX, right? DMX, there was something so real about him because he was really out here robbing people. It's not a joke. He was really out here robbing people. He was really out here homeless. He was really out here with his dog. Like, this stuff is real. Like, he's not lying. Like, you know You know what I'm saying? He was really out here knocking people out, robbing people, stealing from people. Okay. But you see, if you remember when the Rough Riders came out, when DMX came out, right? It's Earl Simmons, because him and Russell Simmons have the same last name, right? They both work for Def Jam, but that's besides the point. But my point is, if you remember when DMX came out, right? Especially Rough Rider Anthem, that stuff was crazy. Okay, that thing like oh, like what the heck? It felt so real. It felt so raw. Jay-Z, he never came across that way. And that's why when Biggie was alive, Pac was alive, like, you know, he was never that guy. Like, he was never there, right? Then people had to die for people to take him seriously, right? Jay-Z is slow. He's extremely remedial. He's not that good. He's not that great of a rapper. His best work is a blueprint. And even that, he had help. Kanye was there. Dame was there. He had lots of help. And when the people quit, he's like, oh, I'm going to retire. Of course, because you were cheating on your homework. Go sit down somewhere, right? But there was something very raw. And there was something very real with LL Cool J. Sorry, with DMX. And I think when you think about like the genesis of Def Jam with LL Cool J signing to Def Jam, right? He brought something real. Like he pretty much helped to build that. Like he pretty much helped to build the record label, right? When DMX came, even Russell Simmons talked about that. He was like, yo, Def Jam was almost bankrupt. And because of DMX, they were saved out of bankruptcy. But there was something so real about DMX. Everybody connected with DMX. I don't even know how to explain it, but you just felt like it was real. And I knew Sean Carter was jealous. Okay, so you have to find ways out here to make itself relevant, right? So I'm like, when I think of like MLK versus Malcolm X, there is something real about Malcolm X. And I think most likely people were more attracted to Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? His life, his past, his story, like it's a lot, right? Whereas like MLK, he didn't have that. Maybe he was too polished. I don't know. So it's like, okay, we're going to beat you up. We're going to rough you up. We're going to talk about you being arrested and things like that, right? Child, DMX is crazy. Lacey, that man is crazy. That man is crazy. Mind your business, lady. Okay, that man is crazy. DMX is crazy. DMX is crazy. He is crazy and he's so funny. But there was a point in time. DMX carried Def Jam. Nobody was talking about Jay-Z. And Jay-Z got jealous because when he becomes the president of Def Jam, he did a lot of people dirty. He did Method Man dirty. He did Redman dirty. He did LL Cool J dirty. He did DMX dirty because he was jealous. He was so jealous, right? Even his wife didn't want him. I mean, y'all remember Beyonce wanted to be with Nas. But Nas was like, nah, you're too young for me. But we know Jay-Z will creep, so he'll do it. He'll creep. He part of the creep squad, right? Jay-Z's not that dude. Like, he really is not that dude. Like, he's not that person. He's not that person. But DMX, even like, you can have him, like, you can catch him super high, super crazy, super chill. It's like the man is just so funny. Like, he's just crazy. He's crazy. He's really, really crazy. But it's like people had real love for him. The love, it was real. It wasn't fake. And you never heard DMX talk about, oh, I'm in a private jet. I only have Audemars Piguet, me and my wife. I spent all this money. He never talked about that stuff. Like, what is this? Right? He never talked about cars. He never talked about watches. He never talked about, what is this, right? Jay-Z, that's all Jay-Z does. Oh, my watch costs more than your house. My car costs more than your house. I can sleep with your woman. I can sleep with her. Like, this is just dumb shit. Dumb shit. He's a cornball. He's corny as he is corny. That lady's husband is whack, okay? He's stupid. Jay-Z's not that person. He's not who we think he is. You understand, right? Even like when it comes to Method Man, have you ever heard Method Man out here talking about, oh, I have my watch better than yours, my car better than yours, you know, I can sleep with your whatever, da-da-da-da. What are you even talking about? Jay-Z only raps about materialism. That's all he talks about. And how he can take your girl, and then he gonna take this man's girl. That's about it. With his nostrils, okay? That's about it. That lady, her husband, he's a hot ass mess. He's not who he thinks he is. But it's like when it comes to DMX, though, that stuff was straight up gully. Like, he's crazy. He really is crazy. You know what I'm saying? And people had real love for him because you knew he wasn't fake. He's really crazy. Like, he's really, really crazy. And he's funny. He's really, really funny. Like DMX is funny, you guys. If you ever heard him like on an interview, he's hilarious. Look what is wrong with this man. Right? But song after song, no ghostwriters. He don't need 20 people in the studio to write for him. He don't need all kinds of people to write for him. Like, what the heck is this? Like, this is crazy. Okay? This is crazy. Right? Yeah. You really did. Like, you knew he was like, it was everything. Like, you knew he was happy. He was tormented. He was happy to be successful, but he was confused. Like, oh my gosh, y'all, I love DMX. They're like, what kind of games are being played? Okay. Okay. I can't play the music because if I do play the music, you know, you'd welcome for me. So I'm not going to do it. Right? What kind of games are being played? How it's going down? Ooh, it's where my dog's at? We right here, dog. Ah! I mean, who barks at you? Like, the man is barking at you in a rap song. Ooh, ruff, ruff, ruff. Like, what the heck? Is he actually barking at people? This man is crazy. Like, he barks at people. Okay? Yeah. They're freaking like, I'm like, it's like Jay-Z was so jealous because Jay-Z is not organic. Even now, he has to wait for Beyonce to drop a song so he can be featured on a Beyonce song to be relevant. Like, go sit down somewhere with that. Right? Like DMX, he really lived outside. It is not a joke. He was really homeless. Like, he was really out there. Like, he was really out there robbing people, robbing drug dealers and stuff. That man is crazy. And he was living with his dog. Like, he really lived out there with his dog. Very masculine. Jay-Z's not. Jay-Z's not. And that's why he has to disrespect women and talk about, I'm going to sleep with you, sleep with her, give me this, give me fellatio, give me that fellatio, right? So you could tell, like, he was extremely jealous. Like, he was jealous. Like, he's not that person. He's just not that person. Jay-Z has a complex about himself. DMX did not. He did not. And Dame told him that just because you got money doesn't mean you have swag. And he doesn't. And Jay-Z knows. If he didn't have money, would Beyonce have married him? No. Okay? He knows. If he didn't have money, a lot of people would not be checking for him because he doesn't have natural charisma. He doesn't have natural charisma. So I think, like, when it came to, like, Malcolm X, when it came to Malcolm X and MLK, for example, oh, I love him. King, but see, Nas also is a pretty boy. You see, like Nas, for example, like Nas, his entire life, he knows he's pretty. That's a pretty boy. King Nasir, right? And he's a real lyricist, right? Nas is out here saying, if I ruled the world, imagine that. Okay, I free all my sons. I love him, baby. Okay, Jay-Z's out here. I got 99 problem, but a bitch ain't one. Look, what is this? Mediocrity. Okay, Nas is, oh yeah, I'm coming. Nas is out here saying, if I ruled the world, imagine that. I free all my sons. Jay-Z's out here, huh? I'm a hustler, baby. I just want you to know. And then where I've been, where I'm about to go, I just want to love you. What is this? Okay, it's the Jigga Man. It's the Jigga Man. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? What is it? It's the Jigga Man. The Jigga who? Jigga what? Okay, like, what is going on with this fool? Okay, he's out here making songs like "And No Ninja Like the One I Got." No one can love you better. I'm like, what is? You're so mediocre. You are just so mediocre. Why are you so mediocre like this? Huh? He's not that person. Like, he is not, you guys, he is not that person. He's such a DI rapper. He really is. He's so mediocre. You understand? And I'm like, he really had to, because I'm like, Nas is really pretty. Pac is really pretty. These are like really pretty boys of hip hop. DMX is really cute. Method Man is fine. Jay-Z really is not that guy. You guys, y'all gonna take me on a whole nother path, but let me do it. Let me be messy real quick. Let me be messy and tell this lady about her husband, okay? All right, look at this, right? Look at this. King Nasir, pretty boy. He knows he's a pretty boy, okay? Go sit down somewhere. Right? Keep going. Who else? Give me somebody else. Okay, pretty boy. Hold on. Not Pac-Man, okay? Pretty boy. Okay, go ahead, Gemini. Come through, Gemini. Okay, who else? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Shoot, let's do it, y'all. Let's go. Method Man. Okay. All right. Pretty boy. Let's do it. Ooh. Let's do it, y'all. Let's do it. Okay. Who else? I think. Okay. Who else? Look up. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. No, not this one. Hold on. Hold on. Why got Rizzo for Rakim? Hold on. Oh, it's an I. Okay, not an E. Okay. Rakim used to be cute though. I think he was cute. I think when he was younger, he was hella cute. I think he was super cute. He didn't age well. But I think when he was young, he was super cute. Okay? I think he was cute. Okay? Cutie pie. Who else do I have? Who else on my list? Who else on my roster? Okay? Who else is on my roster? Ghostface. Yeah. Oh. Ghostface. Amore. Oh, y'all, one time I went to New York City. I think I was like somewhere in Soho. And then I was walking. When I turned my head, Ghostface was in a car. He was in a Ford Explorer. I was like, oh my gosh, that's Ghostface. Ghostface killer. Okay. Oh, Ghostface. Amore. Ooh. But he was cute when he was young. They didn't age well. These boys don't take good care of themselves. They really, really don't. Okay? They really don't. Okay? Who else is out there? You know who else was cute also, though? He was really cute. When he was younger, he was cute. Put him up there real quick. Hold on. Yeah. Who else was a cutie? He was really cute. I thought he was super cute. He's such a knucklehead. I thought he was cute, too. Who else was cute? Even, what's his name? Cam was cute, but he's just so rude. He's just so rude sometimes. I just can't take it. But this will always be iconic. Pink on pink. This was cute. Okay. It's just that, well, Cam is just too disrespectful. He's a little too disrespectful for me. All right. But this would always be the most iconic picture in hip hop. It was cute. This was a moment. Okay. LL Cool J. Oh, y'all, when I tell you his skin is beautiful in person. Okay. All right. Okay. Ooh. Who do you love? Are you sure? Who do you love? Are you for sure? Who do you love? Are you sure? Ooh, do you love? You guys, oh my gosh, LL Cool J, man. Okay, another one. And you know these pretty boys, they don't have to rap about cars and shoes because it is what it is, right? Now, let's look at this lady's husband. Okay? Now, let's look at this lady's husband. Okay? He is crazy. This man is crazy. Oh, I forgot. Hold on. I forgot. Hold on. Okay? Oh, no. Because that's what Ryder and roll. Okay. That's DMX for you, boo-boo. Okay? All right? You understand? Now, let's go for this lady's husband. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Jesus. Okay. All right. Okay. So, no. Okay. This lady's husband. All right. No. He's not that guy. So I do feel like, I really do feel like when you compare, what's it called? Right? And on top of that, he was shorter. You see, I knew it. You see? Hold on, Boo. Hold on. You see how tall? Do you see how tall Malcolm X is? You see how tall it is? So see, MLK is shorter. He's pudgier. He's a little fat. Brother Malcolm is tall. You know, Muslims, they don't eat pig. They don't eat pork. They don't eat pork meat. Okay, you got a better diet, right? He's taller. He speaks the truth. He doesn't apologize, right? You see? So you know, he had to feel a way about that. You know, he's more handsome. Yeah, taller. Speaks the truth. That he's not scared. So I feel like to really make people believe in Malcolm, like, okay, we're gonna beat your ass a little bit. We're gonna rough you up a little bit, beat your ass a little bit. We're gonna bomb your house and make it seem like you're under threat, the white supremacists. The whole time he works for the white supremacist himself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, to me, it's highly probable. So then you have pictures of him getting arrested. You know, you see him getting beaten up. You know, oh, look, they're beating him up too. They're arresting him too. So then more and more Black people like, you know what? Maybe he's real. Maybe he's the real one. Maybe we should follow him. Maybe we should go with him. Maybe he's God's chosen. I mean, look, they're beating his ass. How do we know they were really beating his ass, though? Like, how do we know it wasn't staged? Stop. Drop. Shut him up. Hold him up. Oh, no. Okay? Man, look what you done started. Okay? Yes, Bobby. Because anything is possible. Right? Look. You see? Look how short he is. I never knew he was that short. Hold on. Where is it? I never knew he was that short. You see? But you see? Malcolm X is way more handsome. He really is. He's taller. He's more handsome. He's more confident. He's unapologetically Black. He's not scared of white people. He's not saying bow down to white people, be nice to white people, and let them hit you, and then you pray for them. So maybe that's why they had to increase the ante. Like, okay, Malcolm, like Martin, in order to get people to believe you, right, we're gonna have to start beating your ass up. We're gonna beat you up. We're gonna light you up. You know, we're gonna bomb your house, but we need to make sure not to bomb too closely. But I think it was probably all staged. You know, because this don't make no sense. You know, think about it. It's not improbable. It's not impossible. He's really short. He's not that tall. You know? So it's like, you know what? Do you want Black people to identify with this man? No, we have to create an alternative. So it was MLK. And to make him more believable, he had to go through the game. Yeah. He had to go through the struggle. He has to be attacked by white supremacists. You know what I mean? Yes, Matthew. People are like, oh, like, yeah. He's getting attacked. He's one of us, huh? He's really one of us. You know? Because they run games on people. They play psychological games on people.
That there will come a time when Black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the Black man will think like a Black man, and he will feel for other Black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause Black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one Black man, you are attacking all Black men. And this type of Black thinking will cause all Black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon Black people by white people. And it is the only thing.
Because he was big on that. Like, do not let white people put their hands on you. Don't let them put their hands on you. MLK's like, oh no, it's fine if they put their hands on you. We'll just pray for them. I'm like, oh sir, no, we're not gonna pray for them. We're gonna whoop their asses. I don't need prayers when I got these hands. Make them hands work. They're gonna stop touching you, right? But Malcolm X did not like white people putting their hands on Black people. He didn't like that. And he always said, we're not gonna start nothing, but if you put your hands on me, well, yeah, that's what it is. And that's why there's that famous picture of him with the gun. Remember, there's like a famous picture of him holding a gun, right? He had time for this. He didn't have time for this. He does not have time for this foolishness. I do not have time for this.
That will bring an end to it. That there will come a time when Black.
Oh, but you see,
who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate? You should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair?
There are many whites who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them
going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful.
Yeah.
He's like a fox.
Yeah.
And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to. But the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling. You take him for. There are many whites who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox. And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to. But the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth.
Who taught you that?
We're going up.
That there will. No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago, and I live like a man who is dead already. I have no.
See, I have no fear. This is why I'm like, they didn't want this man. He's okay.
You've called people like Martin Luther King, who just got a Nobel Peace Prize, an Uncle Tom. Is this correct? First.
Well, I'd rather say that in the States, there's a law that has recently been passed or a decision handed down by the court, wherein if you call someone an Uncle Tom, they can sue you for libel.
Well,
so I never refer to them as Uncle Toms. I would say that Uncle Martin is my friend.
Uncle Martin is your friend, yet you would disagree with his approach to what he wants to accomplish.
Definitely. If his approach would bring about what the black man in America needs to completely eliminate the problem that we have, I would say well and good. But I very much doubt that anyone who adopts the approach that Martin Luther King has been teaching to our people in that country can point to any meaningful gains that has actually served to solve the problem.
You've called people like Martin Luther King, who just got a Nobel Peace Prize, an Uncle Tom. Is this correct? First.
I'm speaking as a black man from America, which is a racist society. No matter how much you hear it talk about democracy, it's as racist as South Africa or as racist as Portugal or as racist as any other racialist society on this earth. The only difference between it and South Africa preaches separation and practices separation. America preaches integration and practices segregation. This is the only difference. They don't practice what they preach. Whereas South Africa preaches and practices the same thing. I have more respect for a man who lets me know where he stands, even if he's wrong, than the one who comes up like an angel and is nothing but a devil. I'm speaking as a black man.
5 incredible. As I say, this is a victory with no victory. It's a victory that you can talk about, but it's a victory you can't show me. So if you represent the NAACP and you are telling me about this great victory you won for me, when I look at you, I have to conclude that either you have been duped yourself or else you are trying to dupe me. And in most instances where the civil rights struggle is involved, there is no civil rights leader can point to me one concrete gain, practical gain that black people have made in the civil rights field in this country, not only during the past 10 years, but during the past 100 years.
And even now, what can we say? Like, what did they got? Black Lives Matter, DEI? These people are not serious.
American laws are not the black man's laws.
Well, the laws here in America were made by white people for the benefit of white people. The Constitution was written by whites for the benefit of whites. It was never written for the benefit of blacks. And when you read the Constitution, I think in Article 1, Section 2, or Section 1, Article 1, one of the two, and it's in the Constitution. It says that it classifies black people as 3/5 of a man. 3/5 of a man, subhuman, less than a human being. It relegates us to the level of cattle, hogs, chickens, cows, a commodity that could be bought and sold at the will of the master. No, it was written by whites for the benefit of whites and to the detriment of blacks. And when a black man stands up talking about his constitutional rights, he's out of his mind.
And this is why, you guys, you cannot tell a black man when he's getting hit by a white person to not hit him back. Because then he believes that he's less than that white man. Right? Because that don't make no sense. If you think that you are a full man, like you are a full man, you're a U.S. citizen, the Constitution protects you like it protects him. If he puts his hands on you, you put your hands on him too. If he dares to touch you, you break his hand. That's it. He's like, wow, he's a full man. I hit him and he hit him back because that's what a man does. So now he understands, like, wow, he's my equal. I touched him and he touched me back. There you go. But MLK says, no, don't hit him. Let him hit you. Let him lock you up. Let him like put a dog on you. Kids had dogs biting the crap out of them. You know what I mean? Let people beat you up. You use the water hose. I'm like, you know, I was really, because when I was young, I thought it was cute to like, I really did. But I was like, hold on. What kind of good person would recommend that to his people? When they hit you, when they beat you up, when they set dogs on you, when they did that. So yeah, his goal was the mental enslavement of Black people. Submission. And that's why today Democrats can talk to Black people like they own Black people. Like Black people is cattle or something. It's so bizarre. Oh, well, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. What? And they love to tell Black people about MLK. Now, my dad said they love you, Black. They love a Black person that's dead. They sure do love a dead Black person. Okay? Oh, but MLK said, shut up. Be quiet. This is what I say. You don't speak for me. He speaks for himself. And then he's dead. So how can he speak for me? Why go sit down somewhere? Let me finish this video and then y'all have to go eat the little cake.
Their criteria. Yes, they were.
You know what? Now, we want to talk about preferences based on race. Now, since you want to go there, Leland, we're going to go there. For the inception of this country, preferences have been given.
Oh, come on. No, I'm asking right now.
Leland. Now, what I am saying to you is that all of this negative DEI talk makes it seem as though Black people in particular, and then other people of color in general, or people who are otherly able, cannot get jobs based on merit. I don't have a problem with the Trump administration digging through the Biden administration or the Obama administration to find what they see as flaws. What I do have a problem with, Leland, is this blanketed notion that if a Black person or other person of color obtains a job at the highest heights, that somehow it was not based on merit. Leland, that is my problem.
You're conflating. You're conflating something.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. You talk. Now let me make a point. I have not heard from the Trump administration. I've listened to every one of Donald Trump's press conferences since he took office. I listened to all Pete Hegseth's press conferences and Sean Duffy's. I didn't hear any of them say that if somebody who was Black, blue, red, green, short, tall, female, male, whatever, got a job, it was because of lowered standards. I didn't hear that. You're changing the
They are
goalposts.
saying that.
No, they didn't.
They are saying that. It is called a dog whistle. They are saying that. In 2020, it was Black Lives Matter, right? In 2022, it was CRT. In 2024, it was woke. And now in 2025, it is DEI. All of that is
You're the one making this about race. They're the ones making it about merit.
They're the one that's making, Leland, they're the ones that are making this about race. Now, I didn't know you want to do this dance with me tonight. You should have told me I would have wore different dance shoes. They are making this about race. Every time I turn around, they're talking about DEI. They're making this about race.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find new
did not benefit Black people en masse. It benefited a couple of token Blacks. And I'm sorry, y'all gonna lose your little token benefits. But DEI did not benefit the masses of African people. Barack Obama is the first president to use the words diversity, equity, and inclusion in his DEI initiative that he signed in August of 2011, mandating that the federal government take steps to diversify, include, and guarantee equity for minorities. But it was all about the rainbow. That law was about immigrants and rainbow gangers. It was not about Black people. Yes, you have a few Black people who are going to lose some DEI benefits. But we are 42 million. And when we add our African immigrant brothers and sisters in, we're about 45, 48. I'm going to round it up because they always suppress our numbers. I'm going to round it up to 50 million Africans in America. Somebody help me understand how Barack Obama's DEI has benefited Black people in these past 16 years. Help me understand. Affirmative action is not the same as DEI. Affirmative action was destroyed by George Bush in the opening years of the 21st century. He destroyed it. The Supreme Court destroyed it. Affirmative action has not been a governmental priority since Lyndon Baines Johnson. Affirmative action has been dead. Affirmative action been dead. That's why Barack Obama called it diversity, equity, and inclusion. Why didn't Barack Obama call it affirmative action? Why didn't Barack Obama call it affirmative action? Why didn't Barack Obama call it affirmative action? I'll tell you why Barack Obama didn't call it affirmative action. Barack Obama didn't call it affirmative action because he didn't want it associated with Black people. He didn't want it associated with Black people. You're fighting for something that was not created to help you. Let me say it again for the kunocracy in the back. You're fighting for something that was not created to help you. Let me say it one more time. You're fighting for something that wasn't created to help you. They are distracting you from your main fights. We should be fighting against mass incarceration. We should be fighting against miseducation. We should be fighting against police genocide. We should be fighting against economic apartheid. We should be fighting against homelessness and gentrification. Not Nelly for performing, not Snoop Dogg, not Black History, and not DEI.
Yeah, you're doomed to repeat it. But I'm like, and if you notice, if DEI was really about Black people, why have we seen such an ascent of transgender people in positions of power? Okay, ask yourself that. And then you start thinking, like I said, who paid for him to run for office? Who paid for him to run for the US Senate? It starts to make sense. Most likely it was the rainbow people. It wasn't Black people. But they know to always use Black people, Black energy, Black movement, Black rage to get people into power. And when people get elected, they fulfill the agenda of the rainbow community. Most likely, you guys, I'm being so serious. Most likely, it was very powerful LGBTQ people who paid for Barack Obama's run to Senate. So why, when he becomes president, he takes care of them because they took care of him. It makes a lot of sense because when you take money for donors, you work for the donors. You work for your donors. If Barack Obama implemented something that, heavily helped the LGBTQ, especially the white LGBTQ community, then they are the people who put the money down for him to run for US Senate. So he worked for them. So that's why when he became president, he looked out for them because they paid for it all. And Michelle knows this. And that's why when she was up there, the DNC, she said, oh, let your kids love who they want to love because she knows who paid for her husband. You guys, come on, think about it. How does a community organizer raise $15 million? I can see like if you raise like 200, 300,000, sure. But I'm like, the people he was servicing as a community organizer, these are poor middle-class people. They don't have that kind of money. They don't have that kind of money. They might give you like $10, $20, right? I guess so maybe you raise 100,000. But when you realize that running for Senate, it costs $15 million. It's not these poor people who gave him the money. Who gave him the money? Some really rich LGBTQ people. But they knew if we go there as LGBTQ, we're not going to get those rights. We have to act as it's for Black people. And then we let a few Black people eat, and then we take over. That's always how it goes. And Kevin can tell you, when DEI came out, I said, this right here is for white trans people. It's for white LGBTQ. Ask Kevin. I said, this is not for Black people. This is for the rainbow people. Kevin's here. Kevin can tell you. I'm like, this right here? No, because they never do anything for Black people. I don't believe the Kool-Aid. When somebody's been mean to you, neglecting you, and then one day they just wake up and they want to be so nice to you. Oh, Marlene, I love you so much. Hey, Marlene, come outside. Hey, Marlene, let's eat. Hey, you trying to poison me? It's bizarre. You've never liked me. Now you want to invite me over. You want me to eat food. You want me to travel. Suspicious. Please don't kill me. Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you. What the heck? It is extremely bizarre. But because they know a lot of people don't like LGBTQ. So you have to make it seem like it's about helping Black people because America was so racist. But in reality, we know they always use Black people as foot soldiers. They use Black people's rage, the history of Black people, the sadness of Black people, the fact that a lot of Black people feel like this country, like, you know, has done them wrong. They take advantage. White liberals take advantage. They're so manipulative. I told y'all they have psychiatric imbalances. So they have Black people do all the work, the fighting, the screaming, the marching, and then they sit back in the cut. And when everything is good, like, oh, you know, we're going to let so-and-so take over now. Oh, we're going to let so-and-so take over now. We're going to let so-and-so take over. You know, that's always how it goes. Black rage is extremely profitable and lucrative for these people. People need to wake up. But I'm like, you think these people are going to just wake up and make something just for you? Since when? Since when? Come on now. You know better than this. You know better than this. And since Obama's been president, who's been rising to the top? Who's been rising to the top? White man in dresses. And I told y'all this. I said, every time a white man wears a dress, bad things happen to Black people. Y'all don't want to believe me. KKK people wear dresses. These people wear dresses too. I said, every time a white man wears a dress, bad things happen to Black people. It never fails. It never fails. It never fails. And this is why, too, these people are so perverse that now they're trying to get so many Black boys to be part of the Rainbow Coalition. Look at the number of Black boys now that are, okay? Oh, yes. Look at the number of Black boys that wear weaves, get their nails done, put makeup on. So many Black boys now don't want to be boys. You think it's random? It's not random. Spiritual warfare. You know what I mean? Make the kids dumb. Make the kids not care about school. Make the kids care about sexual identity, gender, all kinds of foolishness. Right? You understand? Why are they so obsessed with sex and children? Sex and children, sex and children. And today, so many Black boys don't want to be boys. Hey, Queen, so many Black boys don't want to be boys. They want to wear makeup. They want to wear nails. They want to twerk. They want to get BBLs. They want to have a boyfriend. Spiritual warfare, you guys. Spiritual warfare. And I'm going to leave you guys. I might come back, but I'm going to go eat the cake, right? But Jay's going to get upset. I will eat the cake. But I'm going to leave you with this. Like the Apostle Paul said. Okay, Maggie. Hold on, Maggie. Hold on. Like the Apostle Paul. Oh, baby, hold on. Oh, is it? No, okay. Like the Apostle Paul said, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against who? Principalities, demons. Hold on. Let me get it right. Let me get it right. Let me get it right. Okay. Ephesians 6. Hold on. How'd it go? Hold on, Maggie. Hold on. Okay. So Ephesians 6, verses 12 to 13. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness. It's spiritual wickedness, y'all, in high places. Wherefore, hold on, Mavic, hold on. Wherefore, take unto the whole armor of God, that ye be able to withstand in the evil day, having done all to stand. We are in the evil days, y'all. Men want to be women, women want to be man, all kinds of foolishness, you guys. So they're out here distracting people. Oh, it's Black people versus white people. No. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, and that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, having done all to stand. And if you believe that evil people are not going to have your skin color, do not be deceived, you guys. Don't be deceived. Evil can look like anything. Evil can look like you. It can look like me. It can look like, it can have your gender. It can sound like you. It can feel so familiar. But you have to test the spirits, right? So hold on to that. Ephesians 6, verses 12 through 13. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against power, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day. We are definitely living in evil days, and having done all to stand. Okay? So I love y'all. Evil can look like anything, Kevin. Evil can even look like your mom. Evil can even look like your dad. Even evil can feel so good and so familiar the whole time. It's evil because the devil knows how to distract people. The devil knows how to deceive people. That's why I say, like, the older I get, I really do question MLK, but I do have to go now, you guys. But thank you so much. Maybe I'll come back after I have my cake, right? Thank you, Queen. He could be part of that wickedness, but maybe he's not as wicked. So God is using him. You see what I'm trying to say? If there was somebody, maybe if the Democrats would have allowed somebody a bit more center, a bit more stable, right? I believe a lot of people would have voted Democrat, but they want to be so unhinged. They want to be so unhinged. They want to be so extra. And people can't go with a party that want boys to be girls and girls to be boys. So sometimes, as they told us, you pick the lesser of two evils. So maybe when God looked at it, the lesser of two evils was Trump, right? Because we can't tell God. God is not going to pick Kamala Harris because what God does she pray to? Because I know she ain't a Christian, right? What God does she pray to? What God does her husband pray to? Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everybody, right? So, no, she can say it. Trump is not pious. Let's say he's a politician. But my thing is, at least he came up there and the first thing he said, men are men, women are women. We're going to go back to he and she. But there was a time we couldn't even do that. It was called transphobic. You see? So it's like they went so far. You know what I'm saying? I don't think God is saying that. I don't think so. I don't believe that. Because when you read the scripture, if God really wanted to, he could have just gone to Sodom and Gomorrah and do what he had to do. But the mere fact that he stopped to tell Abraham what he was about to do means that he wanted somebody to tell him, have mercy on those people. So I don't believe that God would say, like, I will bring my kids. Even when you read the story of Noah, after he did what he did, God said, I make a covenant that I will never do this again. So the rainbow is God's promise that he would never set a deluge on this earth to just drown the people, because he was so mad. He was so mad. He wanted to wipe this whole earth clean. But he was like, no, I went too far. So the promise the rainbow became God's promise that he was never going to try to wipe us out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, even the story of Abraham and Sodom and Gomorrah, you know what I mean? Like he could have just gone there and did what he had to do. He didn't have to tell Abraham. But the fact that he told Abraham lets us know God doesn't really want to do these things. He tries really hard to save people. He tries. And when you read Isaiah 45, and God talks about like King Cyrus, who's he's a Gentile, so he's Babylonian. But he said, you're my servant, and I will use your hand to set my people free, because it's too much foolishness. Right? So sometimes when people don't want to step up, God will even use a wicked person to step up. And he's, what is it as Hezekiah, where he was like, oh, if you don't want to worship me, I will even make these dead bones worship my name. But I think we do serve a good God, and he doesn't want us to just die, because we're all in this. Like we're all here. The kids are here. We're all here. I don't think God wants us to be all wiped away. But if push comes to shove, God can use even a less traditional person. Like he said, the stone that was rejected, I will use that and make something out of it. He said, I would take the things that are foolish and confuse the wise, right? The so-called educated, right? But this Democratic Party, where they were headed, somebody had to stop them. And sometimes maybe it takes crazy to handle crazy, because there's something crazy about Trump. Like he's fearless, he's crazy, he doesn't apologize. And maybe that's exactly what these serpents over there needed. You know what I'm saying? But no, because if you believe that God wants to wipe us out and God does not believe he wants saving, then we can't believe that you can't say he's good. Because John 3:16 said that, he gave his only son, that whosoever believe will have eternal life. So we know he doesn't want us to perish, because once you die, it's over. Like salvation, like you got to get it now before you die, So I'm like, I do think God's a good father. So if push comes to shove, if push comes to shove, God gonna go find somebody crazy to do it. Because sometimes you need crazy people to handle crazy people. You need like a crazy, insane person to go cut the head of that snake. So maybe it was him. You know, and then after that, once things are restored a little bit into like more sanity, America becomes a bit more center again. People can actually say a man is a man, a woman is a woman without being called transphobe and things like that, right? Maybe after that, we'll have a different kind of election. But what I saw last night, the way they voted last night at the DNC yesterday, they were crazy. The DNC yesterday, they were crazy. They were, you guys, I never seen this. I'm like, these people are really crazy. And if they don't change, okay, and if the DNC does not change, I don't see these people having the White House for the next 8 years. But I will be back, you guys. I promise you I'll be back. So we can talk about it. You know, but if you want to look it up, Maverick, they had a DNC election last night. You should look it up. And I was like, if they don't stop this gender craziness, no, they're not going to get the White House for the next 8 years if they don't stop this stuff. They have to stop being so extreme. Okay? They have to stop being so extreme. They got to stop being so extreme. Okay? So maybe I'll be back. Love y'all, and I'll see y'all later. Bisous tout le monde, and thank you for all the birthday wishes, okay? Love y'all, and I'll be back, hopefully. Okay? Bisous. Bye-bye. Let's go eat the food. Maverick, let's go eat.